The beginning of this story was a bit of a mess, and it was all thanks to our main character, Ariadne. She was the one who took out the Crown Prince. The man trusted her until his death, right up until she, murdered him. Ariadne didn't hate the guy, but she couldn't let him live. Not if she wanted to keep everything she had worked so hard for. Her loyal goons showed up after she was done. So all she had to do was calmly tell them to have the guards take the body away. She didn't watch them drag him out. All she could think about was how useful she would become now. Ariadne was trembling a little, but she was sure that with her help, her lover would finally get what he wanted. All she had to do was forget the guilt and look at the bigger picture. So many people died that day. So much blood was shed. It was all so that the love of her life could rise above everyone else and inherit the throne. From now on, everything would be different because now there was nothing left to stand in his way. Ariadne decided to rush to her man to tell him the good news. The hall she entered was filled with dead knights who had been loyal to their prince until the very end. Getting close enough to see her beloved's face, she tried to contain her joy despite the carnage around her. And so, the man on the throne asked, his voice tense, "How did it go?" You could tell at a glance that this guy had single-handedly eliminated everyone who stood between him and that throne. She quickly glanced around and decided to just get it over with. To be honest, she wasn't feeling so great. Killing the Crown Prince and all those guards weighed heavily on her. Crown Prince Alfonso, Ariadne stated, her voice steady, has been taken care of. The news sent a thrill through her lover, who was sitting on the throne. His gaze was a mixture of triumph and menace. A dangerous aura radiated from him. In an instant, the fear vanished, replaced by a look of light-hearted joy. He told Ariadne she had done a beautiful job and had every reason to be proud. Her lover stood up from the throne and declared that the time for them to shine had finally come. She just had to wait a little longer, and then her lifelong dream would soon be fully realized. Soon, very soon, Ariadne would become the most important woman in the kingdom, forever by her beloved's side. She whispered his name. She loved the way it felt every time she said it. Ariadne hugged Cesare and finally felt relieved, because if her beloved was happy, then she was happy too. A long time ago, she had prepared herself to do anything, even the most terrible things, just to be with him forever. 9 years had passed since the coup, and Ariadne did everything she could to support her man every day. She took on all the work of managing the inner court. She had many servants, but that didn't make her feel powerful or free, because even though Cesare was so close, he felt so far away. In fact, our main character was performing all the duties of a queen, but she was still just the regent's fiancée. It was very difficult from the beginning, with rumors flying around that Ariadne was not worthy of being Cesare's wife. She constantly heard gossip and slander about her being uneducated, raised on a farm, and having no status. Almost every noblewoman wanted to let the bride-to-be know that her presence in the castle was a complete disgrace. During those days, Ariadne one day overheard some girls chattering about Lord Cesare's upcoming wedding. She usually ignored the gossip directed at her, but this time, our protagonist couldn't just dismiss their conversation. Another noble lady, full of confidence and a bit of sass, chimed in that the wedding would definitely not be with his current fiancée. With every word, Ariadne's heart clenched tighter, and she could barely hold it together. Meanwhile, the noblewoman was still rambling on about how the lord couldn't be tied to a bastard. Ariadne tried to stay calm, staring at the ring he gave her, thinking that this young lady really needed to shut her damn mouth. But the young lady didn't stop there, and now brought up the rumors about Ariadne's father. Yes, the rumor that her father was actually a bastard himself, and not the crown prince's cousin. Then another high society lady joined in, saying that such children could never be blessed by God because they were born of sin. That's when Ariadne reached her breaking point, because these socialites were now making fun of her future husband. She couldn't take it anymore. So she went right up and attacked the gray-haired woman, pushing her to the ground. She wanted to make this trashy broad understand that no one had the right to insult Cesare. Ariadne said that if they needed to sling mud at someone, they should aim it at her, not her future husband. The commotion created by the socialites was hard to ignore. So the hall doors were thrown open, and the person who walked in saw a not-so-pretty sight. Ariadne turned and saw her beloved getting excited, because he was going to put these gossips in their place. But instead of praising his future wife, Cesare sided with Countess Marquez. His words stung the protagonist deeply. She never thought she would be treated like that. Meanwhile, Cesare ignored his fiancée and went to help the Countess up. As he offered her his hand, the Countess just sneered that unlike his fiancée, the regent actually had some manners. Ariadne was completely confused. She couldn't believe they would just ignore her without even asking what happened. Later, when the engaged couple was alone, Cesare immediately began to scold her for what she had done. He said her behavior was completely unacceptable when dealing with the nobles of the capital. He reminded Ariadne that during his regency, he desperately needed the support of the capital's nobles. The girl knew she had messed up and agreed with him. But what she didn't expect was to hear that she was far less useful than that. Capital noblewoman, Cesare continued, saying that a foolish woman like Ariadne was not qualified to be the regent's wife, and he would only accept her when she became a virtuous lady. In that moment, the protagonist's whole world came crashing down. Cesare turned and left her as if she were the plague. Today, a memory hit Ariadne. She remembered every detail of that day, even though it had been 8 years ago. For 8 years, Ariadne had tried to become the woman her husband wanted, but she was still just a fiancée. That night, Cesare reminded his fiancée that he was a very generous ruler. He was about to seize the power that belonged to the overthrown crown prince. She wanted to stop him because he was pushing too hard. Even though she hated the situation, Ariadne knew that if she just held on a little longer, her dream would come true. She would soon be the regent's wife. She just had to hold on a little longer. A little later, Cesare casually said something that left Ariadne in shock. He had made another major decision, one that his fiancée would not like. Cesare wanted to make her sister, Isabella, his queen, not Ariadne. Maybe the girl had misheard, or maybe it was really true. She was not prepared for this kind of information. She pushed her lover away, gasping for air, still unable to believe what she had just heard. She blurted out that her sister was married to the late Alfonso, and that Isabella was no longer a virgin. Cesare calmly replied that her sister had remained chaste throughout her entire marriage to the crown prince. Her lover said that Ariadne's behavior suggested she wished for her sister to be locked away in a convent forever. But the girl just kept repeating that her sister was not a virgin, her voice cracking. The protagonist said her sister had a miscarriage, which really annoyed Cesare. That statement infuriated him, and he declared that it was unacceptable for Ariadne to treat her own sister as an enemy. Cesare couldn't calm down, roaring about how terrible and vile women were to treat their own flesh and blood like that. He was furious, and you could feel it in his every move, his tone, and the way he glared at his fiancée. Ariadne didn't understand what she had done to provoke such anger. After all, she was just telling the truth. The beautiful picture in her mind couldn't process the reality. She knew she and Cesare were in love, right? She gathered her last bit of strength, knelt before him, and begged him to be with her, saying he had confessed his love for her. But with every second, the terrible truth was sinking in, even though she still refused to believe it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ariadne rushed to her beloved, pleading with him to marry her so they could be together forever. Cesare just repeated that such behavior was something only a foolish woman would do, and so she could never be his wife. The regent declared that she was not worthy of his beautiful and noble Isabella. After those words, the picture in the protagonist's mind finally came together. She asked her lover directly if he had planned to marry her sister all along, even when the crown prince was still alive. Cesare didn't deny it, adding that Isabella had belonged to him from the very beginning, as the most beautiful woman deserved the strongest man. A few seconds later, with a smirk on his face, Cesare added that things didn't go exactly as planned. At first, it was all her father's fault for forcing him to marry Ariadne instead of Isabella. When Cesare found out who he was supposed to marry, he felt incredibly humiliated and angry. From day one, he saw Ariadne as trash and cursed the world for forcing her on him. Those words broke her. She collapsed on the floor, sobbing her heart out, her voice trembling. She asked if she had been nothing but a substitute all this time. The regent looked at her coldly, as if she were nothing, his voice filled with arrogance. He stated bluntly that Ariadne was so terrible she wasn't even good enough to be a proper substitute. She trembled, still clinging to a faint hope that things might get better. But her fiancé's arrogance destroyed it. On the verge of a breakdown, Ariadne snapped that he only succeeded in the coup and got rid of the Crown Prince because of her. She reminded him that she even lost a finger to protect his miserable life. Ariadne was basically listing everything she had lost because of him. She had lost everything, from her reputation to her entire life. She sacrificed herself and laid everything at his feet so he could achieve his dream and ascend the throne. Cesare listened in silence, finding himself with nothing to say. He just frowned at every word she said, making sure Ariadne knew exactly how insignificant she was to him. Afterward, he yelled for the guards, hoping one of his servants was nearby. He declared that his bride had finally gone completely insane. Someone as sick as her should be locked up in the West Tower, so she couldn't harm herself or anyone else. Of course, Ariadne was completely against this treatment, but she was powerless against the servants who were closing in on her. They took her to the tower and locked her up. Ariadne and Cesare were walking in the manor's forest, chatting about nothing in particular, and the girl felt a warmth inside. She was peppering him with questions, and he was trying to answer them honestly. But no matter what he said, they were just enjoying their conversation. Cesare was talking about how humble the lilies of the valley growing by the path were. He said they were beautiful, much like Ariadne, but only he could see the resemblance. The girl was completely taken with the metaphor, as it showed how her man truly felt. But all of that was just happening in the daydream of a drowsy Ariadne, imprisoned in the tower. Waking up, she realized it was just a jumbled dream made up of all her unfulfilled hopes. Today was the day her beloved would officially become king, something she had made happen by risking her life. She had even chosen the songs and decorations in advance. It was all to make today the best day of Cesare's life. In a few hours, her ex-fiancé would finally receive the title he had been waiting for. The weight of his betrayal was especially crushing her today, because it was supposed to be her, Ariadne, standing by his side next to the throne. Isabella broke the silence, striding into her sister's room in a formal wedding dress. Ariadne was stunned to see her sister in the tower, especially dressed like that. She immediately confronted her, asking how and why she was in her cell. Recovering from the shock, she pressed her with the question that was truly tormenting her. What was really going on between Isabella and Cesare? Her sister's answer was a slap in the face. Not only did she call her beloved her husband, but she also lectured Ariadne for daring to call the king by his first name. The protagonist, thinking she was there for the dead prince, asked directly if she wanted revenge for her husband's death. But Isabella's reaction showed she couldn't care less about the dead Crown Prince Alfonso. With a vicious smirk, her sister clarified that she was referring to Cesare, her current husband, and that Ariadne was not worthy of disrespecting him. Then Isabella repeated Cesare's words almost verbatim, saying that she, as the noblest person in the kingdom, was the one who should be standing next to the king. Isabella finished by saying that Ariadne's dream of being queen was doomed from the start and that she never stood a chance. Didn't she realize her own sister had tarnished her name by calling her a disreputable widow, and that such slander against the new queen deserved severe punishment? Ariadne said, "How could you, Isabella? Alfonso truly loved you." Her sister just scoffed that every man in the kingdom loved her a little, so Alfonso's love was nothing special. Isabella went on to say that it's cheap to return everyone's feelings, or you'd look like a total slut. Ariadne naturally asked why Isabella and Cesare weren't together from the start. Isabella replied that the protagonist herself had handed her the marriage to Cesare. Ariadne then asked why her sister was only coming to her now, if that were the case. The answer was simple. Cesare was just a count when Ariadne got married, so Isabella didn't care. Her sister claimed she was a little sad that Alfonso died, but since he couldn't make her queen, she was now with the man who could. So basically, Cesare was the one who could give her that sweet spot next to the big man. Ariadne was so heartbroken and her mind so blank that she didn't know what to say for a moment. Now, the protagonist's world had officially crumbled, because Cesare was her everything, and now he was forever out of reach. Ariadne told Isabella that, unlike her, she didn't love Cesare at all and was just separating her from her lover out of pure malice. And it was all just on your own whim, just to take the throne. The protagonist's words really made Isabella laugh, though Ariadne didn't find it funny at all. After her laugh, Isabella revealed that Cesare had come to her himself, begging her to be with him, and that he had always remembered her. He said Ariadne's frame was too big, making him feel like he was hugging a man. Her breasts sagged, and her dark hair didn't suit her at all. And at the same time, when he held Isabella, what the man felt was a fragile body that needed to be protected at all costs. The sister asked if Ariadne had ever been truly desired by anyone. With that attitude, no man would ever truly look at you, even if you risked your life for him. Isabella concluded. In Isabella's opinion, everything a person like her desired could be obtained for the right price. Ariadne couldn't believe Cesare would treat her so unfairly. Isabella said her husband was completely obsessed with her now, but she knew it was only a matter of time before he got tired of her, and there was no stopping it. Isabella was sure that when that happened, he would remember Ariadne, who had been loyal to him for 14 years. The new bride didn't like how things were turning out because she was worried about her future. If she wanted a bright future, Ariadne needed to disappear from the face of the earth. Just a few seconds later, Ariadne felt a sharp pain and saw the blade her sister had just plunged into her. All the protagonist could think about was how unfair the world was. She tried to figure out where her life had gone so wrong and how nice it would be to go back in time. Ariadne thought about how for centuries, people have said that evil is punished and good is rewarded. She wished she lived in a world where everyone got what they deserved. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, asking if she could abide by the law of good being rewarded, and she immediately replied that she would try. She could do it. After the pain and darkness, Ariadne realized it was all over, and she was looking at herself in the mirror. She recognized where she was. It was her old house, the place where she spent her childhood. She looked at her hands, and they were much smaller than she remembered. Taking a closer look at her reflection, the protagonist realized she was a child again. Everything was the same as before, but now she had a mole on her face. Her thoughts about the mole were interrupted by the voice of a maid, who was rudely calling her name. Well, things would be different this time, and Ariadne was not going to be a pushover anymore. From now on, no one was going to disrespect Ariadne, because she was ready to fight for her life. A few seconds later, another maid burst into the room. She was terrified and, before she could catch her breath, blurted out that they had come for Ariadne. The protagonist realized she had returned to the exact day she moved in with her father. Her father, Cardinal de Marie, had taken holy orders, but he once had a wife and children. But since he was a cardinal, he couldn't have a legal wife, so his partner, Lucrezia, a pure-blooded noble, remained by his side as his mistress. The couple had 3 children, and although they were illegitimate, they enjoyed the same rights in the family as legitimate children. The beautiful Isabella was the second child after her brother, but she monopolized all her parents' love because her beauty captivated everyone in the capital. But besides them, there was Ariadne, his daughter with one of the cardinal's maids. From the beginning, she was seen as the child of a maid with no noble blood, so they sent her to live on a farm. And now, Ariadne was brought back to the residence of Cardinal de Marie, a luxurious palace full of servants. Now she had to go through all this crap again, but this time, our girl was ready to fight back. Her father didn't even bother to stand up to greet his own daughter, and it just kept staring at her. Sizing her up, Ariadne remembered how things had played out, so she was determined to make sure this life would be different. She immediately started to put on an elegant act, showing how thrilled she was to see her dear old dad. That kind of greeting caught the cardinal off guard, but he wasn't about to show it. He just said that despite the long journey and lack of education, Ariadne seemed like a rather bright girl. Ariadne played along, saying she would try her best to learn, but her stepmother's cold gaze and sharp remark about a woman's worth not being in books just made the room more tense. The noble lady went on and on about how it was her duty to respect and love her siblings and not cause any foolish trouble. Listening to her ramble, Ariadne realized she now saw this woman in a completely different light. She used to think of her as a true noble, but now she knew that was just ridiculous. The girl was thinking about how easy it was to fall into a trap in this family, especially with a father who just wanted everyone to get along. Well, it was time for Ariadne to play a whole new game. She curtsied and said she would follow every piece of advice from the wise lady. And at the end, she added a madam with a sly little smile. That last word clearly threw both her stepmother and her father for a loop, and they exchanged a look, trying to figure out how to react. The stepmother's face twisted in annoyance as she snapped back that she was not her madam. She told her to call her mother, Ariadne, with a genuine smile and a hint of playfulness, then addressed her as mother. Before they could sort out the madam and mother situation, the door was pushed open, and Ariadne heard the voice she hated, apologizing for being late. Of course, our girl knew her sister would come, but she wasn't ready to hear her voice so soon. A chill literally ran down her spine. For a few seconds, she struggled against the sudden rush of emotions. Meanwhile, Isabella greeted her sister kindly, saying she could come to her for anything. It was then that Ariadne finally gathered the courage to turn and face her sister. I need to pull myself together quickly so Isabella doesn't find out my true feelings and mark the protagonist as her enemy. When Ariadne first met her sister, she thought she was a shining star and always wanted to be near her. But over time, it only made her feel oppressed, as if she were always trapped in the shadow of her radiant sister. All of this eventually led to Isabella stabbing her in the back with an angelic smile. Ariadne thought, things will be different now, sister. The past life where you won is not going to happen again. These thoughts must have flickered across Ariadne's face, because her sister looked completely confused. To ease the tense atmosphere, Isabella extended her hand with a sweet smile, asking her to call her sister. The game had begun. Ariadne happily took her hand and called Isabella sister. Seeing such an intimate family scene, the cardinal was pleased, saying he was happy to see such affection between the sisters. After the conversation, the ladies decided to go their separate ways. Just then, their younger sister approached them. Before we went downstairs, Mother specifically threatened Ariadne, telling her not to cause any trouble. The protagonist simply lowered her eyes shyly, saying she had done nothing wrong and didn't intend to cause trouble, but deep down, she felt it was time to start acting. Just then, her little sister chimed in, saying she couldn't believe she could really be Ariadne's sister. The little brat chattered on about how she could possibly be related by blood to someone who grew up on a farm like a country bumpkin, especially when everyone knew her mother was just a common servant. Ariadne recalled how in the past she had always silently endured all insults and never fought back, but this time was different. She told her little sister that she felt very sorry for how her life had turned out. This naturally left the child completely stunned. Just then, Ariadne went on the offensive, trying to deflate her sister's arrogance and plant seeds of doubt. She said with a smile that it seemed their parents only had time for Isabella. This sent my sister into a rage, and she retorted sharply that the other girl knew nothing about their family. On impulse, my sister pushed Ariadne, but then something completely unexpected happened. A few seconds later, she saw Isabella lying at the bottom of the stairs. When my little sister tried to push Ariadne, she dodged, but Isabella was walking up the stairs and took the hit for her instead. Ariadne hadn't expected this either, but she was glad no major disaster had occurred, at least for now. The sound of the fall caught my father's attention, and he came out of his study in a rage to see what had happened. Seeing Isabella sitting there, he immediately started questioning, wanting to know whose fault it was. At first, my sister tried to make excuses, but she realized she couldn't get away with it. So she put on an innocent, blameless expression and declared that Ariadne did it. The father, naturally furious, immediately turned on the newcomer, yelling that she had just arrived and was already causing trouble. My little sister stood by watching, gloating over this, pleased that her little trick had worked. But Ariadne didn't back down. She apologized for what had happened. I mean, the reason Isabella fell down the stairs was because she was trying to help the protagonist. This statement stunned both sisters, who had no idea what Ariadne was planning. Meanwhile, with a sad and remorseful expression, she sincerely expressed how sorry she was for her sister's fall. She said that she was playing with Arabella, and Arabella had accidentally gotten a bit too rough, and then pushed her. The cardinal hadn't expected this. Now it seemed his newly returned daughter was not at fault at all. Arabella hated how things were turning out and desperately tried to prove it wasn't like that. She further argued that Isabella wasn't trying to help, but just happened to be there, which made the little sister situation even worse. Ariadne said she would never lie to her father, even if she hadn't received a proper education or upbringing. She needed the cardinal to believe her, so she decided to pull her sister into the conversation as well. She told him to ask Isabella what the truth of the matter really was. It was a clever move, but the girl on the stairs froze for a second, not knowing what to say. Ariadne was counting on Isabella to say the right thing and smooth over this mess. And just like that, Isabella confirmed that her little sister had just gotten a bit carried away while playing and shouldn't be punished too severely. So Isabella not only calmed the whole situation, but also made herself the hero. Arabella never expected such a betrayal from her own sister. But Isabella stuck to her story, telling Arabella that she had messed up today, but just needed to be more careful next time. This was a heavy blow to the younger daughter, that her own family would side with an outsider. Once things were settled, the cardinal immediately punished the culprit, grounding her for 2 weeks and making her pray the entire time. Arabella begged for a lighter punishment, even getting on her knees. But instead of showing mercy, they added another week to her confinement and told her to repent. Meanwhile, the servants helped Isabella up and took her to her room to rest. The cardinal thought of his wife, angry that she hadn't appeared to handle the situation. Ariadne saw that her father was very displeased with Arabella's behavior and was furious about the children's poor upbringing. Well, the outcome was even better than Ariadne had hoped. She had achieved her first victory. Her father summoned Isabella and told her she needed to get married. But she didn't like the groom, as there were rumors he was an illegitimate child. Isabella believed such a marriage would not bring honor to the family, which was exactly what her parents were hoping for. The cardinal knew Isabella had a point and pondered what the best course of action would be. He agreed that those rumors did exist, despite his official status as the prince's cousin. We must remember that Count Cesare was still the king's illegitimate son. Lucrezia joined the conversation, saying she wouldn't let her daughter marry just anyone. The mother and daughter exchanged a look and decided to propose a new idea that would both solve the marriage problem and keep the family honor intact. Lucrezia argued that since Cesare was an illegitimate child, then in this case, his wife should also be an illegitimate daughter. They thought Ariadne would be the perfect match for him. The father thought about it, and after a moment, he agreed with them. His daughter was born of him and a maid, so she was a good choice for both families. And so they finally decided to marry Ariadne to Cesare. The protagonist thought to herself that if nothing had changed this time, there was only one reason she had been called to her father's house. But this time, things couldn't be allowed to play out exactly as they had in her previous life, and Ariadne had to find a way to get out of this marriage to Cesare. But how exactly? Perhaps marry someone else, or simply run away. She figured her family would never let her marry someone else, so that option was a dead end from the start. Making a fortune on her own was also impossible. She kept thinking that without landing a noble husband, there was no happy ending for Ariadne with Cesare, especially after he had already made his feelings clear. One thing was for sure, Ariadne was no longer living in a foolish and naive fantasy world. She could still see the look in his eyes from their last conversation, just before she drew her last breath. She would never forgive the fact that Cesare had abandoned her for Isabella. Ariadne decided that in this life, she would make Cesare pay for every damn thing he did. Her thoughts were interrupted when a maid brought her freshly washed clothes. She swaggered into the room with the garments, sneering at everything. The girl knew this maid was one of Isabella's lackeys, so things were about to change. Her name was Mileta, and she rudely told Ariadne to change her clothes and then go to dinner. Ariadne needed to act quickly, so she decided to stall the maid by asking for her help to get dressed. The maid, of course, wasn't falling for that, saying this illegitimate daughter had lived on a farm for years, and in her opinion, she could very well dress herself. The girl had no right to put on noble airs, a point she made very clear. Mileta didn't want to waste any more time on Ariadne and was eager to leave, but the protagonist managed to stop her. Without any warning, Mileta received a resounding slap that almost knocked her off her feet. Ariadne declared in an elegant, aristocratic tone that a maid should know her place and never try such a trick again. Mileta retorted that they were both born servants, so why couldn't she treat her as an equal? This was exactly what Ariadne had expected, as she had been treated this way her entire life. Now, the maid began to speak directly against the cardinal and his family, because he was an orphan, which meant Ariadne didn't even have half noble blood. She finished by saying that if she could catch the cardinal's eye, she too could give birth to a child like Ariadne. This time the slap was even harder, and the maid fell right to the floor. In a venomous tone, she said the maid would pay for insulting her father. Mileta had better watch her mouth from now on, or there would be bigger trouble between them. After making the maid cry with her actions, Ariadne ordered her to get out of her room. As Mileta fled from her room, Ariadne thought to herself that the maid's words actually had some truth to them. Our protagonist knew that a lot now depended on her father, but she couldn't mess up or trust just one person. To solidify her social standing and become stronger, she absolutely needed an ally. Soon, the crying maid returned with Lucrezia and Isabella. Mother immediately started yelling, saying Ariadne had no right to lay a hand on a maid. Mileda had already concocted a story, saying the girl had attacked her for no reason while she was folding clothes. Ariadne listened to all this with a blank face, unsurprised and ready to respond. First, she put on a deeply remorseful expression, addressing Lucrezia as if she were her own mother. Then she said the maid had been insulting her father, so Ariadne couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Lucrezia hadn't expected to hear this and demanded an immediate explanation. The girl explained that, according to the maid, her father raised all his illegitimate children as his own without any shame, so they would think they were heirs to a noble family, even though they weren't. Mileda immediately began to deny everything, saying their whole family was of noble blood and she would never dare say such a thing out loud. Ariadne added that the maid had also been disrespectful to her father because of his commoner origins. So just because I don't have any noble blue blood in me, she doesn't serve me the same way she serves my sisters who have noble mothers. Ariadne knew Lucrezia would never tolerate such talk, as the cardinal's family background was a sore spot. Then Ariadne added that Mileda would be more than happy to bear a child for their father if he just gave her a second look. This was the last straw for Lucrezia, and you could see the fire burning in her eyes. She lunged at the maid, yelling how dare she covet another's husband, saying she deserved 10 lashes with a whip. The maid tried to defend herself, but it was no use, as other servants were already dragging her out of the room. After a moment, Lucrezia told our girl that in such situations, she needed to report everything to her immediately, not beat the servants without warning. The protagonist listened carefully to the lady's words, pretending to agree completely. Ariadne bowed, apologized for her actions, and offered to do something useful as a sign of her repentance. She asked for permission to go to the Rambouillet charity house for 3 days. The matriarch of the family definitely hadn't expected this request and double-checked if Ariadne really wanted to go to Rambouillet. The girl confirmed she wanted to go and asked if Mileda could go with her since she had suffered because of her and it was a chance for her to find religion. Mother was still unsure. She knew Mileda needed to be punished, but sending her to Rambouillet. Just then, Isabella chimed in, suggesting they go there for 5 days instead of 3. Her reasoning was that the longer they stayed in that place, the more deeply they could reflect on their sins. Ariadne obviously didn't like this at all, but she didn't show it and supported her sister's suggestion. Now, they were arriving by carriage to the place where they would spend the next 5 days. The maid had been uneasy ever since getting into the carriage, and even after arriving, she was still panicking. As far as the eye could see, there were dead and living people everywhere, old and young, with bloodstains, the smell of medicine, and the stench of filth surrounding them. However Mileda had been feeling before, seeing this scene only made things worse. Ariadne, on the other hand, was completely calm, as if she saw this sort of thing every day. With every step she took, she grew more excited, as this place was perfect for her plan. A charity house built with Queen Marguerite's money, but the funding had dried up, and now people were constantly dying here. The girls finally reached a covered building, but it was no better than outside. Ariadne noticed her maid was much more terrified than she had anticipated. Mileda's nervousness and fear were growing with every second. Ariadne said with a smile that this was where they would be living for the next 5 days, and Isabella couldn't help them here at all. She continued, saying it was too bad her sister couldn't intervene when the maid was being whipped. Ariadne said she felt very sorry and was genuinely concerned about everything Mileda had gone through. Rather than making Mileda regret how good Isabella was, these words only made her angrier. Ariadne said the girls needed to go to the gathering place for all the destitute. The whole purpose of bringing Mileda here was to completely break her mentally. They walked along the long building, with every local sizing them up. Ariadne thought the place was perfect, full of people who could die of hunger or disease at any moment. They continued walking, with Ariadne constantly replaying the plan for the next 5 days in her mind. Suddenly, a girl called out to them as if calling a sister, which made them both stop. Ariadne realized realized someone here recognized her maid. She told Meletta to take a good look at what was happening around them, especially the girl with fiery red hair in the corner, which made the maid even more nervous. Ariadne asked if Meletta really hadn't noticed her own sister sitting right there. If the maid didn't do as she said, she would be trapped in this place forever. The protagonist continued to pressure Meletta, adding that if that happened, it wouldn't be long before Meletta died in agony, just like her sister. Meletta was so scared she could barely speak, but she managed to squeeze out that she didn't know what the lady was talking about, and that she had already confessed her sins. The protagonist grabbed the maid, asking if Meletta really didn't believe her. The maid didn't know what else to say, but Ariadne demanded an answer. Just then, the protagonist saw a hooded figure who announced they could only take one person. The mysterious person continued, saying they would take the one who was smarter and more diligent. The younger of the two girls replied that they were sisters and had lived together since childhood, so she begged them to take them both. One of them was Meletta, who turned to her sister with a look of terror. A second later, she pushed her sister away and respectfully told the hooded figure that she, Meletta, was the one who should go with them. Meletta went on to accuse her sister Sancha of being a thief, adding that Sancha's hands always trembled, so she couldn't do her work well. From the mysterious lady's expression, she was completely satisfied with this answer. The guest pulled down her hood, revealing herself to be Isabella, who liked Meletta for her ambition. The older sister replied that she would serve her and that she would not regret her choice. After that, Meletta clicked her tongue at her sister, saying she would get her out of this house as soon as she earned some money. Sancha didn't want to be left alone and called out for her sister, but Meletta didn't even look at her again. Seeing this scene replay in her mind, the protagonist was confused. She didn't understand what had just happened. Meletta was frightened by Ariadne's strange behavior, as she seemed to have frozen for a few seconds. The protagonist slowly returned to reality, still trying to figure out what she had just seen, whether it was a vision or if she had seen the sister's past. Now she needed to find out if it was true, so she turned towards the girl she had seen in her vision. Only by getting closer could you truly see how difficult a situation the girl, who looked so much like Sancha, was in. But all the red-haired girl saw was her sister standing behind the protagonist. Ariadne bent down, touched the girl's bright red hair, and asked how she was feeling. Without waiting for an answer, Ariadne asked the girl to answer a question truthfully now. The protagonist asked if the girl had a sister who worked as a servant in a noble house. The girl nodded somewhat uncertainly. After that, Ariadne asked if her sister had promised to come back for her after she made a name for herself and earned some money. The girl was completely stunned, her mouth agape, and immediately asked how the protagonist could possibly know these details. Ariadne felt a wave of unease as she realized the scene she had witnessed minutes ago was actually real. Having learned what she needed to know, the protagonist quickly took her leave, thanking the girl for her answers and wishing her a speedy recovery. Seeing such kindness, Meletta's sister called out to Ariadne. She addressed the protagonist as "my lady" and begged for a chance to see her sister. Sancha desperately wanted to talk to her sister, as they hadn't seen each other since she went to work for those wealthy nobles. Ariadne could hardly believe what she was hearing. How could you abandon your sister and never even visit? Sancha confirmed this was the first time in years, and that she was so happy her sister had come to see her. Ariadne, still processing it all, asked again, "Are you saying your sister has never helped you all this time?" Sancha said yes, though she seemed a bit overwhelmed by the question. All the poor girl wanted now was to see her sister and have a proper talk with her. Meletta had been standing nearby the whole time, but didn't even dare to look in her sister's direction. Ariadne began to feel genuine sympathy for the young woman, who, judging by her appearance, didn't have long to live. In a soft but stern tone, the protagonist called her servant's name. After looking the servant over carefully, she asked again if she really didn't recognize the girl as her sister. Melita hesitated, but her guilty expression had already given her away. The servant still decided to deny they were related, saying she didn't know the girl. This left Sankia completely confused. In desperation, the girl grabbed Ariadne's clothes. She screamed for help, clinging to her skirt and begging with tears in her eyes for any form of assistance. The girl hoped that at least this lady could take her away from this house and give her hope for a new life. Sancha refused to let go of Ariadne, feeling this was her only chance for salvation. Ariadne then turned to Melita and told her to go call an overseer. Several days had passed since Ariadne and Melita arrived at this cursed place that was once called a sanctuary for the poor. Our girl sat under a tree, her only wish being to have something to eat. A few days ago, she had asked the guard for some extra food for Sasha, but the man couldn't help her, as they couldn't possibly care for the poor any better than they already were. So to help the girl, our hero decided to give her all the food she was entitled to that day. Ariadne had only intended to do this for one day, so she truly didn't understand how she ended up giving all her food to the girl for the third day in a row. It's hard to dream of a bright future when your stomach is cramping from hunger and all you can think about is food. Ariadne thought of her vision again, and now she was certain she had seen Miletta's memories. No matter how hard she tried, Ariadne couldn't trigger those visions again. She touched the maid a few more times, but nothing happened, not even a repeat of the first vision. She figured the visions didn't necessarily depend on touch. There must be another trigger. She was still pondering this strange gift, but an apple appearing before her quickly pushed all those thoughts away. She looked up at the person offering her the most delicious apple in the world, but in that instant, fear seized her and a heavy, cold feeling settled in her soul. Memories hit her like a train of her past life where she had ended the Crown Prince with her own hands. That was the past, and this was the present. He was standing here, alive, offering her an apple, seeing the man she had pushed to his death with her own hands. Just standing there felt truly bizarre. She took the apple from his hand, their hands brushing for a fleeting moment. His warmth calmed her down, and she gave Prince Alfonso a sincere smile. She thanked him for the apple, and he sat down beside her, taking big bites of an apple himself. She thought to herself that in this life, she hadn't messed things up yet, so things would be different. She thought it might be the most delicious apple she had ever eaten. It was a pity it was finished so quickly. The meeting left her on edge, knowing she wouldn't get another chance to talk to Alfonso. So she wanted to try her best to make an excellent first impression and show her best side. She said she had been hungry for 3 days, but thanks to him, she felt much better. The prince mentioned that he had heard the noble lady had given her food to a sick child, and as Ariadne confirmed this, she was already calculating in her mind how to get closer to him. From an outsider's perspective, the two of them looked like either best friends or a budding couple. Finally, the Crown Prince told Ariadne bluntly that she was amazing. Ariadne acted very shocked and surprised by the compliment. In fact, she had achieved exactly the effect she wanted. She had successfully captured his attention with her actions. The prince fell into thought, admitting he probably wouldn't have shared his food, and Ariadne whispered back that she wouldn't have either. She said the only reason she acted so noble was because the local bread was so terrible it was impossible to swallow. The prince clearly hadn't expected this, and was at a loss for words that, "Oh, that's what it was," Alfonso concluded, still a bit flustered. Ariadne decided not to reveal that she knew he was the heir to the throne. Alfonso asked how long she would be at the house, and she said until tomorrow. The prince was worried she would go hungry again. He thought for a moment, then asked directly if she would give her food away again. Ariadne said she had planned to stop today. But then she said with a happy face that since she had received an apple, she could hold out a little longer. This sentence tugged at the Crown Prince's heartstrings once again. He decided to search all his pockets again. Remembering he had more on him than just apples, he told her she should eat properly, but this was all he had. Ariadne was completely stunned, staring at the cookie being offered to her. After taking the cookie and thanking him, Ariadne realized that getting close to him might not be as difficult as she first thought. Afterward, she said she should be heading back. This surprised the boy, who hadn't expected their conversation to be so short. She explained that she had to go back before anyone noticed she was missing from her class, adding sadly that she didn't know when they would be able to meet again. She left, happy that they had been able to talk, but leaving the prince with a hint of regret. Just then, the prince called out to her. He asked for her name, as he really wanted to find her again later. This was exactly what she had hoped for. Now, the Crown Prince would surely come looking for her. She turned around, secretly thrilled. She replied that her name was Ariadne. Then she repeated her name, but this time she said she was Ariadne de Mere. 5 days later, Ariadne returned to the cardinal's residence with Sancha. Lucrezia immediately demanded to know who Ariadne had brought back. She calmly replied that she had brought back the girl from the charity house. This answer did not satisfy the lady of the house. So she said sharply that Ariadne had no right to decide who to hire as a servant for this house. The lady continued, saying that despite her apologies, the girl was still disturbing her family's peace. Of course, Ariadne was prepared for this confrontation, so she had planned everything. She showed the handkerchief to her mother, telling her to take a closer look. Lucrezia was furious and refused to do as she was told, declaring that Ariadne couldn't fool her. But Isabella immediately recognized the handkerchief and lunged at her sister to snatch it away. The handkerchief was embroidered with the symbol AFS, which meant it belonged to Prince Alfonso. Isabella, both shocked and worried that Ariadne had the handkerchief, asked her how she got it. This was exactly the reaction the protagonist had hoped for. The girl replied that she had run into the prince by chance at the charity house. Apparently, the prince was there on an inspection and found Ariadne helping a local girl. It seemed the prince had anticipated that Ariadne would take the girl in and give her a job. Alfonso knew of the cardinal's good deeds, so he gave the handkerchief to Ariadne as a token of his gratitude, and if she didn't accept it, it would tarnish the family's honor. Of course, everything Ariadne said was complete nonsense, but the lady of the house wouldn't listen to a word of it and claimed Ariadne was doing this on purpose, just to mock her. Lucrezia screamed non-stop, demanding the girl be thrown out of the house immediately. The lady of the house pushed Ariadne towards the door, also yelling at her to get out of the house. The protagonist knew that without Sancha, she couldn't carry out her plan alone. Suddenly, Isabella said very seriously that she also wanted to go to that charity house in Rambouillet. This statement surprised everyone present, but Isabella's mother was the most shocked. She turned to her daughter and began to argue that a charity house was no place for someone like her. If Isabella wanted to see the prince, she should see him at a tea party. These words had an effect on her daughter, who replied that fine, she wouldn't go, but on one condition. The girl had to stay in their house, and this was Isabella's one and final condition. The older sister thought this was the only way she could have something to talk about with the prince, as her father hadn't given her any other opportunities to speak with Alfonso. Ariadne listened carefully to her sister's words, realizing she was unwittingly helping her with her plan. That foolish sister and her petty desires were helping Ariadne get one step closer to her goal. And so, Sancha stayed in the house as a servant. Soon, our protagonist planned to make her personal maid. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sneer as Alfonso's handkerchief was snatched from her hand. Isabella held up the handkerchief, declaring she would keep it for herself. She turned and headed upstairs, casually adding that her sister had done a good job. This reminded Ariadne that so far, her new life wasn't so different from her past one. There were always gains and losses. Sancha turned to the protagonist and thanked her for saving her. Sancha swore with a determined look that she would definitely repay this kindness. Ariadne was completely unprepared for the maid's gesture and, at the same time, felt a pang of guilt as she had only taken the girl in to use her. She placed her hand on the girl's head and said only, "Thank you," but she meant it. In that moment, Ariadne was genuinely grateful to this girl who was about to become a great help to her. A few days later, as Ariadne was going upstairs, she overheard a heated conversation between Isabella and their mother. Her sister was asking why the queen would suddenly invite them. The mother said gleefully that the queen must have finally heard of her daughter's beauty and wanted to see it for herself. Isabella decided she would definitely bring the Crown Prince's handkerchief. This conversation seriously disturbed our protagonist's thoughts and depressed her. She tried hard to recall what happened in her past life, but she was quite sure Isabella had never met the queen. When she entered her room, two maids were already waiting. You could tell at a glance how different their attitudes toward their work were. Mallet announced in a disgruntled tone that the lady had ordered them to prepare the young miss for an outing. Sancha, on the other hand, with her eyes shining, told her a carriage from the royal palace was waiting downstairs. Sancha also mentioned that they said they would take Lady Ariadne to see the queen. Our protagonist felt both excited and disappointed, because meeting the queen was a great thing, but she really didn't want to be with the lady and Isabella. The servants had already prepared a clean and pressed dress for her. Just then, Ariadne came up with a brilliant idea to completely mess with Lucrezia at the tea party. She trusted Sancha, so she went up to her and asked for her help with her plan. She wanted the maid to switch clothes with her so that Ariadne could slightly damage her sister's and Lucrezia's reputation. According to the Holy Scriptures, Isaac Gon had sacrificed himself twice. The first time he died alone, condemned by the people, but he was later resurrected. Afterward, to save the people from the divine wrath that had descended upon the continent, the saint sacrificed himself again. Thus, Isaac Gone was declared a saint, and everyone began to worship him. Today's ceremony was about the saint's first sacrifice, and the entire process was conducted in Caligo, which was the queen's native language. After listening to the entire ceremony, the lady and Isabella didn't understand a single word. However, they did their best to hide their confusion and were mostly successful. Lucrezia had given up learning the language long ago, while Isabella had only learned the basics. As the priest finished his sermon, Ariadne noticed a woman sitting a few rows ahead. At first, she couldn't believe it. It was Queen Margarita herself. She was captivated by the queen's noble aura, which was impossible to ignore. Ariadne had never seen her in her past life, only knowing her from portraits. Meanwhile, the priest was wondering why Isaac Gone would sacrifice himself for such foolish and immoral people. And just then, Isabella and her mother said, "Men." Ariadne was startled by her family's gaffe, which everyone noticed, including the queen. Meanwhile, Isabella sat there with an angelic expression on her face, practically glowing with happiness, convinced she had done perfectly. She didn't even care about the whispers of the churchgoers. Isabella kept drawing everyone's attention, declaring she was so happy the queen had invited her to mass today because she just loved this part of the saint's story. Her mother chimed in loudly, asking what part of the story Isabella liked so much, and casually mentioned that her calligraphy lessons were really paying off. The girl replied that she liked the last part, about the second sacrifice. And Ariadne thought to herself that her sister had probably only understood the word sacrifice in the priest's sermon. Because today's mass was about the saint's first sacrifice, Isabella continued to dig her own grave, declaring that Isaac Gone must be so happy to have so many people mourning him. The church visitors began to whisper more loudly, as no one liked the idea of mourning a saint who had been resurrected. They concluded the girl must be very young, considering how immature she was, and that she seemed jealous of his posthumous fame. Ariadne realized the cardinal's family reputation was plummeting, and she had to do something immediately to stop the embarrassment. So, the protagonist said loudly that in her opinion, Isaac Gone was a brave and remarkable man. The girl put on a sympathetic look and added that Saint Isaac was probably afraid of death. This eased the tension, and the parishioners began to talk about how kind Ariadne was and how devout she was to God. Meanwhile, our protagonist could finally breathe a sigh of relief and relax. The family's reputation was saved. Everyone's attention was drawn by the applause of a lady sitting next to the queen in the front row. She invited the guests to the hall, where tea would soon be served. The de Mere family stood up and followed the lady to the hall with anticipation. The queen had been observing the protagonist's family the whole time and noticed that the second daughter had a good command of Caligo. Now, Lucrezia, Isabella, and Ariadne were standing before the set tables, where the queen's regular guests were already seated. They were introduced to everyone present as members of the family of Cardinal de Mere. Lucrezia and Isabella said cheerfully that they had seen the queen at Mass. Ariadne was glad the queen had decided to attend the tea party in person. A guest immediately began to flatter Isabella, saying her dress was simply gorgeous. Ariadne glanced at the woman who was speaking and was completely caught off guard. She had never expected to see her here. She recognized her from the memories of her past life. She had once berated this lady for speaking ill of illegitimate children. Ariadne remembered it all as if it had happened yesterday. That night, she had stood up for Cesare's honor. The older noblewoman continued to chat, wondering who was so talented as to sew such a beautiful dress. Isabella stood up, showing off the beauty of the dress to its fullest, and said it was made by their family seamstress. The lady said their family's seamstress had skillful hands. It was a pity she couldn't commission anything. Just then, Lucrezia chimed in, saying that the Countess Marquez was welcome to use their seamstress anytime. As soon as the words were out, a look of contempt appeared on the Countess's face. She declared she saw no point in adding to the family worker's burden, seeing as she hadn't even finished a dress for the second daughter yet. Lucrezia didn't like these words or the way she spoke, and realized the difference in her daughter's attire was indeed too great. Lucrezia broke into a cold sweat when the Countess added that the lady of the Demare house still only cared for her eldest daughter, despite her being uneducated and in an informal marriage. The Countess finished by saying that all children should be treated equally, and any other practice was unacceptable in a noble family. Whispers began to spread around the table that the second daughter really shouldn't be treated that way. Isabella, thinking fast, said that her little sister had just returned from the countryside, where she had been for her weak health, so she didn't have many clothes. So to help, Isabella had given her one of her own old dresses. Everyone had simply misunderstood. The dress was so simple because it was made to Isabella's taste. Isabella asked Ariadne to confirm her story. The protagonist understood her sister's intentions. She said nothing, but to ease the tension, she told everyone that everything was just as her sister had said. But Ariadne wasn't about to yield to Isabella, so she added that a dress like this was already too perfect for someone like her. And then, as if completely by accident, she lifted the hem of her dress, revealing some ugly old stains. Everyone who saw it was speechless for a moment, and all they could do was gasp. Ariadne said she really liked the dress, even though she didn't know it had once been Isabella's. She was thrilled because she had dealt her sister a fatal blow and captured everyone's attention at the tea party. The nobles were stunned by what they saw. The fabric of the hem was badly yellowed and covered in stains, as if it had been used in the kitchen, and the whole garment looked more like a servant's uniform. Ariadne could see that she had succeeded in giving the impression that she was treated like a servant in her own home. This was exactly what all the guests began to whisper about at the table, right in front of Lucrezia. A noblewoman asked Isabella if her sister was wearing her old clothes, and she was completely caught off guard. Just then, the queen's voice was heard, telling all the guests to calm down. After that, she decided to question the eldest daughter. She asked about the petticoat, the one that was stained and yellowed. Queen Margarita asked Isabella point blank if she had ever worn that petticoat. Although her sister was as slippery as an eel, this time she couldn't think of a single word to answer the queen. That was enough for Margarita, who ordered Lucrezia to take her eldest daughter and go home. She called Lucrezia Lady de Rossi, which was a great humiliation. Ariadne was ecstatic because Lucrezia was not being acknowledged as a wife, but as a mistress. Afterward, the queen ordered her servant to call the second daughter over. The queen wanted Ariadne to change into a clean petticoat immediately, which made our protagonist a little worried and embarrassed. She still couldn't believe what was happening, but knew it was time to get up and follow the queen's servant. Walking down the empty corridors of the royal palace, Ariadne was flooded with countless memories. Memories from her past life. She looked around, completely overwhelmed by the various emotions welling up inside her. The image of Cesare, the man with whom she had spent 9 years within these walls, flashed before her eyes. Anger quickly surged, and she gripped the hem of her dress to calm herself. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Ariadne wished she could erase those memories from her life. It seemed she was too lost in thought because a few seconds later, she bumped right into the woman in front of her. Ouch, Ariadne thought, while the maid accompanying her just sighed heavily. It turned out the reason for the stop was the Crown Prince, who was walking towards them down the corridor. Upon spotting him, she called out his name loudly, as if not expecting to see him here. Alfonso hadn't expected to run into Ariadne in this corridor either. It seemed both of them were excited to see each other, though they both looked a little awkward. Ariadne composed herself, trying not to let the Crown Prince guess that she had known his identity all along. She feigned surprise and asked if Alfonso was the Crown Prince. He hesitated to answer, while the maid scolded Ariadne for daring to speak to the prince that way. The maid finally introduced Alfonso formally as the heir of King Leo III and Queen Margarita. The lady insisted that our protagonist treat the prince with the respect he deserved. Ariadne thought to herself that normally a cardinal's daughter would not bow to a palace maid. But this was the queen's right-hand woman, meaning Queen Margarita would know everything. She bowed her head and apologized for her inappropriate behavior. Alfonso told Carla it was his fault, since Ariadne didn't know he was a prince. Besides, they were friends. Of course, Carla immediately retorted that a prince and this girl could not possibly be friends. Alfonso countered that if someone became friends with him before knowing his identity, how could it not be a real friendship? The queen's servant simply stressed how important social status was and that we must follow the rules. For a moment, the prince stood there, glaring at Carla with displeasure. But it didn't last long, because a few seconds later, Alfonso gave Ariadne a sly, boyish smile. The boy suddenly grabbed her and pulled her closer. He yelled, "Run!" at Ariadne, and then, still pulling her by the hand, he ran ahead of her, completely ignoring Carla's shouts. They had a hard time shaking off all the onlookers, and now they just needed to catch their breath. It was only then that they both realized they were still holding hands, and they both got flustered and quickly let go. Ariadne smiled and pointed out that His Highness was being a little too obvious about their little rendezvous. Alfonso told her to just call him by his name. The girl said in a haughty tone that she probably wasn't allowed to be so disrespectful to His Highness, dragging out the last word. Alfonso said again that she didn't have to use his title with him. Ariadne decided to take advantage of his embarrassment and proposed a rather unique solution. She suggested it would be great if they could come up with fake names for each other. The prince was once again surprised by her idea, and he didn't even try to hide it. Ariadne playfully offered to think of a cute nickname for him, to which the flustered prince replied that Lady Ariadne seemed to be getting a little carried away. The girl retorted that if she called him by his real name every time they were in front of others, everyone would soon realize they were dealing with the prince. She reminded him that he wanted to be treated like a normal person, not the heir. So Alfonso agreed, though not entirely convinced it was the right thing to do. The idea of starting a secret relationship was a huge temptation for anyone. The prince reluctantly ended up agreeing to Ariadne's suggestion. Next, the couple painstakingly tried to come up with a name for the heir. Al and Fonzo were on the list, but the Crown Prince rejected them. The whole situation amused Ariadne, especially how easily the prince had agreed to the fake name plan. So our protagonist took the opportunity to place her hand on Alfonso's. She very naturally turned his palm over and traced the letter A on it with her finger. The prince blushed deeply and just watched Ariadne's every move. The more Alfonso looked at her, the more he wanted to be closer to her. You see, he felt free and happy around her and didn't want to let her go, wanted to spend all his time with her. But something was bothering him. He didn't want to scare her off, but he couldn't keep it inside forever. Alfonso told her there was something she didn't know yet. Hearing this, she became a little nervous. Because none of this had ever happened in her past life, the prince revealed that it was because of him that Ariadne was at the palace today. Someone had snitched to the queen that they had met at the charity house. He said the queen's spies would report his every move to her. But for some reason, the information about Ariadne had particularly caught her attention. It was time for Ariadne to reevaluate the prince. She had thought he was naive and ignorant, but now it seemed that Alfonso was well aware of everything happening around him. Ariadne thought it was pretty cool to see this side of the prince's personality. Alfonso guessed that his mother was just concerned about him, but this kind of all-encompassing surveillance, he didn't like it. The prince spoke with sadness, and you could tell that every word was a struggle for him. He tried to express his feelings, but then clammed up, deciding to keep it all to himself. He turned to her, looking flustered, and suggested they talk about something else. Just then, Ariadne suddenly moved closer, making Alfonso, who was with her, flustered all over again. She impulsively placed her hand on his head, not even knowing what she was going to do next. The prince gazed at her intently, wishing this moment could last forever. Without moving her hand, Ariadne said, "It must be cruel to carry such a burden." Then she pulled her hand back, deciding to put some distance between them. Her words deeply touched Alfonso. He felt that Ariadne understood him completely. Afterwards, Ariadne thought that Lady Carla was probably looking for her frantically, as the queen had ordered the handmaid to get Ariadne a new dress. So, even though they both wanted to stay together, she had to go. The prince didn't want her to leave, but he couldn't say it out loud. He had felt down when she left him at the orphanage, but this time it felt 10 times worse. Meanwhile, at her residence, Lucretia was furious about being publicly called Mrs. Rossi. Everything she could get her hands on was thrown and smashed on the floor. She cursed the queen's entire family, unable to calm down for a moment. Another vase smashed on the floor, right at the feet of Ariadne, who had just arrived home. The girl had expected this, but she didn't expect everything to be smashed to smithereens. Ariadne nonchalantly said she was back and addressed Lucretia as mother. But the lady declared that she was not to call her that. The mistress of the house started demanding an answer to one question. Did Ariadne intentionally soil her dress? This woman is just like that, Ariadne thought to herself. But the heroine said out loud that she didn't ruin it on purpose. She just had no other clothes. Lucretia then asked who was responsible for the dress. Without waiting for an answer, she yelled at the servants to search the girl's room and find the hidden petticoat. Ariadne was pleased with how things were going. Lucretia was furious, and she couldn't find any petticoat either. The protagonist was already calculating how to truly provoke Lucretia and make her shut up. But it looked like things were about to get out of hand, because Melita called out to Lucretia, which was definitely not a good thing. She declared that she knew who was to blame for the soiled hem of Ariadne's dress. Ariadne remembered that Melita was in her room when she was changing, so she might have overheard her plan to change clothes. This was Ariadne's mistake. She had forgotten to tell Melita to keep what she heard secret. Melita pointed her finger directly at Sancha, saying it was all her fault. Sancha was completely at a loss, looking at Ariadne in the hope that she could come up with something. She knew this whole affair would definitely not end well for her. Ariadne couldn't think of anything either, unless she exposed herself to save the girl from punishment. Having found the culprit, Lucretia grabbed Sancha by the hair and announced that the thief who stole the petticoat had finally been caught. But Sancha cried that it had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, Melita ran to Sancha's room and found the petticoat there. Ariadne was furious with herself. Although she had cleared her name, she had ended up framing an innocent person. Lucretia started punching and kicking the poor girl, who could only shield her head. A memory flashed through Ariadne's mind. Sancha saying she would repay her for saving her life. Anyway, back then, Ariadne had placed her hand on Sancha's head to thank her, but now she was the one who had framed her. Ariadne was at a loss, not knowing what to do. All she knew was that she was no different from Lucretia. Watching Sancha get beaten, her heart began to pound, and she felt another presence in her mind. She saw a phantom of her own missing finger, as if she had once again become the murderer who killed the Crown Prince. A voice echoed in her head again, talking about the golden rule. Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. The voice also said that you should treat others as you would like to be treated. The voice said that Ariadne had sacrificed another person for her own benefit, even though she herself was angry about being betrayed. Ariadne realized that only she could hear this voice. Lucretia had completely lost her mind, relentlessly beating the handmaid. Before she could react, Ariadne rushed forward, trying to protect Sancha. The handmaid saw the mistress brandishing a sharp pen and lunging at her. A few seconds later, blood was already dripping onto the floor. The girl froze, shielding her head with her hands, bracing for the blow, but it never came. Sancha turned around to find that Ariadne had jumped in front of her, taking the hit for her. The handmaid couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The blood on the floor was from a deep wound on Ariadne's back. When Sancha saw the wound on her mistress's back, she was horrified. Sancha asked Ariadne why she was so reckless as to jump in the way. Ariadne quietly told Sancha to tell Lucretia the truth of the matter. She wanted Sancha to say that she was just following her orders. But the handmaid just shook her head, refusing to do as Ariadne said. The girl was completely stunned, not expecting the handmaid to refuse to betray her even when Ariadne herself asked. Lucretia, having calmed down a bit by now, decided to deal with Ariadne. She raised her hand to strike, screaming that this ungrateful brat was trying to make a fool of her. But she couldn't complete her action because the head of the family appeared at the door. The cardinal was angry. He definitely did not like what had just happened here. Lucretia immediately turned to her husband, saying he had been away for so long that he had no idea what she had been through today. While the couple was arguing, Ariadne quickly took the handmaid back to her room. Once they were alone, the heroine turned to Sancha and looked her straight in the eye. Sancha was crying because her mistress's shoulder was badly injured, and they needed to apply some ointment to it right away. But Ariadne started saying that the handmaid should tell her mother and father the whole truth of the matter. Ariadne believed she was the sole culprit for this situation. But Sancha wasn't going to do that, so Ariadne asked her why she didn't want to confess and clear her name. The handmaid simply replied that her mistress had saved her life and she would definitely repay her, because Ariadne had become her savior. Ariadne's eyes welled up when Sancha said she would always be loyal to her. The heroine had been abandoned by her family, and her lover had turned his back on her. In her past life, she was all alone in this world. In this life, she was just as lonely. And now, it seemed someone had appeared who would never betray her. This made Ariadne feel warm inside, but also a little sad because she had only brought this handmaid here to help her with some selfish plans. After all the beatings and insults she had endured, Sancha remained loyal to our heroine, so Ariadne was immensely grateful to her. Overcome with emotion, Ariadne hugged the girl and apologized for everything, much to the handmaid's shock. With tears in her eyes and a choked voice, Ariadne said that from now on, she would always protect Sancha. After calming down a bit, she added that she would make sure Melita wouldn't bother Sancha anymore. Ariadne would do whatever it took to ensure no one threatened them, be it a handmaid or Lucretia. It was then that the girls' friendship became stronger than ever, and they both promised themselves to always protect each other. A few days had passed since that incident, but the scar on Ariadne's finger was still there, which started to worry her. The finger itself looked normal and didn't hurt. Perhaps she was just trying to convince herself. She remembered the feelings and the voice in her head, reminding her of the golden rule about good and evil. Just then, an unpleasant pulling and throbbing sensation started in my finger. For a moment, I thought it was going to disappear. Now, apart from the scar, everything was fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling and the memory. Seeing her mistress lost in thought and staring intently at her own finger for some reason, Sancha complained that you shouldn't keep rubbing an insect bite, as it would only make it worse. Ariadne showed her finger to the handmaid and asked if she noticed any swelling. Sancha didn't see any actual change, so Ariadne concluded she was just overthinking it. Ariadne sat down on the bed and told Sancha that she was completely different from when they first met at the orphanage. Ariadne had thought Sancha was like a little kitten, so shy and quiet, but she was actually quite feisty and sharp-tongued. Sancha didn't like the comparison, reminding her that she was long overdue for a slap on the wrist for her words. Ariadne agreed, quickly stood up, straightened her dress, and prepared to go to class. The girl was in a good mood and was about to leave. She told Sancha she would be back soon from her lesson. The handmaid looked equally happy and waved her goodbye. Ariadne picked up her notebook and headed for her Caligo language class. She thought to herself that time always flew by when she was with Sancha. The heroine was already planning in her head where to go with Sancha after class, but her thoughts were interrupted by Lucretia's voice coming from behind a closed door. Lucretia sounded like she was talking to the cardinal, asking him if Ariadne really had to live in this house. Our girl, of course, couldn't ignore such a conversation, so she stopped in front of the door and listened carefully. The door was slightly ajar, so she heard every word Lucretia said about how stubborn Ariadne was and how difficult it was to look after her. When the cardinal began to speak, saying that if Lucretia found it so difficult to live with Ariadne, a sense of dread washed over her, and her feeling was right, because her father then suggested marrying her off to Count Cesare as soon as possible. The cardinal didn't want to marry Isabella to Cesare because she was the family's treasure. To be honest, Cesare was an illegitimate child, and that marriage would do nothing to enhance the cardinal's family prestige. The father considered Isabella the true gem among all his children. He had been grooming her, pouring money and everything into her, and believed that only Crown Prince Alfonso was worthy of her. Ariadne thought that if her father was unwilling to marry Isabella to Cesare because she was too valuable, then she had to become a more valuable investment to the cardinal than her sister. So now, our girl had to come up with a plan to devalue her sister in her father's and everyone else's eyes. With this in mind, she stopped paying attention to her parents' conversation and finally headed to the classroom. The classroom was one of those bright and spacious rooms where you could hear the teacher chattering away behind the closed door. She paused to collect her thoughts, planning the steps needed to start devaluing Isabella now. After mentally rehearsing the teacher's likely reaction, Ariadne grinned and casually pushed open the classroom door. The teacher was telling Isabella that she should finish her studies early today because it was a special day for the family. To make a strong first impression, Ariadne greeted the teacher, Mrs. Romani, in Caligo. She curtsied, apologized for interrupting, and asked them to continue with the lesson. This entrance took Ariadne's sisters by surprise, and they didn't hide it, especially Arabella, who was so shocked that her textbook fell to the floor. The teacher was stunned by Ariadne's pronunciation and immediately asked where she had acquired such skills. Ariadne replied that she had learned the language in a village where Caligo people live. She explained that she had mastered the vocabulary and pronunciation, but with the teacher's help, she learned the grammar and other missing parts. This compliment, that thanks to the teacher all her knowledge finally came together, deeply moved Mrs. Romani. The teacher immediately said that Ariadne had not only perfectly mastered the foreign language, but also had impeccable manners and etiquette. Mrs. Romani declared that she had taught many children, and Ariadne undoubtedly had a gift for learning. The younger sister couldn't believe what was happening and demanded Ariadne explain why she was so proficient in Caligo. Arabella genuinely thought her sister must have cheated somehow. There was no other possibility. Ariadne interrupted her sister and gave her a gentle hug to calm Arabella down. The heroine told her that she couldn't say such things in front of the teacher. The teacher asked the girls, quite sure she remembered correctly, that Ariadne had not yet had her debutante ball. This made Arabella very uneasy. Mrs. Romani then said that she thought their second sister was perfectly ready to enter society, which greatly annoyed Isabella. The eldest daughter knew that all the attention that was supposed to be hers was now completely focused on Ariadne. This made Isabella burn with rage. How dare that illegitimate girl show off like that? Isabella swore to herself that she would never lose this battle against Ariadne. She decided that on that day, all eyes in the city would be on her and her alone. Isabella was already imagining her look with a tight corset to show off her already impressive figure. The eldest daughter was already thinking about what her cross would look like, what makeup to choose, and the sensation she would cause among the nobility. This was indeed indisputable. I mean, Isabella's beauty stood out among all the girls in the city. It was believed that nobles and royals were people who had accumulated a lot of good karma in their past lives, while commoners had made great mistakes. So these blessed souls had to guide and manage the sinful ones so they could move up in rank in their next life. This is why the ruling class had absolute power, as if they were basically speaking for God. Once a month, everyone, both royals and commoners, would gather to listen to the cardinal's mass, where he would impart some knowledge of the Holy Spirit to the people. The place was packed when the cardinal and his entire family finally appeared. The wealthy ladies were thrilled to finally see Isabella. The girl's beauty was the talk of the town. Isabella de Moore radiated love, attracting the gazes of everyone, regardless of their age or power. The socialites were already scrutinizing every detail of her outfit. That magnificent blue dress, that golden cross that looked like it was made by the jeweler Luca himself. The young men cherished every second she walked by, as the cardinal's eldest daughter was simply divine. Isabella walked with her head held high and a triumphant smile. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She walked to her seat, pretending not to notice all the admiring glances cast her way. Then Isabella overheard whispers about the girl following behind her, saying no one knew who she was. She turned around and confirmed they were talking about Ariadne. This meant Isabella had nothing to worry about. She would never lose a beauty contest to her sister. Ariadne was wearing a somber black dress, her hair was up, and she wore no makeup. Isabella's mood improved even more. Her sister looked pathetic. The heroine had fully expected this reaction from her sister. Ariadne thought to herself that the foolish Isabella would soon lose her crowd of admirers, because she knew that something was about to happen that would make everyone forget how beautiful Isabella was today. If Ariadne's information was correct, today was also a major turning point for her. In her past life, what happened today led to Ariadne becoming Count Cesare's fiancée. On that day, King Leo III of Asters saved the cardinal and offered de Moore a deal in exchange for his help. The king said de Moore had to help his illegitimate son, Cesare, establish himself in high society. With the cardinal's machinations, Cesare finally gained some damn power. And so, the illegitimate son Cesare ended up marrying Ariadne, who was basically useless for his status. So Ariadne had to do everything in her power today to make sure history didn't repeat itself. That's why she was panicking inside, though she hid it well from others. She clutched her dress, trying to calm down, and prayed to the gods for help. Ariadne prayed that the original events of today's reading would play out the same, giving her a chance to change her destiny. Meanwhile, Count Cesare was arriving at the church with his mother, watching the cardinal's family from upstairs. His gaze was fixed on the beautiful Isabella d'Amore. She was the perfect partner for him, a combination of beauty and high social standing. Cesare believed Isabella would be the perfect stepping stone on his path to the throne. It's no wonder Cesare was considered the most handsome man in the kingdom. Every girl wanted to be the one he chose. Cesare owned magnificent steeds and the rarest jewels. He never lacked female attention, and he actively took advantage of it. Everyone was jealous of him because he was the favorite son of the king and his beloved mistress, Rubina. Because of this, Cesare believed that only such a perfect girl could be his wife. He felt it was time to visit the cardinal again and ask for Isabella's hand in marriage. Then, Cesare noticed his father, who was sitting in the royal box with his wife and son. Just then, the king was having a pleasant conversation with his legitimate son, which greatly annoyed Cesare. Seeing his father talking to Alfonso, Cesare felt jealous and unfairly treated. He hated Alfonso to the core, believing that he, Cesare, was the only one worthy of being by his father's side. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists, trying not to show his emotions and calm himself down a bit. The mistress and her illegitimate son had still not given up hope of stepping into the spotlight and officially standing by the king's side, just like the crown prince and his mother. Cesare turned away from the royal box, but he still couldn't shake the irritation he felt every time he saw his brother, Alfonso. At that moment, Cesare's gaze was drawn to a girl in a black dress walking behind Isabella. He didn't remember seeing her with a D'Amore family before. Cesare turned to his mother and asked who the girl walking with the D'Amore family was. She replied that it was the cardinal's second daughter with his mistress, and that she had managed to impress the queen. The count saw nothing special about Ariadne, so he didn't understand what had caught the queen's eye. He voiced this thought to his mother, but she retorted that it was pointless to judge by appearances, especially since the girl had managed to win the favor of someone as picky as her. Cesare thought, even if the cardinal's daughter was smart, what good would it do? There was no place for women to use their intellect. Cesare's mother asked him if he had ever thought about how she had reached her position today. The mother was surprised. Did Cesare really think she became the favorite mistress just because of a pretty face? Her son stared blankly at his mother, lost in thought, trying to figure out how to respond. Finally, he said, "Wasn't it your beauty that got you that position?" His mother replied sadly that her son was a poor fool. But it was time to end the conversation, as the visiting priest's sermon was about to begin. When Cesare saw who was going to address the citizens today, he was stunned. It was Apostle Acerito, who had recently become very popular in certain circles. The poor and needy across the country adored him because he talked about religion in a completely different way. Basically, he was spouting nonsense that even the poorest people and sinners could become sons of God. According to him, even a poor person could attain high-class status for birth. This was exactly what the apostle began to talk about today, which caused whispers among the nobles. They were all angry. He spoke of Isaac as if he were just an ordinary man, which went completely against the church's teachings, and this panicked the cardinal. The parishioners began to talk among themselves, saying that this priest's speech needed to be stopped as soon as possible. The apostle continued, speaking of the saint as just an ordinary man who had been empowered by God. Cardinal d'Amore realized he was listening to a heretic who was breaking all the rules of the church. He knew that at this mass, which he was hosting, this apostle was trampling on the faith. In Bishop d'Amore's mind, he could already see himself being sentenced to death as a heretic. But the bishop couldn't just rush up and interrupt the speech, because the priest had been invited by the king. He was completely at a loss, and every extra second he spent thinking only made him panic more. The apostle kept talking about Isaac, and for emphasis, he slammed his hand down on the Bible. When the bishop heard what he said next, he didn't even know how to react. The apostle cried out, raising his hands to the sky, and declared that Isaac was the Son of Man. Just then, a girl burst in, interrupting him by throwing open the main doors. With a fire of confidence and anger burning in her eyes, Ariadne walked straight toward the apostle. No one expected her to make an entrance like this. The apostle was stunned, while her father could only stare at her in horror. Everyone in the church turned their heads to watch the girl stride forward as if she owned the place. Stopping about halfway down the aisle, Ariadne challenged the apostle, saying he had no right to go against sacred tradition. She then quoted scripture, saying that Isaac was divine from the very beginning. beginning. The apostle retorted that God created his son from nothing, so Isaac was his creation and therefore not divine. Ariadne questioned who gave him the right to twist the scriptures to his liking. Cesare countered that God is one, so Isaac could only be an ordinary man granted divine power and nothing more. Ariadne decided to quote the Gospel of Paul, which detailed Esau's manifestation in the flesh as the Father and the Holy Spirit. This passage caught the congregation off guard and made them start to seriously consider her words. Her father knew what she was doing and was worried sick, yet he hoped Ariadne would teach this heretic the lesson he deserved. The girl had nearly cornered him when she questioned the apostle, asking if he thought he knew the scriptures better than the original 6 apostles. She grabbed his robes, accusing him of ignoring the Holy Scripture. A wave of whispers rose from the church, with people murmuring that one could not deny the Bible, and that the apostles' words sounded like the philosophy of Maurice. The king, watching from the balcony, thought that this apostle looked like a heretic. Just then, a servant approached him and asked if they should throw the man out of the church. The king asked the servant who he was referring to. The man said, as if it were obvious, "I'm talking about the girl, of course. She completely ruined the priest's sermon." The king just smiled faintly, finding the whole affair more and more amusing. He told the servant that they should have thrown the apostle out long ago, but he didn't see what the girl had done wrong and told him to find out who she was. Just then, Alfonso interjected that her name was Ariadne. The king had not expected to hear that name at all, especially from his own son. Alfonso turned to his father with a foolish grin and said that Ariadne was his friend. Meanwhile, the girl continued to press the apostle, who staggered backward, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. The bishop didn't know how to clean up this mess, racking his brains with his head bowed. Just then, a man entered the church and shouted, "Where is the sinner, Alejandro?" He had not come alone. A large group of church personnel followed him, claiming to be there for the heretic on the orders of the church leader, Louis. The congregation began to whisper again, murmuring about the appearance of church officials. The apostle Alejandro was scared out of his wits, too weak to even stand up. The bishop squinted to get a better look at the man's face, then stood up, realizing that the one who had burst in was the inquisitor himself. He didn't know why the inquisitor had arrived so quickly, but the bishop had to hurry forward and explain the situation. Meanwhile, the inquisitor demanded they drag the heretic out so he could announce the charges. The inquisitor announced that the Acerrito school was now considered heresy for distorting the Holy Scripture. This meant Alejandro was branded a heretic and excommunicated from the church. The sentence was effective immediately, but that wasn't all. The inquisitor's gaze began to scan the crowd, searching for the bishop who had allowed this to happen. De Maire was rushing down the stairs, shouting from a distance to get the inquisitor to hear his explanation, but the inquisitor wouldn't listen, simply replying sharply that the bishop was also responsible for this heretic. In the great cathedral, the bishop's heart twisted in fear as he realized he too was going to be punished. De Maire thought that someone must be deliberately framing him, trying to sideline him in church affairs. The bishop knew that if the inquisitor came on behalf of the church, then every word he spoke was law. He barely held on to what little composure he had left, tried to explain himself without angering the church representative. The bishop began to explain that he was not the one who had invited the apostle today, but just then, Ariadne cut in. She approached the inquisitor and asked him to hear her out. All of this had already happened in her past life, and Ariadne remembered every detail of this day. This was the most crucial part of her performance, the part that would decide her future. The inquisitor, not knowing who she was, told Ariadne that a commoner had no say in such matters. Even so, Ariadne bravely looked the inquisitor straight in the eye and began to speak. She introduced herself as the bishop's second daughter, hoping this would elevate her status in the inquisitor's eyes. Ariadne declared that her father had not collaborated with the apostle Alejandro and was horrified by the heresy the accused had spread today. She said that for this very reason, her father had prepared in advance to refute everything Alejandro might say. Her father didn't know what his daughter was planning, but since he had no way to refute it, he could only tell Ariadne to be quiet lest she make things worse. So the inquisitor wouldn't hear. Her father told her very quietly that she was being too reckless and had no right to make such statements. The inquisitor wasn't pleased either, thinking the girl was just trying to play him for a fool. The church official thought the bishop had gone too far, first by inviting a heretic to speak, and then by getting his daughter involved. He was growing impatient and summoned the bishop and his daughter. In a threatening tone, he said that the de Mere family was making a mockery of this mass. Ariadne realized the official was taking their actions as a sign of disrespect, but she wasn't going to back down. She knew that if she took even one step back, her entire plan would fall apart. She walked confidently toward the Inquisitor and told him she was acting entirely out of respect for the church leader. Since he was the one who had invited the Apostle Acerrito to San Carlo, her father had no right to interfere before his speech began, as that would have been disrespectful to His Holiness the Pope. The Inquisitor understood the logic in the girl's words, so he didn't interrupt her. Seeing the change in the Inquisitor's expression, Ariadne realized she had seized the initiative. She said that her father was deeply concerned about the man's speech and had already gathered evidence to publicly refute it. After saying this, she looked at her father and asked if she was right, hoping the bishop would understand her hint. The head of the de Mere family was at first uncertain about his daughter's actions and hesitated slightly before answering. Ariadne looked at him with an expression that said, "Everything is under control. You just have to trust me." After seeing this and overcoming his fear, the bishop finally took a deep breath and confirmed his daughter's words. He swore that his daughter was telling the truth and that he had prepared evidence, intending to present it immediately after the apostle's speech. The bishop, getting into his role, stated that he found it suspicious that His Holiness the Pope had invited this apostle here, and that there was clearly another arrangement. This statement completely convinced the Inquisitor that the de Mere family was innocent. The parishioners also chimed in, confirming that it was the bishop's daughter who had personally stopped the heretic and saved the reputation of San Carlo. The faithful said the second daughter was brave, pious, and revered the scriptures, worthy of being a bishop's daughter. They even called her the hero of the city. After all this, the Inquisitor had no choice but to believe their words. He declared the matter closed for the day, and Ariadne could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing she had saved her father's situation. Most importantly, Ariadne had elevated her status in the bishop's eyes and even postponed her engagement to Cesare. Now, the heroine could finally focus on her own life without constantly worrying about marrying that count. She was free now and might even have more time to spend with the Crown Prince. Back at the castle, the king had to admit that de Mere's second daughter was not as simple as she first appeared. He even felt as if he had just watched a well-orchestrated play, staged especially for him by the church. He concluded that an act like the girl's could not go unrewarded. He just needed to figure out the best way to thank the young lady to maximize the royal family's interests. A servant suggested that a young woman like her would appreciate some jewelry or a magnificent dress, but the king suddenly said that the best reward would be the heart of the deep blue sea. This was so unexpected that the servant forgot all etiquette and could only ask, dumbfounded, if he had really heard heart of the deep blue sea. They were talking about a huge and rare blue sapphire, which legend said was left on the shore by a dolphin. The gem's deep color and mysterious origin made it the most coveted piece of jewelry for all women, one of whom was Countess Rubina, the king's mistress and Cesare's mother. For years, she had been begging her lover to give her that jewel. The king still couldn't believe he was about to give such a rare jewel to a girl he barely knew. His Majesty smiled faintly, remembering how much his mistress coveted that gem. The king thought it would be wonderful if Ariadne married his son and then returned the sapphire to the family. The poor servant was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond to the king's ramblings. The king concluded that it would be a great victory if he could connect de Mere's second daughter to his family through marriage. Specifically, he wanted her to marry his favorite illegitimate son, Cesare. The father called Ariadne to his side to discuss what happened in the church in private. He asked the girl where she got the ideas she had voiced during the service. Ariadne replied that she had gotten bored and read all the books in his house. Her father, not expecting this, turned and asked if his daughter had really figured all this out on her own. He said bluntly that it was impossible for a 15-year-old to understand such books on her own. Ariadne had already expected her father wouldn't believe this story, so she began to rattle off the books that had influenced her the most, such as Notes on the Essence of Saints and an entire treatise on the Trinity. The old man was stunned and asked if she had really read all that nonsense. Ariadne said that the true value of these books becomes apparent when you focus on the sentence structure, and it becomes clear that the Father and the Son are one. It was hard to say exactly what the bishop was feeling, but he was definitely shocked by his daughter's deep religious knowledge, especially since she had lived in the countryside her whole life. Ariadne let him know that she was fascinated by religion and was always ready to support her father. Her father then asked if Ariadne wanted to go to the great temple to study religion, but she said she would only embarrass herself, as she didn't know nearly enough for a place like that. She said she wanted to continue her studies at home and would ask her father directly if there was anything she didn't understand. This answer pleased the bishop, and he told his daughter she could go. Ariadne bowed and left, thinking the conversation had been much easier than she had expected. She had just reached the door when her father called out to her, startling her just as she was finally starting to relax. She turned and asked what he wanted, secretly hoping he wouldn't press her further about what happened in the church. The bishop just looked at her calmly and intently. Then he turned and looked out the window again, as if struggling to find the right words. Finally, he said softly that she had done well, something Ariadne had never heard from him before. Meanwhile, Count Cesare was chugging wine, with empty bottles and spilled glasses scattered across the table. But it wasn't enough, so Cesare decided to open another bottle. His mother interrupted his drinking session, asking if he had heard the rumors about the bishop's second daughter. His mother said they were calling her the savior of San Carlo and thought her very pious. She felt it wasn't surprising that a bishop like him would have such a perfect daughter, and now the whole kingdom was singing her praises. Cesare had no interest in hearing about Demer's second daughter, so he just kept drinking from the bottle, ignoring his mother. This did not sit well with Rubina. She glared at her son and declared that his future wife must be a woman of high moral character, just like this girl. One day, Cesare would be king, and he would need a woman worthy of standing by his side. Cesare was a little annoyed by this, but quickly calmed down and slammed his empty glass on the table. He told his dear mother that the throne would pass to King Alfonso's legitimate son. So how could Cesare possibly become king? His mother wouldn't listen and just repeated again that Cesare was talking back to her. She said she had told him 1,000,000 times that his father loved him, and that was why he could become king. Cesare shot up from his seat and walked over to his mother. He hated it when Rubina started talking about the king's love for him. He said, how could his father possibly love him when he hadn't given him any land, only a paltry noble title? Rubina was furious at her son for disrespecting her status and his father. Cesare, now angry and a little drunk, grabbed the first glass at hand and smashed it. His mother retorted sharply, telling him he had no right to treat the person who gave birth to him like that. She grabbed his shirt, hoping that would be enough to get her point across. His mother pulled him closer and repeated with immense conviction that he would be king. Then she let go of the man, who was speechless at this declaration. She added that there were rumors the king planned to give the heart of the deep blue sea to that second daughter of Demer. She reminded her son that she had always wanted that piece of jewelry. Cesare, straightening his shirt, said he remembered her desire for the heart of the deep blue sea quite clearly. He remembered his mother telling him what an astrologer had told her. I said that whoever possesses that sapphire will become king. That way, Rubina could become queen, and Cesare could gain the status of a true son. And it seemed that this prophecy was starting to come true. With that, his mother moved closer. She embraced him, reminding him that everything she did was for his bright future. So Cesare had to get that gem, whatever the cost. Ariadne received a letter saying the king wanted to see her at the royal palace. So she got ready and went to see the queen. And so, the heroine found herself at the royal palace again, a place where her dreams had never come true in her past life. But today, she was filled with optimism, gazing boldly into the future. Her father reminded her to mind her manners, be humble, and not cause any trouble. As the carriage carrying her father drove away, Ariadne stared after it, still unable to believe her father had personally escorted her to the palace. The invitation had come from the queen, so it seemed she would be thanking Ariadne on the king's behalf. The girl realized that the trick she had played to avoid, or at least postpone, her marriage to Cesare had gotten much bigger than she intended. Ariadne looked at herself in the mirror, wearing a dress that was both simple and elegant. She twirled around, feeling she looked too plain. The girl thought that adding a flower would make her look more sophisticated. At first, she wondered where she could find a flower in the royal palace, but her memory soon gave her the answer. Ariadne headed deeper into the garden, where flowers that matched her dress grew, if she remembered correctly. She remembered seeing peonies somewhere in the backyard. She just had to find them. A familiar male voice, calling her name, interrupted her search. It was Alfonso, who for some reason was sitting in a tree. Perhaps he had climbed it to watch for her arrival. Ariadne was surprised to see the man in the park, especially sitting so high up in a tree. The prince didn't seem surprised, but rather amused, and waved at her from the tree as soon as he saw her. And so, they were together, sitting side by side, not knowing how to start conversation. They sat so close their hands almost touched, but neither dared to close that last, tantalizing inch of distance. It was then that Alfonso noticed Ariadne was wearing a light-colored dress, the kind that could easily get dirty. She joked that someone hadn't really thought about light-colored dresses before ordering her to climb up. Without a second thought, the prince gestured for her to sit on him, which completely took her by surprise, and which she secretly found a little wonderful. He just wanted Ariadne to come up and didn't care at all what others might think. She was a little overwhelmed by the idea of sitting on the prince's lap, finding the gesture quite bold. But Ariadne decided in her heart that now was definitely not the time to hesitate if she wanted to keep Alfonso's passion alive. Because thanks to this man, Ariadne had been able to dodge her wedding to Cesare and break free from the de Mere family for good. And so, she sat on his lap, her heart in a flutter, but she didn't let it show. If anyone saw the prince and Ariadne like this, there would be big trouble. Her heart was pounding, her thoughts were a mess, and she couldn't even figure out what she really wanted. Fortunately, or unfortunately, she soon heard the prince whisper a soft there, and she had no idea what he meant. Her romantic notions were instantly shattered when she saw that the prince had just placed a cloth on the branch. Alfonso, pleased with himself, said that this way her dress wouldn't get dirty. But Ariadne was no longer worried about her dress. She was frustrated that her romantic moment had been for nothing. Alfonso asked her why she had come to the palace today. She told him that Queen Margherita had summoned her for an audience. The prince guessed it was a reward for her performance at the mass. He mentioned that his father regretted not being able to grant her a knighthood. Ariadne replied that she regretted it too, as she could have become a knight of the kingdom. Alfonso asked if she really wanted to be a knight, as it came with many responsibilities. If it really came to that, then one day Alfonso would knight her himself. The girl smiled and said that if that day ever came, she would have to swear an oath of fealty to the prince. She cleared her throat dramatically and put on a serious face, preparing to give her speech. She looked at Alfonso and swore that from this day forward, she would be loyal only to her master. She would protect the prince from any hardship and place his safety above her own life. Ariadne swore to speak only the truth to her master, to carry out all his commands, and to always be by his side. Alfonso was very flustered by that last part, and asked if she really meant she would be with him forever. To this, Ariadne playfully asked if the prince didn't believe her. Just like every time before, the couple's time together flew by. Alfonso looked at her intently, and said that if she were always by his side, he could become a great ruler. Such a candid statement seemed to take her completely by surprise again. The feeling of ease and warmth vanished, replaced by heavy pressure and the sting of remembering her past life. I clearly remembered how I had lured Alfonso into a trap and snuffed out his life. The thought that I had betrayed him so cruelly back then and was now swearing an oath of fealty to him made me sick. I thought about what would happen if Alfonso ever found out what I did to him. He would cast me aside like a bad habit. Distraught, my hand slipped from the thin branch, and I started to lose my balance. I began to fall, but luckily, the Crown Prince's reflexes were incredibly fast. He managed to catch me, and now we were much too close. Barely realizing how close we were, Alfonso still looked at me in alarm and asked if I was okay. Still in shock, I just looked back at the man who had saved me. Finally, I smiled and sincerely thanked him for saving me from such an embarrassing death. Alfonso backed away a little and told Ariadne to be careful, and she completely agreed. She felt these new emotions stirring inside her, a warmth she wasn't used to. She realized that the warmth was coming from her heart. This can only mean one thing. Just then, Alfonso asked Ariadne why she was on this side of the garden, as the audience hall was in the other direction. Ariadne had forgotten why she had come to the garden, so she smiled and said she wanted to find a flower to decorate her dress so she wouldn't look too plain. Alfonso was surprised that she would think herself plain because he found her very beautiful. Ariadne hadn't expected such a compliment at all, so the expression on her face was one of genuine surprise. In a fluster, she blurted out that probably no other girl had come to the palace looking as shabby as she did. As soon as the words were out, she knew that last sentence was a mistake. Alfonso hadn't expected Ariadne to worry about such things, because in his eyes, she had no flaws. He glanced at the trim on her sleeve and thought it would be the perfect solution to her plain dress. He tied the ribbon in her hair and was very pleased with the effect of his masterpiece. She gently tugged at her ponytail and found it was actually very comfortable. She was very moved that the prince had personally taken off his own ribbon and gave it to her. Watching the Crown Prince blush shyly for having done something he had never done before, Ariadne could see how naive and kind he was. His gesture made Ariadne happy again, and she thanked the young man once more. The queen read aloud a letter of thanks from His Majesty the King, which mentioned a reward for the cardinal's daughter. The king's letter concluded by saying that he hoped Ariadne would continue to bring glory to the kingdom. After reading the letter, the queen ordered the girl to stand up so she could begin presenting the reward. Margarita was holding the box, saying she hadn't expected the king to choose that particular gift. Curious about Her Majesty the Queen's words, Ariadne asked what was in the box. The heroine was supposed to receive a bounty of 50 gold ducats, as well as a jewelry box from the queen, which she called a trinket. And the grandest prize was the heart of the deep-sea sapphire. The girl did not want this gift at all. She knew that possessing it would bring nothing good. She knelt and pleaded with them not to give her such a reward, as she was not worthy of it. The queen watched the second daughter of the de Mere family in silence, understanding perfectly why she did not want the jewel. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd, wondering how anyone could refuse something so valuable, an item that could become a family heirloom. Ariadne still hoped to refuse the jewel, but she was beginning to realize it might not be possible. To many, the jewel was a great fortune, but she was different. She knew it was a direct threat to her life. After all, anyone who wanted the jewel would now pose a threat to her. Margarita said she understood the girl's reasons for refusing, but she could not withhold the gift, as it was an order from His Majesty the King. The queen leaned down toward the girl, telling her to accept the gift so they wouldn't be overheard. Margarita whispered that Ariadne could not protect herself alone and that she must crush anyone who wanted the jewel. The queen added that it was crucial for the girl to find a solution, one that would make all her enemies hesitate. She stood up alone, saying that finding such a solution would not be easy, but it was the heroine's only way out. Spurred on by these words of encouragement, Ariadne immediately began to think about how to handle the situation as safely as possible. The girl asked if she had the right to ask for something else. The queen thought to herself, was this second daughter of hers too brave or too bold? Ariadne knew that for someone of her status, this was overstepping, but she could not back down. The queen allowed her to state her request, but with every word she spoke, the queen's gaze grew sterner. After Ariadne finished speaking, the queen told the girl she was speaking nonsense. The girl was startled. She had not expected this kind of reaction from the queen to her request, but it turned out that Margarita simply wanted to clarify that it was more than one request. The queen pointed out that the second daughter of the de Mere family had asked for two things as soon as she opened her mouth. The girl immediately grew excited, as her hastily concocted plan seemed to be actually feasible. The queen declared that getting what she wanted would not be an easy task, but at the same time, according to the queen, a suitable gift for Ariadne was already prepared. The heroine was stunned. What kind of gift had the king and queen prepared for her? One of the queen's noble lady friends told Ariadne that she greatly resembled the queen in her youth, which was why Margarita was so fond of her. Margarita's ladies-in-waiting also chimed in, saying Ariadne was as intelligent and humble as Margarita had been when she was young. The queen smiled in agreement, saying that there might indeed be some resemblance between them. The queen felt that this girl deserved a much better life than her own. Back at home, Isabella and Lucretia began to look through the jewelry box Margarita had given them. They examined every piece of jewelry, completely stunned by the queen's gift. Isabella was completely captivated by a pair of amethyst earrings, saying their color was a perfect match for her eyes. The eldest daughter immediately pointed this out, telling their mother that the earrings were practically made for her. Isabella grabbed Ariadne's hand like a good sister and spoke to her with sweet words. She begged for the earrings, saying they would be bored if they weren't shown off on someone so beautiful. Ariadne knew her sister was a handful, but she hadn't expected her to ask for them so directly. Lucretia also believed that anything that came into this house should be shared by everyone. Ariadne looked sadly at her sister and mother, knowing they would not like what she was about to say. She said she would be happy to share the jewelry, but she was not allowed to. Isabella's expression changed instantly, and she said that if Ariadne didn't want to share with her family, she should just say so. The heroine quickly denied it, saying that wasn't the case at all. The problem was, these were gifts from the queen to Ariadne, engraved with her majesty's initials. So if she gave the jewelry away, it would be a blatant defiance of the queen's will, and the person who wore them would be punished for bringing shame upon the royal family. Isabella and her mother were completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. But Ariadne wasn't finished with her bombshells. She remembered another matter she needed to inform Lucretia about. The head of the family watched his second daughter intently as she held a letter which stated that the bounty of 50 gold ducats had been donated to the Labuya House of Charity. Ariadne said she had donated all the money to the charity house in her name. Lucretia was furious that Ariadne had dared to dispose of the money as she pleased. She flew into a rage at the girl, screaming and asking why she had done it. But Ariadne replied that it was all to enhance the family's reputation. In her fury, Lucretia raised her hand to strike the girl, but was stopped by the sharp rebuke of the head of the family. He rushed to his wife and daughter to separate them, as he had anticipated this outcome from the beginning. The cardinal reminded Lucretia that many nobles and church officials were watching their family, so she needed to stop being greedy and be more humble. After admonishing his wife, the cardinal went over to look at the jewelry they had received and called out to Ariadne. Her father took her silence as confirmation and suggested opening the box to see what the jewel looked like. Ariadne figured she couldn't hide the heart of the deep sea anyway, so she might as well show them the damn necklace. Lucretia and Isabella immediately started chattering about how much it could be worth, while the father continued to speak with his other daughter. He said she had no safe place to store the jewel, so she should leave it in his room. The father asked Ariadne what she thought of this, but she just remained silent. Although 1,000 thoughts were racing through her mind, she was stalling for time, hoping her salvation would arrive at any moment. But there was no knock on the door, and her father was still waiting for an answer. Ariadne's nerves were about to snap. She finally began to speak, saying that she thought his proposal would probably be, each word spoken more slowly than the last, buying precious seconds. Then, finally, a loud knock came from the main door of the cardinal's house. Ariadne knew it was the sound of her salvation. Her expression changed instantly from extreme tension to a flash of relief. The person who entered announced that he had come on the orders of Queen Margarita de Carlo. He then read out that the queen had sent an iron bar chest for the second daughter of the Demer family to store the precious gift. The queen's messenger said the chest must be placed in Ariadne's room. She was about to say that she lived in the attic when her father cut her off. He announced that the chest must be placed in the westernmost room on the second floor. That was the eldest son's room. His wife immediately reminded the head of the family, but the cardinal replied in a low voice that they couldn't let anyone know their daughter lived in an attic. This was a perfect outcome for Ariadne, as she would not only get to keep her jewelry, but also get a comfortable, large room. The girl smiled to herself and told her family she was going to her new room. Upon entering her brother's former room, Ariadne was immediately delighted to have a bedroom and a study. It turned out that Ariadne had asked the queen if part of the 50 gold ducats could be used to make the chest, with the rest of the money to be withdrawn when needed. This was the only way to keep Lucretia from getting the money. To cover this up, our girl had requested that a corresponding order be written, the very one that had just been read to her family. Earlier, Ariadne had been unsure if the queen would agree to her request to use the charity house as a cover. The girl was very grateful to Margarita, especially for giving her the engraved jewelry, which saved it from being taken by her mother and sister. Because she had been so good to Ariadne, the girl's situation was really starting to improve. Sancha knocked and entered, announcing that another person from the royal palace was there to see her. Sancha handed her a box that had been left for her. She figured that since it was from the palace, it must be a gift from Alfonso. Not wanting to intrude, Sancha quickly left the room, while Ariadne stared at the unexpected gift. Lost in thought, when she finally tore open the box, she was stunned by what was inside. It was a jeweled hairpin, along with a note with a hastily scrawled message. Ariadne picked up the note, eager to find out who had sent the gift. Although the note wasn't signed, it didn't take her long to guess. She knew at once who had sent it. The entire note consisted of a single letter, A. There was only one person who would send such a message. Time flew by, and our girl settled completely into her new quarters. Sancha loved the room, especially the bed, saying it was super soft and comfortable. Ariadne told her that now that she had 2 new maids, she didn't have to do everything herself. Sancha turned to her in a huff, saying the mistress shouldn't trust new maids so easily, especially with something like personal care. The maid was unhappy that she had left so much work to them, including cleaning the study. Their playful argument was interrupted by a knock on the door. They were both surprised, as they weren't expecting anyone. It was Isabella, who had brought a musical instrument for Ariadne. When they asked why she was there, Isabella said irritably that she hadn't come to hang out, but to make sure her second sister didn't do anything stupid. Ariadne figured her little sister was just bored, so she decided not to send her away. Ariadne remembered that in this house, the youngest daughter was always overlooked. No one in the de Mere family seemed to care about her. Hippolyte was the only son, and Isabella was the apple of their eye. So all the affection went directly to those two. Isabella couldn't get any attention and had become an outsider in her own home. Ariadne felt sorry for her sister, so she decided to talk to her, asking about the treasure she had brought. It seemed to be the right question to ask, because Isabella immediately perked up, saying that Ariadne had no idea about her talents. Isabella declared that she was amazing at playing this instrument and immediately played a few notes. Ariadne said the girl might have a talent for music. The little sister immediately added that she could even compose her own music. In her past life, Ariadne had known nothing of her sister's talents, so she was very surprised that she could compose. To show off her skills, Isabella immediately played a piece she had composed herself. The girls listened, captivated by Isabella's beautiful music. Sancha called Isabella's playing incredible, while Ariadne still couldn't believe she had written it herself. The youngest daughter blushed at the compliments, saying her music wasn't that great. Ariadne pointed out that with such talent, she should ask their parents for an organ, which would truly unlock her potential. Isabella admitted, a little shyly, that she had already thought about creating her own organ melodies. She wanted to adapt the melody for a mass, but that would require an organ, and her mother said it was a waste of money. Isabella added with a touch of sadness that if Isabella didn't need an organ, no one in the family would buy one. Ariadne completely understood her sister's feelings, being in the same situation herself. She suggested that Isabella talk to their older sister instead of their mother. If Isabella could convince her, then their mother wouldn't object to buying an organ. Isabella looked unsure, but thought the suggestion might actually work. Seeing her little sister's reaction, Ariadne realized that Isabella understood she wasn't favored like her older sister. The heroine realized she was starting to worry about the child. But then Ariadne thought, wait, why am I worrying about a girl who's in a much better position than I am? Later that day, the sisters sat at a table, struggling with their Caligo language homework. They were clearly unenthusiastic and just sat in silence. But Ariadne hoped that Isabella would eventually say something. Meanwhile, Isabella was looking in the mirror again, figuring out how to make herself even more charming. Isabella finally worked up the courage and called out to her older sister. Isabella didn't even glance at her, still focused on her makeup, and asked what Isabella wanted. The girl asked Isabella to talk to their mother about buying an organ for the house. The eldest sister showed no interest, saying their parents didn't have to run out and buy an organ just because Arabella wanted one. Arabella insisted it wasn't just a whim and that buying it would benefit the whole family. Watching her sister's conversation, Ariadne mentally scorned Isabella for squandering large sums of money on cosmetics. Ariadne decided to join the conversation, saying that Arabella's hymn was wonderful. She then asked her little sister to play the piece for Isabella. The girl hadn't expected this, so she was a bit flustered, but she agreed. From the very first notes, Isabella realized her sister's music was truly wonderful. She was shocked that Arabella could compose such a beautiful piece on her own. The girl confirmed that she had composed the entire melody herself, and that it would sound even better on an organ. Arabella added that the piece was intended for a mass, though it wasn't quite finished yet. Suddenly, Isabella saw how Arabella could help her climb the social ladder. But to achieve this, she needed to have a private conversation with her little sister. She waited for her little sister to ask Ariadne to leave the room. Arabella didn't want to be left alone without Ariadne's support, but Isabella wouldn't budge. In the end, the little one asked her second sister to step out, which was exactly what the heroine had expected. Since only Isabella could help get the organ, Ariadne didn't argue and left immediately. Isabella began to explain to her sister that the family status depended on who was most capable, so the little sister had to help enhance the eldest sister's reputation, because that kind of help was a sign of true sisterly love. Arabella didn't like Isabella's idea, but she was in a bind, so she had to agree to her terms. The day finally came when one of Cardinal de Mare's daughters was to perform a melody she had composed for the Mass, and everyone in the parish was looking forward to it. The beautiful Isabella had already arrived, greeting guests in yet another stunning dress. She saw a young noble couple she knew enter the hall. "That you're here early," the eldest de Mare daughter said to Amelia. Amelia thanked Isabella for the invitation, to which Isabella replied, "How could I not invite you to my first original composition?" Isabella then greeted Amelia's fiancé, Ottavio, who was delighted to see her. Isabella and Ottavio chatted like old friends, which surprised Amelia. She hadn't known her fiancé was so familiar with the de Mare family and felt a pang of jealousy. Amelia went to find her seat, pulling Ottavio, who was still chattering away with Isabella, along with her. Once all the guests had arrived, Isabella announced that the performance was about to begin. She was sure that in a few minutes, everyone would be talking about her talent. Today, Isabella would completely overshadow Ariadne, who had stolen all the attention last time. She could already taste the spotlight again and the flattery she would receive from every nobleman. Arabella, meanwhile, sat down quietly among the congregation, absent-minded and dejected. She realized her sister was just using her to steal the spotlight. It hurt because no one would ever know she had actually written the music. She remembered how excited she had been when the long-awaited organ finally arrived at the house. Arabella had been so happy, knowing she could adapt her melody for the Mass and play it on the new instrument. But she still couldn't figure out how her sister had done it. The little sister didn't understand why Isabella had been able to convince their parents to buy the organ so easily, when she herself never could. When the organ arrived, Ariadne congratulated her sister on achieving her dream with a displeased look on her face. But she was very frustrated that instead of getting help from her sister, Arabella had lost the credit for her own music. Ariadne was angry that her little sister had let Isabella take credit as the composer. The heroine asked Arabella if she was truly happy with this outcome. The sister replied that if Arabella hadn't agreed, Isabella wouldn't have helped get the organ. Then she added that maybe what her sister did was wrong. Ariadne glanced at her sister, worried for her and sympathizing with Arabella. Finally, the heroine told the girl that not everyone in this world is a good person and not everyone does the right thing. Arabella retorted that strangers might do bad things, but she and Isabella were sisters, so Isabella wouldn't wrong her. Ariadne asked her sister if she had ever wondered why the organ was bought as soon as Isabella asked, while all of Arabella's requests were ignored. The heroine pointed out that even the teacher training program was only to enhance Isabella's knowledge and skills, completely ignoring Arabella's talent. Ariadne placed a hand on her little sister's shoulder, showing her care and concern. The heroine added that if bad deeds are covered up, no one will ever know about them. And this time, her sister had simply stolen her music. Arabella understood all this, but it was painful to hear, and she told Ariadne to shut up. Consumed by anger and despair, Arabella yelled at Ariadne to stop at once. The girl said that everything Ariadne was saying was heresy and that she should stop slandering her sister. Arabella shouted that her mother and Isabella loved her very, very much. Most importantly, Arabella was a true Demare, so her family wouldn't treat her badly. But Ariadne was treated poorly because she was an imposter who deserved no love in this family. After saying these words, Arabella ran out of the room in tears. Ariadne felt sad because, in her past life, she had thought exactly the same way as her sister. The heroine didn't feel offended. She was just burning with the desire to help her little sister somehow. It was time for Isabella's musical performance, and all the guests were waiting with bated breath. The eldest daughter, beaming, ordered the musicians to begin playing her composition. The room filled with very strange, unpleasant notes that no one present enjoyed. The conductor knew his men were playing a pile of rubbish, but he couldn't stop, as it was the work of the cardinal's daughter. Listening to this instrumental disaster, the audience was on the verge of a breakdown. Arabella realized something was wrong and was scrambling to figure out what to do. She thought someone must have mixed up the sheet music or simply misread it. The unresponsive audience maintained their composure, applauding politely, but the applause was sparse. Finally, the hall fell silent. The orchestra conductor told the eldest daughter that they had to stop playing Isabella's piece because they couldn't perform one of the strange parts. He pointed to the sheet music, showed her where the arrangement made no sense, and asked her why she had written it that way. Isabella smiled and replied that she just wanted to emphasize that part. The musician said it was a rather bold choice, but the organ solo part was simply outrageous. It was simply impossible for the musicians to play those notes with just one hand like that. So the musician asked Isabella to personally play the tricky part on the organ. Isabella repeatedly confirmed if he really wanted her to play. Meanwhile, Arabella realized she had to save her sister, who couldn't even read sheet music. The musician was surprised by the girl's hesitation, as she was hailed among the nobility as a renowned master. Arabella decided she had to intervene immediately to save her sister from this utter disaster. She ran towards her sister, shouting for them to wait, which left everyone present completely confused. Arabella explained that the prelude for the string section had been accidentally omitted from the final score, and of course, no one could play it like that. So Arabella began to improvise, filling in the missing notes. As she corrected the score, she quietly commented on her own work, mentioning the string section of the piece. The girl was so engrossed in revising the music that she didn't even notice all eyes were now on her. The parishioners began to whisper, saying the piece clearly didn't belong to Isabella Demare. It seemed she had plagiarized her own sister's melody and tried to pass it off as her own. Amelia, with a smirk, maliciously called the eldest Demare daughter a shameless person. Isabella hated every second of it. She could only watch as her reputation turned to ash. Lucrezia tried to save the situation, saying everyone had misunderstood and that the song was, in fact, the result of a collaboration. Isabella wrote the basic parts, while her sister was responsible for filling in the gaps. Lucrezia said that Isabella wrote most of the piece, which is why it was credited to her. Perhaps some people believed Mrs. Demare's words, but they were definitely in the minority. Just as she was explaining, Cesare called Lucrezia over. He had been watching the whole thing unfold from the sidelines. Neither Isabella nor her mother had expected to see the Count, and they had not wanted him to witness Isabella's disastrous debut as a musician. Cesare approached the Demare family, greeting his many acquaintances as he crossed the room. When he reached Isabella, the Count paused, building a tense atmosphere before he spoke. He began with a greeting, kissing Isabella's hand and saying it had been a long time. The Count told her she was as radiant as ever, making her feel like the most beautiful woman in the room. Then he said that beauty is a woman's greatest asset. He then paused again for effect. It was then that Cesare insulted the eldest daughter, adding that sometimes to fit in, people wear clothes that don't suit them at all. In that case, the person would only look disgusting. And that was exactly what the Count had seen in the ballroom tonight. This enraged Isabella, who retorted that the Count had no right to judge a life he knew nothing about. The Count just smiled contemptuously and said he of course knew what had happened tonight. Isabella retorted that she didn't care about her identity or social status at all. Cesare replied that he wasn't talking about her, but she had understood his meaning perfectly the first time. The Count went on and on about how beautiful and intelligent intelligent Isabella was, which was so rare. But the way he spoke completely subverted the original meaning, making it clear he was incredibly disappointed in the eldest Demare daughter. Cesare told his friends standing behind him that the well-known Isabella Demare apparently had a genius-level intellect. This made them all laugh. I can't even tell you how angry Isabella was. No one had ever humiliated her like this before. She wanted to explain herself, but Cesare cut her off, saying he came to listen to good music, not to watch that thing. Cesare said he had seen enough for one night, so he was leaving. After him, a group of guests also began to leave, casting disdainful glances at the Demare family as they went. The remaining guests followed the Count's lead and hastily left the building. Now, Isabella was left alone with her epic failure and public humiliation. Her friend Amelia dared not say a word and just watched everything happen in silence. Isabella didn't like this one bit and demanded that everyone stop staring at her. Meanwhile, Cesare was heading home with one of his friends. His friend was very curious as to why the Count had gotten involved in the Isabella situation. Cesare didn't understand what Ottavio was asking, because in his opinion, he had no other choice. Ottavio said he had previously thought the eldest Demare daughter was someone Cesare truly cared for. He went on to say that she had taste, was smart, and beautiful. And by belittling her like that, Cesare had only made it harder to win her affection. Ottavio asked if Cesare could still fix this mess, or if the Count had completely lost interest in the girl. Cesare snapped back that he shouldn't have to change his views to cater to some woman's feelings or judgment. Ottavio realized he had overstepped and thought it best to keep his mouth shut. Cesare continued, saying his wife should be intelligent and patient, and know when to shut up to avoid being ridiculed by the Count. Finally, Cesare said his mood was ruined and it was time for a drink. He told Ottavio he would go on ahead and that they would meet at the usual place. Ottavio was more or less used to his friend's bad temper. At that moment, back at home, Isabella couldn't calm down. She just kept crying. She didn't know how she could face people, especially after Count Crespi had slighted her like that. Lucrezia tried to comfort her beloved daughter, but knew her situation would be very different from now on. Just then, Arabella entered the room, and her mother glared at her, her eyes burning with rage. She started screaming at her younger daughter, questioning how she dared to interfere with the sheet music. Arabella, looking guilty, whispered that she just wanted to help her sister and that she didn't want the wrong notes to be played. Lucrezia started yelling even louder, asking what difference it made if the notes were right or wrong. Isabella also started shouting, blaming Arabella, and saying that now Isabella's concert would be the source of gossip and rumors. Every word from her sister and mother hurt Arabella, but the phrase Isabella's music was the last straw. The younger daughter retorted that the music belonged to her, not to Isabella. The eldest sister, her face red and tear-streaked, glared at Arabella with pure hatred. In desperation, the girl screamed that she wrote the piece and Isabella had just stolen it. Isabella was tired of these complaints. She felt the words weren't even worth her time. Seeing her sister ignore the facts, Arabella turned to her mother, begging for her support. She told Lucrezia that the music was hers, that Arabella was just claiming it, and that even if no one else knew, her mother should. But instead of support, the lady of the house just spat out her younger daughter's name in anger. Then, in a threatening tone, she said that Arabella was talking about her older sister. The child had never expected her mother to be like this. She was scared and hurt and angry all at once. Lucrezia grabbed Arabella and began to roar that Isabella was the only treasure in this house and that nothing could ruin her, not even her pathetic little tune. She picked up a whip and swung it at her youngest daughter, as if all the family's problems were her fault. Arabella kept saying it wasn't her fault, that Isabella had stolen the song directly from her. Her mother didn't want to listen. She whipped her daughter again and again, as there was no one to stand up for the girl. When Lucrezia finally calmed down, she told her younger daughter to leave. Arabella was trembling, not just from heartbreak, but also from physical pain. It hurt to even stand after all those lashes. She walked slowly through the house, her legs scraped and raw. The maids felt sorry for the young lady, but they didn't dare risk getting close. nor did they dare to help her. She could hear the servants talking about Ariadne's arrival, but she didn't have the strength to tell them to be quiet. She just wanted to get back to her room. As she started up the stairs, she ran into Ariadne, who immediately saw how wretched her sister looked. The sisters just stared at each other, Arabella's eyes filled with a plea for help. Ariadne called her sister's name and beckoned her over, wanting to help the girl in some way. She made a gesture to embrace Arabella, hoping her little sister wouldn't push her away. After their recent fight, Arabella looked at her sister, unable to believe she would offer a hand after she had called her an imposter. With red eyes and swollen cheeks, she threw herself into her sister's arms, because honestly, no one else cared about her. They stood on the stairs for a while until Arabella finally calmed down. But even after her sister stopped crying, Ariadne held her tightly, showing the girl that she was safe with her. Sometime later, Ariadne received an invitation to an art exhibition where different works would be displayed and judged. According to the message from the Marchioness de Chibo, Alejandra, the highlight of the exhibition would be the presence of Crown Prince Alfonso. We were talking about the upcoming event during Sunday dinner, as that was when Ariadne opened the invitation. The exhibition itself was certainly interesting, but the Crown Prince's attendance meant we couldn't ignore this invitation. Isabella was clearly annoyed and asked the maid if there were any other invitations for the house, or just the one for Ariadne. The maid said there was only one. You could almost feel Isabella's jealousy without even looking at her. With a sly smile, Isabella asked if Ariadne really intended to go to the Marchioness de Chibo's event. The eldest daughter pointed out that Ariadne had not yet officially entered society. This meant she couldn't go out without a chaperone before her debut. This was actually the first useful thing Isabella had ever said. Ariadne basically had to agree with Isabella's point. At that moment, Isabella was on cloud nine, thinking she would either accompany her sister or her sister wouldn't go at all. But then their father interjected, saying it sounded like it was time to formally introduce Ariadne to society. And just like that, Ariadne realized her debut was coming, and soon. Isabella naturally disliked her father's announcement, asking how a debut was possible since the ball season was already over. The eldest daughter was about to lose her mind as she began to guess what kind of ball her father was planning. Every spring, young men and women were invited to a special event to greet the king and queen. But sometimes accidents happened, and some debutantes couldn't attend the main event. In those rare cases, they might hold a separate ball to introduce the person to high society. Isabella was shocked that her father would pull strings for her sister to have a private ball. The cardinal replied that Ariadne also had the potential to raise the de Mere family's prestige in society. After the ball, Ariadne would have much more freedom, which would make her life a lot easier. She had never heard of any of this in her past life, and she was shocked by the change in her father's attitude. Isabella thought that if she couldn't change her father's mind, she could at least stop her sister from attending the Marchioness de Chibo's salon. Isabella very cleverly pointed out that since her sister hadn't debuted, she couldn't just waltz into the event alone. The eldest daughter figured they wouldn't hold a ball before autumn anyway, and you couldn't go to a salon without a chaperone. Lucrezia saw through her darling daughter's intentions and decided to join the conversation. The lady declared that she had been feeling unwell lately and wasn't feeling up to it, meaning she couldn't be Ariadne's chaperone. Lucrezia said maybe they should call a doctor, and the cardinal asked what was wrong with his wife, who was always getting sick. Ariadne interjected that it would be wrong to ask her mother while she was ill, especially since going to the event was only for Ariadne's own benefit. Isabella thought she had one, saying it was a shame her sister couldn't go, especially since Crown Prince Alfonso himself would be there. But Ariadne wasn't going to give up. She had already figured out a plan to turn the tables. So, she told her sister she wasn't sad at all about missing the salon. And so, on the day of the exhibition, Ariadne and Sancha were already on their way, invited by the Marchioness de Chibo. Sancha was practically bouncing in her seat. She was finally going to meet the Crown Prince. The maid didn't like her mistress's mood, nor her attire. She looked her mistress up and down and declared that Ariadne should have worn something more splendid. Sancha chattered on about the Crown Prince and all the other handsome men who would be there. Ariadne, on the other hand, was just happy that she had managed to get an invitation despite her sister's every attempt to stop her. Our girl had already asked Mrs. Romani to be her chaperone for the event, and her teacher had gladly agreed to help. Ariadne was thinking about the paintings she had to get her hands on at the exhibition, which would soar in value within a few years. Ariadne was also looking forward to finally seeing the statue of the winged victory of Samothrace. That statue of Nike was highly revered for its artistry and excellent condition. When Ariadne was still living her past life, some rich snob had bought the statue and placed it in the courtyard of his mansion, just to show it off to anyone passing by. As it turned out, Glycodot's travel diaries were later discovered. The diaries mentioned that the statue was already partially damaged at the time, missing a wing. But to preserve its value, they decided to leave it as it was and not restore it. This meant the sculpture he bought was a complete fake. Once the news broke, the townspeople talked about it for a long time. Ariadne was curious to see this replica and was glad, as she walked into the hall, that this matter had nothing to do with her. They announced her as the second daughter of Cardinal de Mere. Her name had already caused a stir among the elite, so everyone immediately turned their heads to look at her. Ariadne noticed how closely they were watching her, but she didn't let it show. The salon guests immediately began to gossip about her appearance. Some said she wasn't as beautiful as the eldest daughter, while others thought she was cute and attractive enough. Ariadne felt just as she had in her past life, walking through the palace while everyone whispered behind her back about Cesare's bride. She realized there was no one here she could talk to, but that wasn't surprising. Her past life hit her hard once again. So to cheer herself up, she headed for the refreshment table. But before she could get there, she caught a glimpse of Crown Prince Alfonso standing nearby out of the corner of her eye. He was surrounded by a group of young nobles, talking animatedly about something. Alfonso didn't seem to notice her standing alone to the side, watching him with sad eyes. Not wanting to torture herself any longer, Ariadne turned and walked towards the garden exit. She decided to be alone for a while before the auction began. She really didn't want Alfonso to see her all by herself, with no one paying her any attention. It was hurtful. She was starting to feel ridiculous for being here. Suddenly, the Crown Prince shouted her name and rushed toward her, trying to catch up to her. Ariadne spun around, incredibly surprised and thrilled that Alfonso was walking towards her. He caught up to her and said it had been a long time, and he was glad to finally be with her. Ariadne immediately stopped feeling lonely and was thrilled by Alfonso's arrival, even with half the party staring. When they were alone in the garden, Ariadne teased him, saying it didn't look easy to get away from his fan club. He just shrugged and said it was nothing. The Crown Prince even demonstrated how he had pushed through the crowd, trying to get to her faster. The story completely warmed her heart and brought an even bigger smile to her face. Alfonso was surprised that Ariadne had come and asked who she came with. She said her teacher, Mrs. Romani, was her chaperone for the evening. The Crown Prince wanted to know if Ariadne liked his outfit, and she said it was much better than the last one. Then Alfonso's gaze focused on her hair, and not seeing the hairpin he had given her, he asked where his gift was. Ariadne was a bit flustered, trying to figure out how to answer without annoying the Crown Prince. She told him a hairpin was very beautiful, but didn't match her dress today, but that she would definitely wear it next time. Then the couple decided to take a walk in the garden, chatting about the weather and how brutal it was to train in this heat. Ariadne accidentally cut Alfonso off mid-sentence. She was stunned by the sight before her. She pointed out the magnificent garden to Alfonso and invited him to go over with her. The guy was surprised to be invited, but it was a good kind of surprise. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl who was admiring the flowers she had found. Not wanting to keep her waiting, the Crown Prince walked over to Ariadne's side. It was a garden filled with all sorts of flowering plants, and the place looked incredibly beautiful. Looking around, Alfonso realized the vegetation here was very dense, which meant people outside couldn't see them at all. Alfonso's heart began to pound, realizing it was just the two of them here. Overwhelmed, Alfonso started to blush, knowing he needed to stop his imagination, but he didn't know how. He kept telling himself he couldn't think like that, because Ariadne was his best friend. Meanwhile, Ariadne was completely absorbed in the beauty of the garden before her. Alfonso asked if she wanted one of those flowers, but she said they belonged to the Marchioness de Chabua and couldn't just be picked. The Crown Prince lowered his voice and suggested they pick one secretly, without anyone knowing. Both his tone and the suggestion itself made her laugh. Next, they needed to come up with a plan to smuggle the flower, and Alfonso suggested hiding it in the folds of her dress. Hearing such a suggestion from the heir to the throne was hilarious, and Ariadne couldn't help but laugh. Alfonso, still slightly blushing, watched the protagonist intently. The Crown Prince held out his hand, beckoned the girl over, and prepared to pick the flower he wanted so badly. Ariadne didn't expect the Crown Prince to lift her up like that, and for a moment, she was completely caught off guard. She was afraid someone would see them like this, which made her feel embarrassed and a little scared. But he didn't notice her distress, just smiled and told her to hurry up and pick the flower. She had no choice but to put on a straight face, and after adjusting her position, she got ready to pick the flower. Alfonso lifted her high enough that she only needed to stretch a little further to reach it. Mission accomplished. Ariadne, holding the flower and still in Alfonso's arms, repeated how beautiful the flower was. The Crown Prince was happy that she got what she wanted, so he looked quite pleased himself. Now it was time for the auction. All the guests were seated, including the invited Crown Prince. The host of the event introduced himself as Vincenzo from the Republic of Porto. Ariadne scanned the crowd and saw that the lots from Victoria Nicus had attracted a large number of art lovers. The first item up for auction was a painting from a certain artist in Urbino with a starting bid of 5 gold ducats. No one was in a hurry to buy the work of this unknown painter, so the hall was dead silent. After waiting long enough, Ariadne was the first to offer the minimum bid. Vincenzo accepted the bid and asked if anyone would bid higher than the second daughter of Cardinal de Mere. Ariadne wanted to secure this piece, as she knew his paintings would be worth much more in a few years. The auctioneer was about to count down the final bid and close the sale. Throughout the process, our girl was smugly thinking to herself that no one was paying attention to this artist, so there wouldn't be any problems. Her thoughts were interrupted by a man's voice. He had just bid 8 gold ducats. The voice was sudden, but Ariadne knew that tone all too well. She looked towards the man who had just bid, and all her calm vanished. Even from behind, there was no mistaking her ex for anyone else. Count Cesare sat there calmly, waiting to see if anyone would bid higher. Ariadne did not like that Cesare was interested in this painting. This didn't happen in her past life. Cesare just glanced at her from the side, waiting to see what she would do next. When he saw her looking at him, he turned completely and greeted her. Ariadne knew that look all too well, and she was instantly furious, though she tried hard to hide it. She remembered that Cesare only got that look when he became interested in something he had previously disdained. But she wasn't about to back down, so she raised her hand to bid again. She bid 10 ducats, hoping the count would stop fighting for the painting. The auctioneer asked if anyone wanted to bid higher, but luckily, no one took the bait. Cesare just stared at the protagonist, clearly not wanting to get into a bidding war over the item. So, the painting went to Ariadne for 10 ducats, which calmed her down a bit. She felt the price was higher than she had planned. But hey, at least she got what she wanted. Now, the protagonist was ready to watch the clown show of people fighting over the statue of Victoria Nica. All this time, Cesare had been watching her, trying to figure out what she was thinking. Then, with a thud, the main event, the statue of Victoria Nica, was rolled into the hall on a custom-made platform. Ariadne got some more snacks for her tea and settled in to watch the show unfold. The crowd immediately grew excited, buzzing about the statue's appearance and its long history. The auctioneer announced that the piece needed no introduction and immediately started the bidding at 1,200 ducats. Ariadne couldn't quite remember who had participated in this auction in her past life, and she was thinking about how long it had been since that auction. The first bid came in, and Ariadne was curious to see who had made it. It seemed things were already going wrong, because this person wasn't supposed to be bidding at all. Ariadne was stunned. Why was Alfonso bidding? What did he want with that statue? The feeling of leisurely watching a show vanished, replaced by confusion and panic over Alfonso's actions. But thank goodness, the prince's bid was quickly surpassed by Count Marcello. It seemed to be a false alarm, and she could relax because in the end, it was the count who got the statue. The relief was short-lived, because the prince raised his bid again, calling out a price of 1,500 ducats. The count didn't back down, and neither did the prince. They bid against each other, continuously driving up the price. For a moment, it seemed the prince was about to back down, but he was just pausing, thinking about his next move. Now, the heir threw out 2,000 ducats, a number that would be hard for the count to surpass. Ariadne racked her brains, trying to find a way to stop the prince from winning the auction. She began to mutter very quietly that she couldn't let the prince get that statue. Cesare saw her freaking out and began to wonder why Ariadne didn't want the prince to win the item. The girl noticed Cesare staring at her and asked him what he wanted. He raised his hand to get the auctioneer's attention. Then he announced that the girl next to him said the statue shouldn't be bought. This was insane and immediately caused an uproar among everyone present. Ariadne was furious with Cesare's actions, as all eyes were now on her. The auctioneer wanted to know why the girl would think that. Cesare said he had no idea and that they should ask the girl over there. He pointed directly at her. Meanwhile, the Count himself was wondering what was up with the younger daughter of the de Mere family. Cesare guessed that Ariadne must have noticed something to have figured out the statue was a fake. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Whispers about the sculpture being a fake spread like wildfire. Ariadne really didn't want to get involved in this statue mess, so she started playing dumb, saying she didn't know what they were talking about. Cesare announced to everyone with a straight face that the lady sitting next to him had told him the statue was fake. Despite Ariadne's attempts to deny it, the seller was provoked and demanded the young lady take responsibility for her words. She thought to herself that all adults were the same. In that moment, a plan formed in her mind to get out of this mess unscathed. The girl thought she should start crying, say those guys were mean, and made her cry. Ariadne, with tears streaming down her face, whimpered that she was too young to bear such responsibility. The protagonist thought it would be fun to just walk away, but she couldn't end it just like that. She wasn't sure if Alfonso would continue to investigate the fake if she suddenly backed down. Ariadne thought about the Crown Prince's bid. That amount of money was nothing to his family, right? But if the fake was exposed, it would severely damage the prince's reputation. Ariadne's top priority became ensuring the prince wouldn't become a laughingstock. This meant she had to step up and bravely take control of the situation. She needed to gather her thoughts before speaking, so she slowly stood up and dusted off her dress. Ariadne turned to Vincenzo, calling him an experienced antique dealer, and asked if he thought the piece was authentic. He immediately replied that the statue was genuine, or he wouldn't have brought it here. First, according to Gallicato's notes, she said the statue's wings had been damaged, and there was no record of repair. Vincenzo countered that there was nothing wrong with a restoration, especially if it was done in the ancient Greek period. Ariadne walked up to Cesare, held out her hand, and asked him to give her the thing that could prove it was a fake. The Count whispered, "You want me to give you my sword?" She replied in an equally low voice, "I don't need your sword. I need the baton you always carry." He gave her the baton, completely baffled as to how the second daughter of the de Mere family knew his little secret. Ariadne turned to Vincenzo Delgato and said, "Once a cup is broken, no matter how you piece it back together, it's still broken." Delgato insisted, "An ancient restoration still has immense historical value." Ariadne confirmed again, "So you admit the wings were damaged?" He replied, "That's common knowledge." She guided the conversation. "So, if the wings were to fall off now, they would break along the same cracks as before, right?" The merchant stared at the girl in confusion at first. Then realization dawned, and fear washed over him. There was no turning back now, so the protagonist swung at the statue with all her might. The merchant's jaw dropped in shock, but he couldn't utter a single word. The guests present could only gasp at the protagonist's actions. The force of the impact sent the statue flying, and the cart split in two with a loud crash. When the noise subsided, everyone looked at the statue, completely stunned. Despite the fall, the wings showed no signs of breaking, not even a single crack. Ariadne said that an ancient statue should have broken at its restoration points, but this sculpture looked brand new. The merchant snapped out of it and lunged at the girl, screaming that she was crazy. But Ariadne was not one to be easily threatened. She pointed the baton straight at him and again questioned whether the merchant was absolutely sure he had brought a genuine piece. The people in the hall were already debating the statue's authenticity and began to eye the merchant like a fraud. Cesare decided to intervene, finally rising from his seat and walking towards Ariadne and the merchant. Ariadne shot the Count a look of pure disdain. She didn't need his help, not at all. As he approached, Cesare asked the merchant just one question, but it was completely unexpected. In a commanding tone, he addressed the merchant as Vincenzo Delgato and asked if that was his real name. That tone made the already terrified merchant even more flustered. A second later, the merchant cursed everyone in the hall and made a desperate run for it. The hall echoed with shouts of fraud and calls for the guards to block the exits. Cesare was very pleased with this outcome of the fraudulent merchant fleeing and gave Ariadne a smug smile. She was still furious about the trick the Count had pulled and was not in a good mood. People were already whispering that the second daughter of the de Mere family was causing trouble again, just like at Mass. Some even said she had a sharp eye for seeing through people's bullshit. The buzz about what she had done hadn't even died down before she appeared in the courtyard with Count Cesare. She found it completely unacceptable that he had pushed someone else out to lie for him. The Count called her Little Miss and said what mattered was that everything was resolved in the end. She didn't like being treated so condescendingly, so she reminded him that they were not friends and that she was the Cardinal's second daughter. Instead of apologizing, Cesare told her to lower her voice and listen to him. He pointed out that she hadn't even had her debutante ball yet, which meant she was officially still a child, and children shouldn't be telling adults what to do. Besides, he found her whole performance amusing. He said the yellow dress looked like a damn chick costume. Ariadne didn't expect her ex to have such audacity, and she shot back without hesitation, saying things a young lady shouldn't say. The Count replied that he wasn't as ignorant as he seemed. He already knew the real Vincenzo had been found dead. This made Ariadne even angrier, because the Count could have used that information to handle everything himself instead of dragging her into it. Cesare said that a man of his status couldn't just throw his weight around based on being the king's illegitimate son. The girl retorted that if that was the case, Cesare should have stayed out of it. Cesare declared that none of that mattered now. Her ex announced that he had come all this way to this event just to see Ariadne. He leaned in too close and lowered his voice. The Count wanted her to sell him the heart of the sea for a price that would satisfy her. Ariadne was stunned by Cesare's audacity and told him, "You have no right to even ask." But Cesare didn't back down and asked if she had heard of the Swan of Linville. The Count said it was one of his most precious diamonds, and he was willing to give it up along with 6,000 ducats in exchange for the heart of the sea. Of course, Ariadne was very familiar with the Count's so-called trinket. It was said to be a gift of true love. In her past life, Ariadne had always dreamed of receiving it. The thought of how she had sacrificed everything and never received the damn thing stung. And now, he was offering it to her. But whatever happened in her past life could stay there, along with that Count. The very fact that Cesare had come to offer her this jewel himself was deeply ironic to Ariadne. She asked the Count of Camillo if he really thought a diamond bestowed by the Queen could be exchanged for something else or sold for a high price. Cesare hadn't expected such a hostile reaction from the second daughter of the de Mere family. Ariadne said the gem given to her by the king was priceless, more precious than all the money in the world. She was getting angrier, though she tried to hold back, not wanting to provoke the Count. She told Cesare that he clearly didn't understand what he was and wasn't entitled to. She told him to get a grip, then ended the conversation and turned away sharply. The Count was not happy about this and ordered her to stop. When she refused, he grabbed her arm. Ariadne could feel things were getting out of hand and demanded the Count let go of her. But Cesare ignored her demand, as he was also furious, and told her to repeat what she had just said. The protagonist wasn't about to repeat the words that had angered him and just wanted him to let go of her hand. But she was interrupted by a voice from the side, demanding he let the girl go. Prince Alfonso had witnessed the whole scene and rushed over to intervene. When the prince realized his words weren't working, he added that he was speaking to the Count of Camillo. Well, that was hard to ignore. But Cesare still didn't let go of Ariadne's hand. After a moment, Alfonso said that if the Count couldn't hear him, he must have a hearing problem. He moved closer and repeated that the Count of Camillo should let go of the girl's hand. Still no response. So the prince reminded Cesare that he had forgotten to show his respects to a member of the royal family. That remark hit Cesare's pride hard, but the Count couldn't argue back. Still holding Ariadne's hand, de Camillo gave the prince a slight bow. Alfonso did not like the Count continuing to act this way. The Crown Prince was very displeased that Cesare still hadn't let go of Ariadne's hand. Alfonso said that kind of greeting was extremely rude and only appropriate for people who had met before. The prince pointed out that he and Cesare had never been formally introduced. The tension between the king's two sons could almost be cut with a knife. Alfonso was outright frowning, while Cesare was radiating fury. Ariadne had felt it in her past life, and she was feeling it for real now. Realizing the prince wouldn't back down, Cesare finally let go of Ariadne's hand. He knelt on one knee before the heir. Damn rules still had to be followed. Through gritted teeth, he greeted Alfonso with his full official title. Every word was a struggle, as he was seething with rage inside. Alfonso listened to the greeting without a word, and Cesare's performance seemed to have deflated his anger a bit. He grinned at Ariadne and said, well, look who it is. We've run into each other for the second time today. Then Alfonso acted as if Cesare didn't even exist and announced that the Diciebo family had been waiting for them. Since the prince and Ariadne were heading the same way, they decided to walk together. Before leaving, the crown prince glanced at Cesare as if he had just remembered him and said with a hint of sarcasm that he was glad to have finally met the Count of Camolo. The Count was holding it all in, but you could see the anger on his face. Ariadne and Alfonso finally left the Count behind and walked towards the hall together. The protagonist suddenly stopped and turned to speak to Count Cesare. She told the Camolo that he had to pay for the damage to the floor where the fake statue had fallen. That was the last straw, and Cesare couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped up and yelled after her, calling her a little viper. But Ariadne didn't hear a thing, as she and the prince were already far away. Alfonso said the girl was amazing and wanted to know how she knew the statue was a fake. Ariadne said without batting an eye that she just guessed, and hey, it was a good thing everything worked out. The prince felt she could have hinted at what she knew, so he wouldn't have bid. She retorted that she wasn't a mind reader. The two enjoyed the conversation, laughing softly and chatting casually about the auction. After a while, Alfonso decided to ask a question that had been bothering him for a few minutes. He asked where she got the nerve to smash the statue if she wasn't completely sure it was a fake. The direct and simple question made Ariadne a little nervous. She cleared her throat and admitted she was just trying to protect someone. The prince realized she was talking about him, and a blush started to creep up his cheeks. Because of what she said, to ease the mood, the two stopped to look around and make sure they were alone. Her words gave Alfonso hope that she saw him as more than just a friend. Okay, maybe he wasn't officially her boyfriend yet, but Ariadne might have started to see the prince as someone special in her life. Alfonso was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice at first that she was trying to get his attention. Ariadne smiled and pointed out that thanks to her, he had saved 2,000 ducats, and she hoped he would repay her well. The prince retorted, "Are you really asking me for 2,000 ducats for a favor? If so, you're the real fraud." The girl countered that instead of money, she wanted him to grant her a wish. The prince, surprised, asked what she wanted, but Ariadne just shrugged and said she didn't know yet. But he would know when the time came, especially when that wish had to be granted. Alfonso agreed to her terms, saying he would wait for that day. They had been together for a long time, and it was time to part ways. She gave the prince a final wave, already knowing in her heart that she would miss him again. She knew they wouldn't see each other for a long time, but she hoped the separation wouldn't last too long. Her melancholic thoughts were interrupted by Alfonso calling her name. The guy told her he would write to her soon, then added that he would be waiting for her reply. This made her feel both touched and surprised all over again. She was very happy to hear this, but didn't want to seem too excited, simply smiling and saying she would wait for his letter. A few days later, her father told Ariadne that she had to organize her own debutante ball. Ariadne was surprised, first because she had to plan the event herself, and second because the ball was so soon. But then, the cardinal put a bit of a damper on the excitement by saying the budget was only 150 ducats. The news stunned her, leaving her completely speechless for a moment. Her father finished by telling her to use all the money he gave her wisely. The girl knew this was a pitifully small amount, but the look in her father's eyes said it was final. Ariadne realized the money he mentioned was less than half of the bare minimum needed for such an event. She was ready to give her all for her debutante ball, so she just bowed and thanked her father. She was already planning in her head how to pull it off, having learned a lot from managing the royal palace in her past life. Meanwhile, Isabella was visiting one of her close friends. They were desperately trying to curry favor with her because of her noble birth, serving exquisite cookies and rare teas. But Isabella was bored out of her mind. Just then, the hostess, Letizia de Leonati, remembered she had cookies from Caligo. She asked a servant to fetch them, and as the guy responded, all the girls present started checking him out. Isabella thought the guy was kind of handsome, but since he had no status, he was completely useless to her. But she noticed Amelia also eyeing the servant with curiosity. Amelia was completely smitten with the young servant. The guy was indeed handsome. Isabella wasn't about to pass up any chance to stir up trouble. She loudly pointed out how improper it was to be checking out a handsome servant in front of one's fiancé. Amelia was caught off guard and immediately denied doing such a thing. The comment clearly didn't sit well with Amelia's fiancé. Amelia glanced at Ottavio and saw that her man was clearly not pleased. Just then, Isabella sidled up to Ottavio, touched his face, and told him how masculine he was. She said he shouldn't be bothered by a pretty boy servant who was all face and no substance. Isabella went on to say how lucky Amelia was to marry a man like him. All this flattery worked very well on the guy, especially coming from the most beautiful girl in town. Isabella continued to flirt with another woman's fiancé, pressing a finger to his lips and telling him to stop calling her Mr. Mayor. She told Ottavio to call her Isabella, not by her social status or last name. Ottavio was unprepared for this move and timidly asked if she was sure. All this flirting happened right in front of Amelia, which made her furious. This was exactly the reaction Isabella had hoped for. She had orchestrated it all just for fun. Every man in San Carlo always had the same reaction to the eldest daughter of the dumb mayor family, pure fascination, because she was the most desirable girl and bride. Her fun of enjoying the men's attention was interrupted when a maid entered the hall and spoke to her mistress. She announced that Miss Julia de Valdisa had come to visit them. The hostess stood up and happily went to greet the young lady at the Viscount de Leonati's home. The shift in attention to Julia greatly annoyed Isabella, but there was nothing she could do. The eldest mayor daughter couldn't understand what she lacked compared to the daughter of the Marquis de Valdisa, the girl who was now the center of attention. It angered Isabella that they called the other girl by her first name simply because of her prominent title, while she was still addressed by her surname. Her mind was already racing with thoughts of future injustices, knowing her brother would one day inherit the entire family fortune. And if Isabella wanted to hold on to any shred of prestige, there is only one way. She had to become Her Highness Princess Isabella. To be able to use her own name with pride, Isabella was willing to do anything. Meanwhile, Ariadne was racking her brain, thinking about how to throw a stunning ball with the budget she was given. Just then, Lady Marini from the Lazione studio came to visit. She began to take Ariadne's measurements and instructed her on how to pose in front of the mirror. The lady commented that the heroine's features were very fine, and with just a little embellishment, she would become unstoppable. Ariadne said she wanted a simple yet respectable dress. She didn't want any designs that exposed her skin, nor did she want too many jewels. The heroine said this because memories from her past life still made her uncomfortable. She felt that if she wore a low-cut dress, people would immediately call her vulgar and indecent. Ariadne didn't want to experience the kind of humiliation again. Never again in this life. The maid and Lady Marini snapped the girl out of her past memories. They both disagreed with her decision about the dress. They said in unison that it was a mistake to cover everything up and that she shouldn't give up on the neckline design. Lady Marini was impressed with Sanchia's insight, but Sanchia replied that she only had some shallow opinions. Seeing their reaction, Ariadne finally decided to follow their advice. The heroine said that since they were both so sure, they could have it their way. This made the two girls clap their hands happily, as if they had won a victory. After a good laugh, Lady Marini looked Ariadne over carefully. Then she went back to taking measurements, saying the girl just needed to trust her and she would become the most beautiful girl at the debutante ball. Marini said her partner wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. This sentence made Ariadne realize she needed to find a partner. The first person who naturally came to mind was Crown Prince Alfonso, but she realized that having the Crown Prince as a partner was too much. She felt it was a fantasy, so she shouldn't even think about it. Ariadne told herself to stop thinking and that she needed to find someone quickly. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't imagine anyone who could be her debutante partner. Her mother solved the partner problem by inviting Gino Viterossi. To this end, Lucretia explained that since Ariadne didn't know anyone from the noble families, she had invited one of her relatives. Genovi looked around and said that the Demery house was truly extravagant. Ariadne was stunned by the guy they had set her up with and barely managed a greeting. The guy looked at her, patted her on the head, and said, "Oh, so this is what my partner looks like, huh?" Then he flicked her nose, which stunned her even more. Genovi told her not to worry and to trust him completely because he knew what he was doing. After all this, Ariadne was terrified of this partner. Genovi looked her up and down and continued. He said she was really as tall as they said, and on top of being so tall, she was even wearing high heels. Genovi said he was going to give her some key advice that she must remember. He said that if a girl wears high heels, it's a deliberate show-off, and this shows extreme disrespect for her partner, as if a woman should only stand out for her inner beauty. So all this meant that Ariadne needed to attend the ball without high heels. Everyone at the ball would appreciate this and see her as a woman of wisdom. Ariadne and Sankia slipped away as soon as they got the chance, hiding from Mr. Future Partner. Now they stood behind a closed door, completely stunned. The heroine said she could tolerate anything, but not this. Sankia said she completely agreed. Ariadne said that in this situation, she had only one option. Sankia echoed her mistress in a conspiratorial tone, saying, "That's right, only one." The heroine said she now had no choice but to ask him for help. A while ago, Alfonso had sent her a letter just asking how she was doing and if she had arrived home safely. Ariadne immediately replied with a letter asking if he would be her partner at the ball. Alfonso's reply was simple. Just inform him of the date and place, and he would be there. She gazed at the envelope with the initial A, realizing that in her past life, despite all her sacrifices, no one had ever shown her such unconditional kindness. Ariadne had always been used and betrayed. She wondered if she deserved to accept Alfonso's kindness, considering everything that had happened before. Meanwhile, Cesare was talking to his mother about Ariadne's debutante ball. His mother said her partner would be Lucrezia de Rossi's nephew. This meant Cesare had a golden opportunity to get back in the game, since this nephew was a nobody and Cesare was superior to him in every way. She looked at Cesare and asked, wasn't she right? Cesare said he didn't know what his mother was thinking and that perhaps they should change the subject. His mother told her son to stop being so stubborn and that if he wanted to be king, Ariadne was the perfect person for him. Cesare retorted that the second daughter didn't even have inheritance rights, so how could she help him become king? Most importantly, the Count thought she was like a timid little thing with a bad attitude. That was Ariadne. His mother snapped back that her son was just complaining because he couldn't melt the girl's heart. Cesare declared that no matter how perfect she was, there was no way he would ever partner with her. His mother called her son a loser, saying he was too scared to even risk partnering with her. Cesare was thoroughly enraged by the matter of the debutante ball. He grabbed his coat and stormed out of the room, muttering under his breath. Seeing her son completely out of control and with no intention of listening to her, the mother was also furious. She slammed her half-drunk champagne glass on the table. The mother had already decided to have things her way, so her son would just have to accept it. She gripped the glass tightly. She had never lost a power game before, and she wasn't about to start now. She decided to handle everything herself, even if her son was against it. After all, she was the king's closest confidant. Miletta dropped a bombshell on Isabella. Her sister's debutante ball was coming up. Isabella double-checked, asking if Ariadne had really ordered a dress from that tailor. Miletta said she had overheard that Lady Marini had gone to see Ariadne in person. The eldest daughter was surprised by this choice. That tailor didn't make the best dresses, and with Ariadne's looks, the dress was everything. Miletta thought that perhaps her sister's choice would actually be a good thing for Isabella. A girl in a white dress always stands out in a crowd. This meant that only the debutante and her partner could wear white. Isabella wanted to scream at the woman to just do her damn job and stay out of their family's business. But that would be very disrespectful. The eldest daughter explained that it was her little sister who wanted them both to wear white dresses. Isabella said that all the sisters in the family were very close and supported each other in everything. The girl declared that wherever she went, no matter what, she would be the most dazzling one. Back in her room, Isabella spent a long time thinking about how to outshine her sister. She and Miletta thought of all sorts of bad ideas, like accidentally spilling wine on the dress. But that might earn her sympathy, so it was a no-go. After a while, Isabella had a flash of inspiration. She thought that maybe Ariadne would actually use that chest padding. Miletta said it was entirely possible, as she had just seen Sankia take out some cotton fabric to wash. If the maid's information was correct, that was the exact fabric they used for chest padding. Well, this information helped Isabella cook up her next insidious and despicable plan. The day of the debutante ball arrived, and Ariadne was already twirling in front of the mirror in her new dress. Sankia said she couldn't tell if her mistress was more dazzling or if the dress was. Ariadne replied that after hearing such flattery, she might actually start to think she was beautiful. One small thing still bothered our heroine. She felt the fit and feel of the dress were different from when she had tried it on. Ariadne asked Sankia how she had tied the fabric. Perhaps that was the problem. Sankia replied that she had tied it a bit looser than usual this time to show off her mistress's figure, which she always kept hidden. Also, she had gotten a little something from Maria and tried it out right away. And these were the hooks that Sankia immediately sewed onto the tulle fabric. Sankia said this made it more convenient to use the chest padding, eliminating the need to tie the fabric and solving the problem of the knot being visible. All this information was new to Ariadne, and she was a little unsure about using hooks. But Sankia said Maria's idea for the hooks was simply genius. It showed how capable and clever the servants here were. Maria was very embarrassed by this, saying she didn't deserve such high praise. The conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Then, a servant announced that her partner had arrived. The girl's face instantly turned red because Alfonso had come all this way for her debutante ball. Ariadne turned to the mirror, checked her hair one last time, and made sure she looked good. She took a deep breath, faced the door, and thought that it was finally time for her grand entrance. Alfonso was dressed in a white suit, like a proper debutante partner. He was completely captivated by how stunning the heroine looked today. She asked if the prince had been waiting long, and Alfonso said he had just arrived. He looked at her with a very intense gaze that made her feel a little uneasy. Alfonso said Ariadne was both gorgeous and elegant, comparable to Queen Guinevere. She blushed and told him not to say things he didn't mean. The prince replied that he meant every word, because Ariadne looked more beautiful than ever. Just then, the door was thrown open, and Genovi burst in, announcing that her partner had arrived. Genovi was very surprised to see Ariadne with a guy he didn't recognize. He pointed at Alfonso and asked Ariadne where she had found such a pretty boy. This pretty boy was glaring at Genovi with a look that could kill. The guy was radiating pure fury. Genovi always said that a man is defined by his actions, but she, that ungrateful, wicked woman, had forgotten her Prince Charming and become infatuated with another man. Genovi looked away from the couple, but he had no intention of shutting up. He turned back to Ariadne and said that she had worn high heels despite him telling her not to. She had to change her shoes right now. Alfonso interrupted Genevieve's insulting rant. Grabbing his nephew's arm, Alfonso said the girl didn't need to change her shoes if he was the one escorting her. This insolent behavior made Genovi even angrier. He decided to show this prince who was boss. He threw a punch at him, but the fist never landed because the tip of a sword was already at Genevieve's neck. Alfonso demanded that the young man stop his nonsense immediately. Genovi tried to argue, but only made things worse, as he could now feel the cold blade against his neck. Terrified, Genovi plopped onto the floor and started yelling at the prince, asking how he dared point a sword at him without knowing who he was. This made Ariadne giggle. She just couldn't help it. Taking advantage of the pause and the action, Ariadne decided to finally introduce her partner. She announced that before him was the second prince, Crown Prince Alfonso de Carlo. Genovi couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't figure out how the crown prince could be here. After the shock, Genovi threw himself at his feet, saying he was honored to greet the little son of their kingdom. He began to apologize, saying he never dreamed he would be in the presence of His Highness the Prince. Prince Alfonso's gaze was filled with contempt, as such behavior was unacceptable for a nobleman. The prince pointed out that the moment this guy found out he was a prince, he immediately started begging for forgiveness. Alfonso accused Genovi of first insulting an innocent girl and then attacking someone he had just met. Ariadne listened intently to the prince's words, observing her relative's reaction. The prince asked if Genovi would still be sorry if the person standing before him wasn't a prince, but someone else. After that, Alfonso demanded that Genovi apologize to the girl. He didn't want to, but he managed to squeeze out the word sorry. The prince was not satisfied with this apology and asked, "When you apologize, shouldn't you make it clear what you're apologizing for?" Ariadne was already tired of this conversation and said she didn't need an apology. Alfonso said he sincerely hoped Genovi had learned his lesson and could now leave. Genovi bolted out of the room as fast as he could, shouting his endless gratitude to His Highness as he ran. Ariadne noticed that after the whole incident, Alfonso seemed a bit down. She asked him why he was unhappy, because if anyone should be upset, it should be her. The prince answered slowly, as if carefully considering what to say. He asked if her family always treated her the way they had just treated her relative. Without waiting for an answer, he reached out to her, trying to show that he would support her. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and said softly that she shouldn't have to endure such treatment, because in the prince's eyes, Ariadne was the most amazing girl he had ever met. Those words stirred 1,000 thoughts in her heart, and she clutched her dress to hide her emotions, but she couldn't hide them completely. A faint blush crept up her cheeks as she said his name. Alfonso seemed to notice something, so he told Ariadne to stay still. He told her that he had accidentally messed up a strand of hair that was supposed to be loose. Hearing this was so absurd that she couldn't help but laugh. Alfonso didn't understand what was so funny. He asked her why she was laughing, but she just couldn't stop. The prince never figured out what made her laugh, but he really enjoyed watching her. Then it was time to greet the guests and kick off the debutante ball for the second daughter of the Desmarais family. The cardinal raised a glass of wine and asked everyone to give a warm welcome to his second daughter. The doors to the hall swung open, and the beautiful Ariadne walked in, escorted by Prince Alfonso. The guests scrutinized the birthday girl and began to whisper that both she and her partner were stunningly beautiful. Isabella, of course, saw who was escorting her sister, which made her both annoyed and frustrated. Meanwhile, Isabella was seething with rage, thinking how dare her sister snatch the crown prince as her partner. She couldn't understand how this girl, who stayed at home all day, had managed to seduce the heir to the throne. Isabella watched the couple with jealousy, but they didn't even spare her a glance. The prince and Ariadne were happy, but it didn't last long. A messenger arrived at the debutante ball with greetings from the king. The two exchanged a look. The prince said he hadn't told anyone he would be here. Music played, announcing that the king's messenger was ready to enter. All the guests knelt to greet the king's messenger. Ariadne also knelt, but Alfonso just stood there, confused, waiting for this person to appear. When the doors opened, Ariadne saw someone she absolutely did not expect. It was Count Cesare, dressed in light-colored clothes befitting a partner. Ariadne was furious. Cesare wouldn't be here for no reason, which meant he was plotting something. The Count unfolded the letter and began to read it aloud for all to hear. The letter congratulated the second daughter of the Desmarais family on her debut and reminded her that she had gained recognition for her unwavering faith in God. So, the king congratulated Ariadne on her debut and, as a gift, sent Count Cesare to be her partner for the debutante waltz. Alfonso was stunned by that last sentence. He never thought his father could be so despicable. Ariadne was equally shocked to hear that Cesare would be her partner for the night. Reading the letter, Cesare was furious that his mother had made him go and please this annoying Ariadne tonight. When he finished reading, he had no idea that the crown prince was standing next to the girl. For the Count, this meant he was suddenly extremely interested in tonight's event, as it seemed his greatest enemy had designs on the second daughter of the Desmarais family. Cesare approached the couple, feigning surprise at this unexpected encounter. The Count said that since this was a formal meeting, he would skip the usual pleasantries. He approached Alfonso and reiterated that the king had specifically designated him as the partner for the second daughter of the Desmarais family tonight. He held out his hand to Ariadne, telling her to come with him. Ariadne glared at Cesare, but knew she couldn't refuse him under the circumstances. The Count himself looked triumphant, having successfully outsmarted the crown prince. Seeing that Ariadne wasn't rushing towards him, he repeated that it was the king's order, so she should hurry up. For a few seconds after Cesare's announcement, the prince was completely tense, but he managed to calm down. The heir smiled, easing the tension and helping his partner relax as well. Afterward, he turned to the girl and said that he must yield for now and that they would see each other later. During this time, Cesare silently watched the couple, not wanting to forcibly take his partner and leave a bad impression on her. Meanwhile, Cesare was already plotting in his mind how to ruin the prince's life. Now, the The Count was fully invested in the plan to snatch the second daughter of the Demar family from Alfonso. The music started and Ariadne's debutante ball began. Soon the guests joined in. Although she was dancing with the Count, her reluctance was written all over her face. Meanwhile, Cesare thought she had a hot body and was even more sexy and charming with makeup on. He broke the silence, calling her Ariadne and saying it was a pleasure to see her tonight. Cesare said the die was cast, but from now on he would be very good to her. But she just asked to be called Mr. Marriott. He felt that, unlike all the girls he knew, this one had guts. But most importantly, she was the Crown Prince's woman, which meant he had to work hard to snatch Ariadne away from Alfonso. Cesare was already getting excited, imagining the scene where she chose him over the heir to the throne. The Count said he liked the idea of him and her getting close very soon. Meanwhile, Alfonso just stood there watching the people on the dance floor, waiting for Ariadne to be free. Isabella spotted him, or rather, she hadn't taken her eyes off him all evening. She decided to make her move and started walking towards Alfonso. That vase on the table was the perfect excuse to get his attention, the eldest Demar daughter thought. The next moment, the vase was flying towards the floor. Alfonso's reaction was quite fast, so he tried to catch the vase. But he was a split second too late, and the vase still shattered on the floor, drawing everyone's attention. Since they didn't see Isabella's little maneuver, they all thought the Crown Prince had dropped it himself. Isabella's plan to get his attention was a complete success. The guests thought the prince was so eager to ask the beautiful Isabella to dance that he got nervous and broke the vase. The room fell silent. Whispers claimed that even the prince couldn't resist the beauty of the eldest Demar daughter. Alfonso felt embarrassed, both by the attention and by the gossip about dancing with her sister. Isabella just smiled faintly, though she was ecstatic inside. Isabella put on an innocent act, implying that the prince was about to ask her to dance. No way. Alfonso absolutely didn't want to. He gestured that it was a complete coincidence. Isabella wouldn't give up, telling the prince to hurry up because everyone was watching them. Alfonso had no choice but to dance with her. While dancing, Isabella asked him if he liked the hall's decorations. The prince replied that everything was beautifully arranged. After that, their conversation paused slightly. Afterward, Isabella continued to create the impression of a perfect girl for the prince. Isabella smiled and said that His Highness was an excellent dancer. Alfonso replied with a hint of regret that it was Lord Lorward who had taught him personally. It seemed Isabella wasn't very interested in this information, so she decided to change the subject immediately. She asked the prince if he had noticed how unique the hall's decorations were today. It was then that she casually brushed against the prince, carefully yet deliberately wrapping her arms around him. Afterwards, she mentioned that all the decorations had been chosen by her sister, Ariadne. The prince was taken aback by the shameless behavior of the eldest Demar daughter. Isabella, at that moment, believed the prince was enjoying her touch and was surely captivated by her. The prince, suppressing his anger, addressed the older sister as Miss Demar. She immediately asked, unfazed, what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince desired. He said something she didn't expect. He began talking about how he found Ariadne to be a remarkable and opinionated woman. This was a complete blow to Isabella. The prince was supposed to be admiring her, not talking about her sister. This, of course, annoyed the eldest daughter. Now she was just waiting for that crucial moment to arrive. She watched Ariadne dance with Cesare, hoping something would go wrong at any moment, because this was the only way to show everyone, including the prince, that her sister was seriously flawed. Only then could the eldest daughter regain the favor of both Count Cesare and the prince. But nothing happened. The dance ended, and the partners were already making their final curtsies. Immediately after, Ariadne turned and walked away from Cesare. She walked with confident steps, not even noticing that Alfonso had been waiting for her, so she was surprised when he approached. The girl said she thought the prince had already gone home since the ball was ruined. Alfonso replied that he couldn't leave without dancing with the queen of the ball. Just then, the next piece of music began, and everyone who wanted to dance made their way to the dance floor. Alfonso extended his hand to the girl, finally inviting her to dance. He asked if the lovely lady would do him the honor of a waltz. The girl responded with a smile. She had wanted to dance with Alfonso for a very long time, so she told him she would be delighted to dance with him. The music started, and all the couples swirled to the melody of the waltz. Ariadne, in her white gown, and Alfonso drew everyone's gaze. Alfonso asked if Count Cesare had given Ariadne a hard time during the dance, and the girl replied that the Count had been surprisingly polite. The prince asked how her first dance went, which confused her. Alfonso said he hadn't seen her dance because he was dancing with her sister at the time. Upon hearing this, Ariadne's spirits plummeted, which the prince immediately noticed. She sadly told Alfonso that her sister was very beautiful. Isabella was considered the most sought-after girl in San Carlo, the type to make all men fall for her. Ariadne knew that compared to her sister, she was not in the same league at all. Alfonso considered this comparison for a moment, then said that Ariadne and her sister were too different to even be compared. This straightforward answer caught her off guard, leaving her a bit stunned. She said everyone called her sister the most beautiful in San Carlo. But Alfonso said Isabella was only noticeable because she was a bit different. Ariadne fell into thought, trying to understand the prince's words. She couldn't believe he was being truthful. Alfonso asked if it was really her who decorated the hall, and she answered yes. The prince said she had done an outstanding job, and Ariadne was about to thank him, but then they heard the sound of tearing fabric. The two of them froze, completely caught off guard. It took them a minute to figure out what had just happened. Ariadne realized the problem was with her dress. It had ripped, revealing far too much of her chest. The sound was loud enough for everyone present to stare at the girl. Some asked what happened, while others were already sizing up the second de Mere daughter's chest. Meanwhile, Alfonso quickly assessed the situation and gave her his cloak. He embraced the girl, led her out of the hall, and told all the onlookers to make way for them to pass. Alfonso said the ladies' lounge might not be a good idea, as there could be other gawkers there. He asked Ariadne where they should go. The girl said her room on the second floor was the safest place. Just then, Sancho was in the girl's room and was surprised to see his mistress appear. As the prince had Ariadne sit down and calmed her, Sancho was ordering other servants to hurry and fetch a change of clothes. Ariadne was trembling all over from the stress. Seeing this, Alfonso asked the girl how she was feeling. She couldn't calm down, feeling only shame and humiliation. The heroine recalled the words from her past life, when they said she was tall and burly, with a disgusting hair color. Every humiliation from her past life replayed in her mind. How she threw herself at men, shameless and utterly worthless. Tears streamed down her face. Ariadne was overcome with shame about what had happened. Lost in her thoughts, she was still trembling. She had already concluded that this incident had made Alfonso feel disgusted with her. She covered her face with her hands, trying to calm down. Alfonso saw all this and felt terribly sorry for her. He didn't know what to do, but felt he could at least place a hand on her shoulder. But then he felt that wouldn't be enough. Besides, did he even have the right to touch her now? He hesitated, searching for the best way to help Ariadne calm down. In the end, he simply held her, which worked immediately. He began to gently stroke her hair, trying to soothe her with a quiet voice. The Crown Prince said it was all over and she didn't have to worry about anything anymore. They sat on the sofa, and the prince kept reassuring her, saying everything would be all right now. When the girl finally stopped trembling, Alfonso asked if she felt better. She nodded, still not daring to look him in the eye. She asked if everyone had seen her in that disgraceful state, clutching his cloak tighter. Alfonso quickly reassured her that even if they had, it was only for a moment, and maybe no one even realized what happened, just thinking it was some new fashion trend. He joked that such revealing attire was very popular among older women. But his joke didn't work, and Ariadne still looked pained. She said that everyone who saw her chest must have thought she was hideous. Alfonso was completely baffled. He didn't know what she was talking about, so he asked her to explain. Ariadne was about to say she was talking about her chest, but Alfonso cut her off, blurting out that her chest was beautiful. These words calmed Ariadne down a bit, though she didn't really believe he was sincere. Alfonso finally realized what he had just said, and my God, he was extremely embarrassed. But then, he added that he had covered her chest so quickly that no one could have seen it but him. The guy clenched his fist and added that he wanted to be the only one who could see her beauty. Hearing this, Ariadne found it hard not to believe he was sincere. She looked at him with teary eyes, while the prince's face flushed red from embarrassment and his own boldness. Alfonso suddenly jumped up, saying he thought he had been dancing for too long and needed to get some air and cool down quickly. He left the room, closing the door behind him, trying to sort out the tumultuous thoughts and emotions inside him. Meanwhile, Ariadne had calmed down a bit and began to think about what the guy had said. She was still wrapped in his cloak and really didn't want to give it back. At the same time, the prince was trying to calm down and was coming to some conclusions. The main one was that he was a decent man, so he had no right to reveal his feelings or desires. The prince knew he had to exercise restraint, but it wasn't working very well. Back at the ball, the guests felt sorry for Ariadne and wondered how such a thing could have happened. Isabella was not pleased with how things had turned out. She had only wanted the handkerchief to fall, but now her whole chest had been exposed. She thought her sister had been publicly humiliated, but for some reason, people sympathized with her, so she had to take control of the situation. Isabella announced that she believed the whole thing was staged on purpose. She said her sister's vanity had gotten completely out of control. Isabella interjected that her sister would do anything for attention, but she never thought Ariadne would go this far. Just then, the guests at the ball began to whisper, questioning whether what happened was really an accident. Some even sided with Isabella, adding that the entire ball itself was too extravagant. A group of girls decided that the younger Demare daughter was too vain, unlike her sister, Isabella. Now, even the incident at Mass was seen as another one of her attempts to show off. The topic even shifted to the prince, saying the girl had tricked him into coming here somehow. Isabella enjoyed the effect she was causing. Just then, they began to attack the younger daughter's lowly birth. Alfonso overheard the end of this conversation and was furious. He turned to everyone present and asked if they had any shame saying such things. The prince asked if they had a shred of evidence that it was a setup, adding that it was obvious how upset the girl was when she left the ballroom. Isabella was furious and shocked that the prince was defending Ariadne. Now all eyes were on Alfonso, who was determined to quell any gossip about the matter. But Isabella didn't back down and continued to stick to her story. Isabella claimed with an innocent expression that there was no malice in their conversation. Alfonso saw the eldest daughter was about to cry and hesitated. Isabella started to shed tears, saying it was all just a misunderstanding. The guests were already whispering that the prince had made her cry. The prince walked over to comfort her, which was exactly what Isabella wanted. Now she was counting on the prince to embrace her in front of everyone and try to soothe her. Alfonso didn't understand Isabella's behavior and asked her what was wrong. The prince moved closer and closer to the older Demare's sister, who was already imagining Alfonso taking her into his arms. But fate had other plans. A servant announced that Ariadne Demare was entering the hall. Ariadne had ruined everything again. Isabella, with tears still in her eyes, glared at her sister. Alfonso also hadn't expected her to recover so quickly, change her clothes, and come downstairs. Ariadne walked into a rather dramatic scene. Her sister was in the middle of it all, crying her eyes out. Ariadne approached her, realizing that while she was away, Isabella had been putting on an act. The heroine asked her sister why she was crying, but Isabella didn't rush to answer. Isabella grabbed her sister's hand, claiming the prince had completely misunderstood her reaction to the incident. Because of that, the heir to the throne now thought Isabella wanted to speak ill of her own sister. Isabella went on to say that, in fact, the embarrassing dress incident had somehow made Ariadne more attractive in the guests' eyes. She said Alfonso had even mentioned her sister's full curves. But Alfonso immediately denied it, calling it all a lie. After listening to her sister, Ariadne tried to answer in a calm voice. Ariadne looked at the girl who was still sniveling with a remorseful face, then switched into actress mode, even squeezing out a tear. She accused her sister of making an issue of her figure. After that, Ariadne snatched her hand back, which caught Isabella off guard. Ariadne added that such talk bothered her. She began to tremble, pleading with her sister to never talk about her body with anyone again. Ariadne announced loudly through her tears that it made her very uncomfortable when people looked at her strangely. The party guests sided with Ariadne, feeling sorry that she had to live this way, with a sister who didn't support her and openly discuss such sensitive topics. The guests thought that even if the sisters weren't fully related by blood, it was no excuse for such behavior. Isabella realized the situation had turned against her again. She was still trying to find a way out of it, insisting to her sister that she had misunderstood. Ariadne replied sadly that her sister had gone too far and that their closeness was only a matter of partial blood ties, even though Ariadne had done her best to be a good sister. With that, the heroine turned and walked away from her sister, who was still trying to stop her. Meanwhile, the room was abuzz with talk that it was Isabella who had brought up her sister's figure. And apparently, she wore the white dress not out of love for her sister, but to frame her. The guests said they hadn't noticed before, but the eldest Amere daughter's behavior was truly vicious. As Ariadne walked away, she knew she had done the right thing and protected her reputation. She was very satisfied that she had been able to teach Isabella a lesson and damage her reputation. As Ariadne walked up the stairs, Isabella shouted after her, telling her to stop. When Ariadne ignored her, Isabella yelled that her sister must be deaf. Isabella grabbed her sister's arm, called her a bitch, and said the issue of her figure had never been discussed before. The eldest daughter accused her sister of pinning all the blame on her. Isabella raised her hand to strike Ariadne, calling her a pathetic little thing, this time saying Ariadne didn't accept all the love Isabella had wasted by doting on her all these years. This time in this life, absolutely not. Ariadne wasn't going to let herself be hit, so she grabbed Isabella's wrist and squeezed it hard. Ariadne whispered, so others couldn't hear, that her sister was a crazy bitch and that it was a capital offense. The tone of these words sent a chill down Isabella's spine. For the first time, she felt real fear. Ariadne let go of her hand, saying Isabella wasn't the only one who could hurl insults. Then the heroine smiled and reminded her sister that their rooms were separated by only a thin wooden wall. This frightened Isabella even more. She didn't even want to utter another vicious word. All she could do was shout something about the girl, and then was left speechless. Isabella stormed out of the room, furious that her sister, whom she had considered no threat, could fight back like this. The eldest daughter knew this was the beginning of a real feud between them, and Isabella was determined to win. To do that, she would use all of her so-called friends. With that thought, the girl ran to them, practically sobbing. Isabella sat among her group of friends, sobbing and making everyone feel very sorry for her. She claimed she only wore the white dress because Ariadne had asked her to, and she didn't know why Ariadne would do this to her. Isabella went on listing all the good things she had done, like lending dresses and helping with things. Jealousy over the prince must be the reason. But not every girl believed what the eldest Amere daughter was saying, despite the tear-stained face she was showing them. The girl was secretly pleased that some of them had fallen for it, but clearly not all of them. One of the girls pointed out that the edge of a breast pocket was showing on her dress. Isabella hadn't expected that she herself was revealing the very thing she had accused her sister of. Julia de Balsadura, who had exposed her, decided to leave the group rather than listen to any more of Isabella's lies. Julia walked straight to the main hall where Ariadne still was. Isabella felt utterly insulted and flew into a rage that her friends weren't backing her up. She yelled at them, calling them traitors. Meanwhile, Julia de Balsadura walked right up to Ariadne, the prince, and the people around them. She curtsied politely and introduced herself to Ariadne as the eldest daughter of the Marquis de Balsadura. Ariadne was genuinely surprised that Miss Julia herself would approach her. Julia said she was planning a tea party at her house next week and asked if Ariadne would do her the honor of attending. Ariadne remembered that in her past life, no girl her age had ever approached her, but now she was even being invited to tea. Ariadne, of course, happily accepted. The cardinal was stunned. Even holding a modest ball cost at least 300 ducats, and his father had only allocated 150 ducats for Ariadne's event. Now Ariadne was returning 12 ducats, the money left over from the party. The girl said she had been cutting costs and showed him a ledger itemizing all the expenses. Her father flipped through the ledger, completely shocked, and asked where she had learned all this. Ariadne said she had found a similar book in his study and had been using it as a reference. The cardinal studied the expenses, growing more amazed by his daughter's actions with every line he read. Then he ordered Ariadne to call Lucretia in. Lucretia asked why the head of the family had summoned her so urgently. Moreover, the mistress of the house was very annoyed that her husband's other daughter was in his study. The cardinal was clearly in a bad mood and asked Lucretia how she had been managing the family's finances. The question caught Lucretia off guard, as her husband had never been interested in this before. It dawned on her that the cardinal might have found out about the money she had been stashing at her parents' house. The cardinal asked if she remembered the cost of the farewell party for Appolito, which had few guests but totaled over 500 ducats, while a recent dress for Isabella had cost 50 ducats. Lucretia was stubborn, saying it didn't matter how much was spent as long as the event was a one-time thing. She pointed out that she had been managing the household finances for 20 years, so why the sudden audit? Lucretia suddenly raised her voice, suggesting the real problem might be that the cardinal no longer trusted her. The head of the family was not about to stand there and listen to insults and excuses. He retorted, asking what trust and gratitude she was talking about, as she was the one who should have been grateful to him all these years. The cardinal pointed out that Ariadne had spent only 138 ducats on the ball, proving how wasteful Lucretia had been. He said that from now on, he would give Ariadne her allowance personally, and Isabella would receive no more than her sister. Lucretia snapped back angrily that it seemed the cardinal intended to hand over some of his duties to his bastard daughter. If he did that, it would ruin her reputation as the mistress of the house. And then she added that he already didn't treat her as a wife. She objected to giving the bastard girl more power, but the cardinal was not going to repeat his decision. He ordered Lucretia to get out, not wanting to argue anymore. The mistress of the house knew that the bastard girl must have had something to do with this. She glared at the girl with pure hatred in her eyes, but said nothing. The second daughter and the mistress of the house exchanged a cold look, but had no intention of fighting in front of the father. The cardinal was exhausted by the conversation, but he couldn't relax. He needed to know more. He asked if the rumors about a certain incident at the ball were true and if she had found out the cause. Ariadne said she learned the problem started after the dress was delivered to the mansion and would explain more once she had the facts. The cardinal added that managing the staff was important and she needed to keep an eye on things to avoid a repeat. Finally, the cardinal said that from now on, he would give Ariadne 10 ducats a month for her expenses. This was fantastic news for the girl, and she couldn't help but let a small smile show. She thanked her father, secretly celebrating the small victory over Lucretia, who had just lost 10 ducats a month. Sancha asked her mistress why she hadn't mentioned that the problem with the dress was Isabella's doing. Ariadne replied regretfully that she had no solid proof. After the ball, the girls had examined the dress closely and noticed two strange things. The hooks themselves were made of silver instead of iron. The hooks Maria had brought were different and didn't fasten securely, meaning they would loosen over time. On the front, the thread of the seam showed signs of an unnatural tear. Ariadne was sure it was Isabella's fault, but without proof, it was better to keep it a secret. Ariadne decided to explain to Sancha why they couldn't say anything now. She compared any evidence to a bomb that must be detonated when the enemy is at their weakest. So their task was to gather evidence piece by piece to eventually deliver a fatal blow. At the family dinner, the cardinal announced that any family quarrels must remain within these walls. He told Ariadne that she shouldn't have pointed out Isabella's mistakes in front of everyone. Ariadne knew her father was angry about the public squabble, so she promised not to do it again. He was much harsher with Isabella, demanding she explain the rumors she had spread about her sister's figure. The cardinal believed that such behavior was unacceptable for an adult woman, especially between sisters. Isabella burst into tears, claiming that wasn't how it happened at all. She said it was Camelia who started talking about breasts first, and that Ariadne was showing off on purpose. The cardinal's attitude softened, and he asked if she was really the one who started it. Just then, Lucretia interjected, saying the cardinal would rather believe ridiculous gossip than his own daughter's words. The cardinal said there might have been a misunderstanding, but he was still prepared to have a serious talk. Just then, Arabella accidentally knocked over her soup bowl and immediately apologized. The parents glared at their youngest daughter as if she were the root of all problems. But this was the last straw for the cardinal. He stood up from the table, saying he had completely lost his appetite. Lucretia immediately started yelling at Arabella, saying it was her fault their father had left. Afterwards, the lady of the house hugged her eldest daughter, and they left the dining room together. Arabella felt guilty and began to sob quietly, tears welling up in her eyes. Ariadne pushed her soup bowl over so she could finally eat something. The protagonist told her little sister to chew slowly, eat quietly, and then go back to her room. Ariadne added that Arabella was not at fault for any of this. The sister just mumbled, calmed down, and began to eat in silence. Meanwhile, the queen summoned the crown prince to her chambers. Alfonso remained silent. He already knew why his mother had called for him and was just waiting for her to speak. His mother was in no hurry to speak. She was finishing the official document in her hands. After a moment, she said she had received a report of his attendance at the debutante ball of the de Mar family's second daughter. Alfonso simply replied that her name was Ariadne, as his mother knew very well. She gave him a meaningful look and decided not to comment on his words. Instead, she handed him the document she had been reading and told him to take a look. Alfonso began to skim through the document. It was a report on Grand Duke Deborah and his daughter. Seeing that he was about to finish reading, his mother just let out a short, loud HMPF. Larissa de Beloa was the daughter of the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Caligo. A second later, the mother dropped the bombshell that they were negotiating a marriage, with her as the bride and Alfonso as the groom. The news hit him like a bolt from the blue. The room fell silent. Alfonso asked, "What marriage are you talking about? I haven't even met this girl." His mother replied that next month, a representative from Caligo would arrive to finalize the details of the prince's wedding. According to the queen, this meant Alfonso had to be on his best behavior, and the guests must not find out that the prince was getting cozy with the cardinal's illegitimate daughter. Alfonso did not like this conversation, nor the way they were talking about his friend. He told his mother that Ariadne wasn't just some girl from a different family. If his mother was angry that he had snuck off to the girl's debutante ball, then she should blame him and him alone. The queen snapped at Alfonso, reminding him that he was the sole heir to the Etruscan throne, so he couldn't just marry anyone. Alfonso knew his mother was right, so he just stood there, staring at the floor. The queen decided to lay her cards on the table, so she continued. She said Alfonso needed to think about things like reputation and the golden age for marriage. If things continued as they were, with Ariadne dreaming of a future with the prince, it would only hurt her. Because of those hopes, she would miss her chance to marry and end up alone. In that case, Alfonso would be the sole culprit for her misfortune. The mother also said that from now on, it would be best for the prince and Ariadne to stop corresponding and not be alone together. The queen thought it best to put a stop to it now, before their relationship developed too deeply. For the first time in her life, Ariadne was invited to a tea party. As she and the hostess walked toward the other guests, the girl wondered what on earth people talked about on such occasions. Ariadne hoped that she might actually be able to make a friend. Today, the first thing she heard was someone asking if the man was really going to have a wedding. It was Amelia speaking, who was already engaged, but wasn't sure if they would actually make it to the altar. This was not the conversation the protagonist had expected, so she was quite surprised. She smiled and thought to herself, so this is what they talk about at tea parties. But then she heard them say that the topic was all about Isabella. For the second time in minutes, Ariadne froze. Could Isabella cause trouble even here? Amelia said that Isabella had humiliated her in front of Ottavio. According to Amelia, the eldest daughter of the de Mar family had charmed her man with such sweet words that the groom-to-be forgot his own fiancée was even there. Ariadne was surprised again, but this time because her sister could seduce other women's men while maintaining her own perfect reputation. The protagonist approached Amelia and told her to calm down, because for Isabella, this was just a temporary game. Only then did Amelia notice Ariadne approaching and immediately remembered the terrible mess at the debutante ball. Ariadne continued to soothe her, saying that as soon as Ottavio responded, he would be dropped faster than you could blink. Ariadne concluded by saying that her sister just wanted to get the man's attention. That's all. The girl remembered Isabella using the exact same trick on Cesare in her past life. Amelia stopped crying, stunned by Ariadne's words. So were the other girls sitting around her. The girl thanked Ariadne for trying to comfort her and said the protagonist was really warm and considerate. Ariadne thought to herself that their relationship was more like misery loves company than genuine kindness. Amelia pointed out that Isabella's sister was very kind, so she didn't understand why the eldest de Mar's sister would speak ill of the protagonist. The girl added that if she had known Ariadne was so nice, she would have stopped Isabella that day. Ariadne was completely confused, so she asked Amelia to be clear. Amelia said Isabella had been going around saying that Ariadne had deliberately torn her dress to show off her chest. Ariadne was furious, but tried to stay calm, not want to make a big deal out of it. Amelia added that Isabella also wore low-cut dresses, but unlike her sister, she had nothing to show off up there. This new piece of information made the protagonist even angrier, but at the same time, it made her a little happy, albeit for different reasons. Now Ariadne realized that Amelia had betrayed her supposed close friend just to get on her good side. The protagonist understood that Amelia was feigning closeness, which meant she couldn't trust this girl either, because she was very likely spreading rumors about her behind her back right now. Ariadne now fully understood what these tea parties were all about. She was a little frustrated by her discovery, but decided that even so, this could be used to her advantage. Ariadne told Amelia that her sister told a completely different story at home. At home, according to Isabella, it was Amelia who first started talking about Ariadne's chest at the debutante ball. Yeah, as if Amelia was shocked. Ariadne went on to say that's how Isabella had framed her in front of the family elders. Amelia trembled with anger upon hearing this, and the other girls chimed in, saying they had heard with their own ears that it was Isabella herself who started talking about breasts. Amelia was furious, absolutely livid, because the eldest Amar's sister had pushed all the blame onto her. Watching Amelia's uncontrollable rage, Ariadne was reminded of the old saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." So she planned to turn Amelia against Isabella and use their conflict to her own advantage. Around the same time, Count Cesare was relaxing with his friends, drinking heavily and gambling. But his mind was not on the game at all. He was distracted, wrestling with a problem he had never encountered before. He pulled his faithful friend Ottavio away from the card game and asked him a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Cesare wanted to know Ottavio's secret, how he seduced women who couldn't stand him. Ottavio said, "I have no idea what to do, especially if even Cesare himself is clueless." Count Tacoma said Ottavio was a total player, the city's notorious heartbreaker. The Count admitted that he had never initiated a relationship before. Hearing this from the most charming man in the city was just too strange for Ottavio. Seeing his friend's reaction, Cesare asked, "What's with that look? Did I say something crazy?" Ottavio snapped out of his shock and suggested, "Dude, let's start with the basics. Send her flowers and gifts. Man, no woman can resist that stuff." Cesare was mulling over the idea, as it sounded utterly ridiculous to him. Then he patted Ottavio on the shoulder and said, "Now I understand why you keep striking out with women." Just as Ottavio was losing his mind over the Count's reaction, Cesare was already thinking about what gift to buy. When Isabella opened the door, she was stunned by a huge bouquet of red roses. Along with the bouquet came a dress, a sight that took Isabella's breath away. When she asked who the gift was from, the delivery man said he was sent by Count Tacoma. Isabella was flattered that the Count was finally showing some interest. She pretended to be very surprised by the gift, but inwardly she was celebrating that she had finally been noticed. The eldest sister said the delivery man could put the flowers in her room, but she had to try on the dress right now. The delivery man almost fainted, sweat pouring down his face. He apologized to the girl in a very quiet voice. It turned out the gift was for the second young lady of the Damar family. Isabella simply couldn't imagine such a thing happening. Going up to Ariadne's room, the delivery man confirmed again that he was sent by Count Cesare. He double-checked that she was Ariadne to make sure he was giving the package to the right person. The Count had also written a letter, which the messenger handed to the protagonist. In it, he wrote enthusiastically about how thrilled he was to be her partner for the first dance and sent the roses as a memento. Ariadne wasn't going to let Cesare treat her like this. In this life, the mere thought of him made her sick. She remembered an old dream where they walked through a garden, talking about lilies of the valley. Cesare had once compared Ariadne to that kind of flower, saying only he could see the girl in those humbly bowed blossoms. He compared her to a wild flower, beautiful and free for the taking. Ariadne was angry that Cesare's opinion of her had changed so drastically just because of a few changed circumstances. She told the messenger to return the gifts, as she wanted nothing to do with that man. The messenger was terrified, saying that if he did that, the roses would wilt because they were living things. Ariadne looked at the flowers, knowing that throwing away the bouquet would cause trouble for this poor man. She asked the messenger about it, and he confirmed her suspicions, thinking she would accept the gift. But Ariadne only agreed to take the roses. The messenger had to take the dress back. She told the man to leave the flowers outside, as far away from her as possible. When Arabella saw the bouquet, she was ecstatic, as she had never seen such large roses before. Isabella's reaction, however, was the complete opposite. She couldn't understand why the gift wasn't for her. Hearing Arabella's excited reaction to the flowers, Isabella told her to keep it down because her head was throbbing. The youngest daughter left the room, heartbroken, but the eldest sister's mood did not improve. Isabella was angry, first that Julia de Baldassar had a tea party without inviting her, and now Cesare was sending gifts to Ariadne. She didn't understand what was wrong with the Count, because just recently, Count de Cum had been actively pursuing her. All of this made Isabella furious, as Ariadne's beauty couldn't possibly compare to that of the eldest daughter of the Damar family. A man's voice interrupted her thoughts, asking what could possibly make the beautiful Isabella unhappy. It was Genobi, who had just dropped by, wanting to see the luxurious mansion again. Isabella immediately ran to her brother, crying and shouting that someone was bullying her. She started pouring out her grievances about the tea party and Cesare's gift to Ariadne. Genobi flew into a rage, cursing Ariadne for being such a handful. He was flattered that the beautiful Isabella was confiding in him, and Genobi swore to make Ariadne's life difficult. He said he would tell everyone how terrible Ariadne was, and that Isabella just needed to trust her brother. Arabella told Ariadne that her sister was going to a hunting competition, adding that she would definitely go too when she grew up. Arabella dreamed that after the competition, she would give her scarf to a handsome knight and then become his wife. Ariadne smiled and told her sister that everything would happen just as she wished. And so, at the hunting competition, the young men set off with their bows and arrows. Meanwhile, the high nobles rested leisurely in their tents, chatting and waiting for the glorious return of the hunters. As a prize, the girls would give their handkerchiefs to the winner as a sign of admiration. Sometimes, even a loser could receive a handkerchief if a girl thought the man was a brave knight. Arabella just kept dreaming, eagerly awaiting her debut so she could start attending tea parties and balls. Ariadne was very happy to hear her sister's words, and a warmth spread through her heart at her plan. The protagonist promised herself that she would do everything in her power to help her sister grow up and meet her prince. In her past life, her little sister had died of a plague. Ariadne had to stop that from happening. The protagonist was determined to change her little sister's fate in this life. Our conversation was interrupted by Sasha, who ran to deliver a letter to her lady. Ariadne held on to a sliver of hope that perhaps this was finally a letter from Alfonso. The girl wanted Arabella to leave, so she asked if she had a lesson, to which her sister replied yes. As soon as Arabella closed the door, Ariadne grabbed the letter. She thought it was the prince's first letter since her debut and wanted to open it as quickly as possible, eager to see what it said. But seeing the first few lines, she froze. It was not what she wanted to read. A few seconds later, the letter was torn to shreds and thrown away. It was from Cesare. Her fury could be felt from across the room. She was furious with her ex de Cum's different approach to winning her over this time annoyed her. In the torn-up letter, Cesare mentioned that he would be participating in the royal hunting competition. He asked Ariadne to give him her handkerchief if he won. Sasha guessed that Cesare knew she would be at the event, which was why he sent the saddle. And, get this, it was a very high-end and expensive saddle, so it would be foolish to refuse it. Seeing Ariadne's reaction, Sasha sighed heavily and said she would take the saddle back. Ariadne was angry, wondering if she would have to listen to Cesare's stories about the golden deer in this life too. At the same time, she was also frustrated because Cesare sent gifts every day, while Alfonso remained silent. She could only guess that maybe something had happened, or maybe it was her fault. The protagonist was afraid that the prince had seen her large, ugly body and was immediately repulsed by her. Despair began to envelop the girl. She wasn't even sure if she would see the prince at the event. As the competition began, a diplomatic envoy from Caligo came to see the king. Alfonso stood by the king's side, doing exactly as his mother had instructed. The representative was Duke Murray, the head of the Caligo delegation, who began to chatter on about the weather in his native tongue. Count Marquez, the Etruscan representative, told Murray that he should speak Etruscan. That is the local language. The Caligo fellow just smirked contemptuously. Speaking in his own language was his way of showing his country's superiority over Etruscan. He said that a representative of a great nation like Caligo shouldn't have to follow the rules of some minor kingdom. This arrogant start to the engagement negotiations caught the young prince completely off guard. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the hall. Everyone was waiting to see how the king would react. Count Marquez was sweating nervously, worried that the king wouldn't tolerate such disrespect and would blow the whole deal. But then, the king himself suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the tension. Afterwards, he said that marrying off his son was much more troublesome than he had imagined. The king said the two countries were about to become one family, so there was no need to argue over language. Enough with the small talk, let's have a drink. His Majesty was practically telling everyone, including his son, to calm the fuck down. Alfonso was in no mood to party and wanted to slip away as soon as possible. But as the heir, he was trapped. Cesare and Ottavio, along with some other hunters, had already started their competition. When Ottavio said that Alfonso couldn't compete, Cesare retorted that it's easier to strike while the iron is hot. Ottavio found this amusing, so he continued with his strange metaphors. But the Count was not amused. Cesare told Ottavio he was going to hunt alone today, so Ottavio should find something else to do. The Count explained that he intended to track the golden stag today. Ariadne, riding not far behind them, overheard the friends' conversation. She thought to herself that even in this life, her ex still believed in the fairy tale about the golden stag. Rumor had it that if you wash your face with water the stag had drunk from, you would gain a charm no one could resist. But there was a darker rumor circulating that whoever caught the stag would ascend to the throne. Apparently, that was why Cesare had always been obsessed with finding it. As it had always been, Ariadne remembered how her man had tried to capture that deer time and time again. Cesare swore he was so handsome because he had washed his face with water the stag had drunk from as a child. Obviously, his story and all those rumors couldn't possibly be true. Suddenly, Ariadne realized Alfonso was standing there, gazing at her. It seemed this encounter was a complete surprise for both of them. A few seconds later, the Crown Prince turned away without a word. Ariadne wanted to say hello, to ask how he was doing, but she didn't get a chance to say anything. She tried to calm herself down, repeating to herself that he did it because it was a public place. The girl had no choice but to grab the reins and urge her horse forward. As she rode away from the prince, she was lost in thought. She understood his actions, but that didn't make her feel any better. Ariadne didn't even notice how far she had ridden from everyone else. Finally reining in her horse, she thought it would be much better to be back in the tent right now. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, remembering who was in the tent. A man's voice interrupted her, saying they needed to talk. It was Genobi. Ariadne was already in a terrible mood, and the appearance of this relative only made things worse. The girl declared that she had nothing to say to him, so she would rather leave. Genobi wouldn't give up so easily. He called out to her again, pointing his finger at her. He declared that Ariadne had forgotten how to show respect for her elders. Genobi started threatening her, saying that if he ever found her disrespecting Isabella again, he would put her in her place. In a foul mood, Ariadne called Genobi a dirty bastard, implying he had ulterior motives toward his own sister. Genobi didn't expect her to say that, and her words truly enraged him. Ariadne added that he should deal with his own damn business instead of meddling in others, and that he hadn't even earned a single ducat himself. That insult was the last straw, so Genobi quickly lost control. He called Ariadne a lowly whore and told her to shut her damn mouth. But she continued to provoke him deliberately, calling him a useless piece of trash. He kept telling her to shut up and stop talking that nonsense. Finally, he grabbed a crossbow, shouting how dare she defy him. Ariadne was immediately struck with fear and panic, and she screamed at him that he was starting to lose his mind. Just then, the arrow was already flying towards its target, hitting the protagonist's horse in the rump. The sudden pain caused the horse to rear up on its hind legs and then bolt with all its might, completely out of control. Seeing what he had done, Genobi was terrified. He hadn't meant to shoot the arrow. Ariadne's horse didn't slow down, and she clung to it desperately to keep from falling, completely unable to see where they were going. She was wondering if she should jump off at this speed, but that would only make her die faster. She had to make a decision quickly. She managed to look ahead and saw that the horse was charging straight for a cliff. She was terrified, knowing she was about to fall into an abyss. Her strength was fading fast. She could feel her life would end in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, she heard a voice shouting at her to let go. The voice was calling her name, and she looked in the direction of the person. Cesare was shouting at her what to do. He wanted her to relax her thighs and lean forward. The girl tried to do as the Count shouted, but she couldn't do it at all due to the horse's high speed and agile movements. Seeing that the situation wasn't improving, Cesare desperately tried to find a new way to save the girl. He called her name again in a confident voice, and she looked at Cesare, still hoping for his help. The Count told her to pull her feet out of the stirrups, and a few seconds later, he leaped and knocked her off the horse. It was all over. Cesare and Ariadne fell to the ground, lying there gasping for air. Ariadne looked at the Count and asked if he was okay. He was still holding the girl and seemed to be unconscious. Ariadne was worried Cesare was dead, so she quickly jumped up, turned the Count over, and prepared to check his breathing. Cesare still didn't open his eyes, yet he said he was enjoying hugging a beauty, but she ran away. Ariadne, still worried about the man who had saved her, asked if he was hurt. The Count said nonchalantly that his arm was killing him, so he might have to lie down for a little longer. Then he added that his arms were open and she was welcome to join him. Ariadne found Cesare's words super weird, and it was written all over her face. She told the Count he needed to get up, and if he didn't, she would kick his arm. Ariadne urged him to hurry and yanked his wrist, making the Count cry out in pain. He immediately said it really hurt. Ariadne guessed Cesare might have a broken bone, so she tore off the hem of her dress and made a bandage for him. Cesare was surprised she knew how to do this, but she said it was basic knowledge for anyone who had lived on a farm. After that, she stood up, dusted herself off, and said they should get going because she didn't want to be trapped here alone with him. All night, they found Ariadne's horse, but it was already dead. Ariadne thought the mare must have broken its neck when it was startled. Just then, Cesare saw something he absolutely shouldn't have: a crossbow bolt stuck in the horse's rear. He immediately asked her what had happened. As the Count pulled the crossbow bolt out of the horse, she said it was a long story. Cesare said they had a long way to go anyway, and Ariadne could tell him everything on the way. The Count gestured for the girl to get on the horse first, but she replied that she would walk and he should ride by himself. Cesare didn't understand why the girl refused to ride with him. She replied that there was a reason, but in her mind, she just didn't want to ride in his arms. Cesare laughed and said it sounded like she wanted the two of them to be alone in the woods at night. The Como kept pestering the girl about why she refused him, but she just told him to stop bothering her. During the negotiations, news came that the prince would marry the Grand Duke's younger daughter, not the elder daughter Susanna. The kingdom's representative said the king would not be satisfied with the young Larissa as his bride. The representative from Caligo explained that since the elder daughter had passed away, they had no other choice. Susanna was renowned for her unparalleled beauty, wisdom, and piety, with a reputation that spread far beyond the kingdom. But fate is a real bastard. She contracted a serious illness and soon passed away. That was why the younger sister, Larissa de Beloa, stepped up to be the bride in her place. Muriel said they couldn't bring the elder daughter back from the dead, and it was pointless to make a fuss about it any longer. Marquez declared again that if the bride was changed, then the dowry must also be changed. He demanded 2 additions to the deal: 20 cannons and the gunpowder formula to supply their regular army. This newly proposed demand caught the representative from Caligo off guard. He argued that the secret gunpowder formula and 20 cannons were too high a price for their deal. The Marquis retorted that without these things, his daughter, the daughter of the Grand Duke of Caligo, wouldn't even have a chance to become the Crown Prince's wife. The representative from Caligo said it seemed the Etruscan king saw some weakness in the girl, so his younger daughter would personally travel to Etruscan to meet the prince. After the incident, Ariadne and Cesare were riding back. Cesare couldn't figure out why he was holding the reins like a manservant. She pointed out that he was the one who helped her onto the horse, and if he didn't like it, he could hop on and she would walk. Cesare retorted that if he rode ahead by himself and left a woman behind, he couldn't be called a gentleman. The Count asked her why her half-brother had attacked her and reminded her again that if it weren't for him, something terrible could have happened. She snapped back at Cesare, saying that in his view, she should obviously endure the abuse silently instead of fighting back. Cesare replied that all she had to do was was stab his horse's rear first. She didn't expect such a radical suggestion, but it sounded like Cesare was serious. Even if he was joking, Cesare looked at her and said that if she ever ran into any trouble, he would show up immediately and take care of everything. Ariadne said he was full of it and not that kind of person at all, which made the Count admit she was right. But he was curious how she could tell. Cesare declared he had a specific goal for this hunt, but Ariadne had disrupted all his plans. Just then, the Count was distracted. A real golden stag was standing by the bushes near the river. Ariadne was stunned. Do golden stags really exist? She glanced at Cesare, who was staring intently at something. Whoever catches the golden stag will become king. And now, that stag was within Cesare's reach. Ariadne guessed Cesare would immediately leave her behind to chase the deer. She quietly slid off the horse so that Cesare could get on and pursue the rare animal. Unexpectedly, Cesare gave up the whole plan, saying that if he went after it, he would have to abandon the girl. Ariadne had known Cesare for years in her past life, so this answer left her completely stunned. She mentioned how the Count was obsessed with capturing the stag, always babbling about it in his letters. That last sentence made the Count pause and think. He realized Ariadne had read his letters after all, even though he had always thought she just threw them in the trash. Cesare was ecstatic to hear this and asked if he should write to her more often. Ariadne knew she had let it slip and now had to quickly backtrack so the Count wouldn't get the wrong idea. She said she never claimed to have read the letters. Just then, Cesare realized the deer had run away. He pointed to the river and said he and Ariadne needed to wash their faces with the water there, saying it was like the fountain of youth. Cesare splashed some water on his face and told her she should try it too, to see if the water had any effect on her. He claimed that washing her face with that water would make her beautiful, which started to really annoy her. Cesare touched the scrape on his face and tried to ignore the burning sensation, but it was difficult. Seeing the Count's reaction, Ariadne guessed it must hurt a lot, and he confirmed her suspicion. Ariadne said that men usually hide their pain to appear nobler, but Cesare replied that he had always been noble. The protagonist reminded herself that no matter how Cesare treated her in this life, he was still the same person he had always been. While Ariadne was lost in thought, the young Count began to look her over again. After washing her face, the girl felt that life seemed a little easier. Just then, Cesare suddenly moved closer and kissed the stunned girl. Ariadne was caught off guard, and being so close to him made her cheeks flush bright red. She could only let out a long, garbled sound, as if asking what on earth was happening. Coming to her senses, the girl jumped away from him as if she'd been burned and asked him what on earth he thought he was doing. The Count apologized and blamed it all on the water of eternal life, saying it had suddenly made the girl beautiful. She looked at Cesare and realized she couldn't even get truly angry at him because he handled everything so smoothly and quickly. She turned away and told the Count it was time for them to go. Cesare tried to convince Ariadne to go with him again, but failed once more after the hunt ended. The royal couple and other guests had settled into a huge tent. The de Mere and Genobis families occupied one of the tables. Ariadne's seat was still empty. Alfonso was very worried about the girl's absence, but he couldn't just go up and ask where she was. At first, he thought she might have gone hunting, but that didn't seem like her. But if she didn't go hunting, where could she have disappeared to? Did she slip away with someone? The prince wondered if any of the hunters in the competition could have caught her eye. Alfonso tried to tell himself that couldn't have happened. He remembered everything about her personality, especially the moments when she showed her true self. She showed resilience and strength to others, but only Alfonso saw her gentle and vulnerable side. The prince believed that no other man would know the real Ariadne. He was lost in his memories, blushing at the moments she had shared only with him. Alfonso noticed a servant reporting to the king that the Count de Como had still not returned from the hunt. The king was very worried that his illegitimate son hadn't shown up after the competition. He immediately ordered a search party to be organized as the sun was beginning to set. A servant spotted someone emerging from the woods. It It was Cesare and Ariadne. Alfonso was stunned that she had returned so late, and with the Count she hated no less. Ariadne was very embarrassed for drawing so much attention, especially since Alfonso saw her with Cesare. The pair's appearance together surprised everyone in the tent. The king, worried about his son, rushed to Cesare to make sure he was unharmed. Cesare, following protocol, knelt on one knee and greeted his majesty. He pointed to his injured arm and said he couldn't perform the formal etiquette because he had fallen from his horse. The king again confirmed with his son, asking how this could have happened and if he couldn't even handle his own horse. Cesare explained that it all happened because he was trying to save the young lady standing next to him. The king flew into a rage when Cesare said Ariadne had been shot with a crossbow bolt and might have died if not for him, demanding to know who did it. Cesare said it was the nephew of Cardinal de Mere's mistress, Lucretia, which greatly shocked Ariadne. She had never mentioned his name. The count went on to say that the nephew came from a family of knights, but the guy clearly had no knightly honor. The king returned to his throne and ordered the bastard to be brought before him immediately. A moment later, Genovi was brought bound to his majesty's feet, completely unaware of what was happening. The king turned to him and asked, "Did you really shoot the second daughter of Cardinal de Mere?" Genovi was scared out of his wits and denied doing such a thing. He claimed he had been in the tent the whole time, so it was impossible for him to have shot Ariadne's horse's rear from there. Ariadne sneered inwardly, thinking how Genovi dared to lie so shamelessly, right in front of her. She didn't want people to think she was just seeking attention, so she decided to take action. Ariadne apologized for bothering the king over such a small matter, but said she wanted to add a few points. She pointed out that Count Cesare had only reported that Genovi had attacked her with a crossbow, but not where the arrow had hit, or even if it had hit her or the horse. Genovi realized he had made a fatal mistake, one that would be difficult to fix. There was no turning back, so Genovi could only brace himself and try to defend himself, saying he had been misunderstood. He claimed that when he saw Ariadne emerge from the woods without her horse, he simply assumed something had happened to it. Ariadne retorted that Genovi had been following her while she was riding and then fired an arrow. Just then, Lucretia ran over. She started shouting that her nephew was a good person and that Ariadne was just framing him out of some grudge. Genovi chimed in, saying he had only scolded the child for disrespecting her older sister. Hearing this, Ariadne realized she was being made to look like the bad guy. After all, to everyone else, Lucretia was her stepmother, which meant Ariadne couldn't openly oppose her. As Ariadne racked her brains for a way to prove the truth, Cesare watched the whole situation like a hawk. Cesare decided to intervene. He showed the king the arrow that had been shot at the girl. The owner's name, Genobi, and his family crest were engraved on it. With that, all of Genobi's chances of getting away with it were officially gone. Ariadne glanced sideways at Cesare. She never thought the count would stand up for her. It seemed Cesare had decided to take Genobi down, which was why he hadn't stopped the arrow during the demonstration. He pointed out that because the arrow hit the horse, Miss de Mere nearly died from being thrown off by the startled animal. The count also mentioned that he himself had nearly died while saving her from danger. For the king, the nature of the whole thing changed because now Genovi had almost killed his son. Ariadne could hardly believe what was happening. She didn't understand why Cesare would defend her like this. She couldn't see what the count had to gain from it, which meant he was helping her without asking for anything in return. This behavior was definitely not like the Cesare she had known in her past life. Having understood the full situation, the king announced his decision, telling everyone to listen carefully. He said that Genobi, as a knight, was supposed to protect the young lady, but he had harmed her instead, which was unacceptable. Most importantly, his actions had insulted her family. Therefore, the punishment was 40 lashes. Lucretia was ecstatic, as this was the minimum punishment her nephew could have received. Ariadne understood that this punishment was only for property damage, meaning the king did not acknowledge it as attempted murder. But that wasn't all, as the king also forbade him from ever becoming a knight. Genobi hadn't expected such a punishment. He begged the king to take it back. He screamed that he had to become a knight, and that this was all that smug woman's fault. Ariadne thought that instead of being relieved by the ridiculous punishment, the guy was just whining in self-pity. She looked at him with disgust, thinking that even a punishment like this was too light. Lucretia didn't know how to help her nephew. She couldn't stop the guard from dragging him away to be punished. Genovi glared at Ariadne, full of rage. She was now the person he hated most. Lucretia lunged at Ariadne, screaming that this was all her fault. But Lucretia didn't even get close to the girl. She slipped and fell. Everyone heard a thud, and Isabella rushed to help her mother. Bystanders shouted for a doctor, while Isabella tried to wake her mom up. Meanwhile, Genovi was already receiving his punishment of 40 lashes. Ariadne went outside to cool down, and Cesare was already there. She looked at the Count, realizing he had really helped her today, even though she didn't want to admit it. The girl stared at her ex, wondering if she should thank him. Cesare looked back at her in silence, while Alfonso watched them from a distance. He was filled with mixed emotions, relieved that she was safe but furious to see her with Cesare. The cardinal thought, "I've fed and clothed this guy for the past 22 years. I really don't understand why he would do this." The head of the family demanded, "Why did you want to harm my daughter?" Genevieve said, "I did it because your eldest daughter told me to." She said Ariadne had insulted her. Isabella immediately retorted, "He's lying. That never happened." She continued, "You lied to the king, and now you're back here lying again." Genovi argued, "It was Isabella who told me to teach that girl a lesson." But she countered, "You were the one who first suggested getting revenge." The cardinal, tired of the charade, turned directly to his eldest daughter. He asked, "What on earth did Ariadne do to you? Why do you hate her so much?" Isabella was completely caught off guard and couldn't think of an answer. So she just remained silent. The cardinal pressed her again, saying her trick had almost gotten Ariadne trapped in the woods all night with a random man. The head of the family told Isabella she had to read The Tale of a Noble Maiden and write a report. Until then, she was grounded. This made her very upset, and she started to cry. After that, he ordered his men to seize Genovi and sever the tendons in his hands and feet. The poor nephew hadn't expected such a severe punishment from the cardinal. As they dragged him away, he begged Lucrezia to save him from this beating. Then the cardinal turned to Lucrezia and said that as a clergyman, he was not allowed to have a family. Because of this, the cardinal had always felt guilty, so he always tried to be good to Lucrezia. The cardinal declared that she had no idea how grateful he used to be. But that was only until today. From now on, he would no longer ignore her actions, her secrets, and her squandering of his money on her family. He leaned in and asked her if she really thought he didn't know about her spending, and that's why he did nothing. Lucretia was terrified, as if a chill had run through her body. Just then, her father turned to Ariadne. He said that from now on, she was in charge of all the family's income and expenses, and she would be the one to keep the books. And Lucretia would have to bring the ledgers to Ariadne for inspection every week. The cardinal added that Ariadne should not go easy on Lucretia just because she was her mother, and that she should report any strange transactions to him immediately. After giving all his orders, the cardinal went to his study, leaving Ariadne and Lucretia alone. Lucretia immediately lashed out at our girl, accusing her of making everything in the house a mess since she showed up. Ariadne calmly told her that she would start checking the books next week, so they would meet on Friday. With that, our girl left, leaving Lucretia to sulk alone before returning to her own room. Sancha was already there, dancing with joy, always happy to see her mistress return. Ariadne walked in, closed the door, and called the girl's name. Then, in an overly sad tone, Ariadne announced that from today, her father had ordered her to audit Lucretia's books. Sancho was ecstatic at the news, saying that Lucretia was in for it now. Ariadne just smiled faintly, though honestly, she was just as excited as her maid. Ariadne walked away from the door and admitted that she had learned something today. That is, even when catching a rat, you must figure out all its escape routes before attacking, or it will bite you hard. Ariadne said she was sure Genovi wouldn't touch her, because she was the cardinal's daughter and he was her cousin, but by cornering him, she had forced him to resort to violence. She couldn't answer. Sancha asked how her mistress was supposed to show her power in that case. Ariadne replied that it was like setting up dominoes. You have to attack when all the pieces are perfectly aligned. It's the only way the protagonist can eliminate her enemies. In one fatal blow, a few days later, Sancha brought the ledgers from Lucretia. Sancha complained that the lady didn't want to hand over the records, and they had to practically snatch them away. Ariadne immediately noticed the poor condition of the ledgers. The protagonist remembered Sankia mentioning that Lucretia had recently received a lot of letters. The letters demanded that Lucretia pay the money she had stopped sending to her family, as well as extra cash for Genovi. They also called Lucretia ungrateful and said she had abandoned her family. Thinking about this, Ariadne actually felt a twinge of sympathy for Lucretia. Sancha remembered that she had received a letter for Ariadne. This morning, along with the letter, came that damn deerskin saddle, the one the lady had rejected last time. Ariadne was instantly furious. She was fed up with Count Cesare being so pushy and writing to her again. In a letter, Cesare wrote that because someone had broken his arm, he wouldn't be able to rescue anyone for the next few months. So he insisted that Ariadne use the saddle he sent so that her leg wouldn't get stuck in the stirrup again. He also added that if he was left with a scar on his face, someone would pay for it. At least this letter didn't upset her. A smile even appeared on her face as she read the last few lines. She already knew how to reply to her savior. She wrote that she would send him a very good ointment to help the Count recover as soon as possible. Ariadne advised him to find a good woman and start a family with her. Ariadne was in a very good mood the entire time she was writing her reply to Cesare. Ariadne ordered the saddle to be kept, and then sent the letter and the medicine to the Count. Sancha couldn't believe what she was hearing, so she double-checked her mistress's wishes. Afterwards, Sancha said she would place the rest of the letters on the table. For now, Ariadne didn't expect letters from anyone else, but a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. One of the letters was from Alfonso, saying he was worried about what had happened to her during the competition and was disappointed with the light punishment. He also mentioned that there would be a masquerade ball at the royal palace at the end of October, and he hoped to see her there. He wrote that they had a lot to talk about, and that he missed her very much. Reading this, Ariadne was ecstatic. Now she could rest assured, knowing that everything was fine between them. She held the letter tightly to her chest, trying to feel the Alfonso who had held this letter not long ago. From the very beginning of her new life, Ariadne had only approached the prince for her own benefit. She saw him as the only way to escape the de Mere family and avoid her engagement to Cesare. But at some point, things didn't go according to plan, and her feelings became real. She began to miss the prince, asking about him more and more each day. She longed even more for her feelings to be reciprocated. It felt so wonderful to think of him and remember all the time they had spent together. But deep down, Ariadne knew she could never truly fall in love with him. She believed their arrangement was a win-win for both of them. He would get her out of the de Mere family, and she would help him ascend the throne by stopping the rebellion. So, from the very first day, she had gone against her conscience and tried to get close to him. She slowly began to seduce him, to make him fall in love with her. But then, Ariadne felt a flutter in her heart, which made her forget all her guilt. And now, reading Alfonso's letter, Ariadne realized that being in love was making her stupid and causing her to forget her original purpose. She was caught in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, stick to the plan or follow her heart. Regardless, she had to marry Alfonso. He was her only way out of the de Mere family. This would immediately solve the problem of her becoming Cesare's sister-in-law and stop a coup. Then Alfonso would ascend the throne, and she could finally stop worrying about her position all the time. Ariadne decided that for now, the best course of action was not to fall in love with anyone, just become the queen. After some time, Ariadne visited Lazione's workshop. The owner said that if their little scheme was leaked, the workshop's reputation would be completely ruined, and Cardinal de Mere would be the first client Lazione would lose. So the workshop couldn't give Lucrezia a discount to refund the money she had already spent. If the workshop refunded the funds, it would look like the purchase price of the dresses was lower than what was recorded in the ledgers. Ariadne thought that if she spread a rumor that Lucrezia and the workshop had a secret deal, Lucrezia would have no choice but to return some of the money. For Lucrezia, it would be the only way to save herself. But for Ariadne, it would be proof that Lucrezia was still stealing money from the cardinal. That would destroy the cardinal's trust in Lucrezia and finally allow Ariadne to take full control of the household finances. Ariadne asked Lazione if there had been any change in her clientele after she had shown off their dresses to high society. The girl said she would remain loyal to her workshop, having turned down offers from more high-end places. But if Lazione couldn't grant her one request, she might lose her as a client, right? The workshop owner felt she was being cornered. Ariadne confirmed that if her plan to expose Lucrezia succeeded, her family would sever all ties with the workshop. But she promised to continue showcasing the workshop's clothes and help Lezione expand her business. The workshop owner wasn't sure if she had heard Ariadne's suggestion correctly. Ariadne was saying that she recommended opening a second shop under a different name, one that would make clothes and linens specifically for servants. These suggestions were completely unexpected and required serious consideration. Ariadne stood up and added that when she became the head of the household, she would have to deal with these kinds of matters. The Demare family would become regular customers, so it wouldn't be a problem to attract the attention of other powerful families to the workshop. The owner was still shocked by the girl's proposal. Seeing Lezione's reaction, Ariadne knew everything was going exactly according to plan. She prepared to leave, and before heading out, she asked the workshop owner to notify her once she had made a decision. A few days passed, and Ariadne and Sancha were still carefully going through Lucrezia's ledgers. Sancha found a discrepancy in a date on August 3rd. It looked like a purchase had been fraudulently calculated. Ariadne said that Sancha had improved a lot in her reading and accounting. Sancha puffed out her chest and said proudly that she had learned everything from her mistress. Ariadne also said they would deliberately ignore Lucrezia's personal expenses. But Sancha didn't understand why. Ariadne handed the girl a document and told her to look at it. It was a letter from Lezione's workshop in which the owner said she was ready to accept Ariadne's proposal. This meant Ariadne could finally take action, so she ordered them to summon Lucrezia's closest servant. With her help, she would lay the groundwork to deliver the final, fatal blow to the lady. Cesare was idling in his office, reading another letter from one of his admirers. The letter was all about how a girl had waited for him forever at their meeting spot, but Cesare never showed up. He crumpled up the letter and threw it away, saying it was boring to read such trash. Ottavio said that Miss Octavia had said the Count was with her just last month and wondered if he had already lost interest in her. Cesare retorted that he wasn't with her. He was just playing around. The Count didn't understand why women were so dense. If there was no reply for a month, it was a clear sign that he wasn't interested. Cesare asked with a puzzled look why everyone around him was so serious. Ottavio tore open another letter and began to read it dramatically. It was about some girl who had waited for the Count for hours at the mill on the outskirts of town. Ottavio was shocked that she waited at a mill. Did the Count deliberately lure them to these places and then not show up? Cesare said nonchalantly that he had just forgotten about the appointment. Ottavio said this would scar the girl for life. But when Cesare mentioned the lady was married, Ottavio didn't even know how to react. Ottavio thought to himself that at this rate, sooner or later some woman would stab Cesare in the back. Cesare kept staring at an unopened letter, which piqued his friend's curiosity. Ottavio thought that since this letter was being guarded so carefully, he had to sneak a peek. Cesare slapped his hand away, snatched the letter, and told him it was none of his business. This was really strange to Ottavio, because Cesare had never been like this. So he decided to snatch the letter from Cesare's hand and see what the hell was written in it. Cesare repeated that it was none of Ottavio's business, and the Count's face turned a little red. To keep his nosy friend from seeing the letter, the Count hid it in his desk. But Ottavio's imagination was already running wild. Ottavio concluded that the letter must be to some girl who was very special to the Count. Cesare felt seen, as if his friend could see right through him. So he told him to shut up. Ottavio decided the letter was to Miss Ariadne de Mare and began to invent its contents, all of which pointed to marriage. Ottavio also guessed there was a deadline in the letter, and that Cesare would even give Ariadne a kingdom if she was willing to take responsibility. Around the same time, Alfonso's question caught his advisor so off guard that he had to double-check if he had heard correctly. Alfonso asked again, could he invite Ari to the event? The advisor said it was strictly forbidden. Miss de Mare was absolutely not allowed to enter the South Palace. Alfonso was reminded again that inviting any young women was out of the question right now. The advisor wasn't sure if male guests were restricted, which gave the heir to the throne an idea. Ariadne could dress up as a nobleman, and they could spend the evening together. They would run through the palace hand in hand, then slip into the woods and be undisturbed for hours. Imagining all this, Alfonso's face was already starting to blush. The prince thought to himself that with a plan like this, the two of them would surely have a lot of fun. And when he became king, this girl could share her wisdom with him. Alfonso found himself fantasizing about them being together. The prince felt his imagination was too vivid, and he needed to calm down quickly. He racked his brain for a way to see Ariadne. Even if he couldn't officially invite her, the crown prince was sure an opportunity would arise, and they could get some time alone. Then at dinner, the queen told Alfonso that his future princess was coming to the masquerade ball. Apparently, the girl had decided to come because the ball was being held on St. Michael's Day. The king chuckled, guessing that his son's fiancée couldn't wait to marry him. The queen added that the duchess was an important guest who was coming especially to see the prince. This meant the prince had to be her escort for the entire damn ball. Alfonso hated this news, knowing it had become even more difficult to be with Ariadne. Looking at the prince, Margarita added that he needed to escort her with extreme care, as it was the only way to avoid any diplomatic incidents. Alfonso's stomach twisted into a knot, but the crown prince calmly replied that he would do exactly as requested. Alfonso sent a letter to Ariadne, explaining that the representative from Caligo had been forced on him and they wouldn't be able to meet. Ariadne began to recall the events of her past life, and she remembered this girl clearly. The daughter of Grand Duchess Lariessa de Beloa had been prophesied to be Alfonso's bride. They had met at this very ball. The girl fell in love with the prince at first sight, but one thing completely killed the marriage. In the end, Alfonso married the eldest daughter of the de Mer family. All of this meant that the invited princess was no threat to Ariadne. The heroine knew she had no reason to worry, but she still felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Arabella secretly opened the door to Isabella's room. Her sister wasn't there, so the girl decided to sneak in. She had always wanted to know what kind of jewelry her sister was hiding. Arabella had a vivid imagination, but she never expected to see such a dazzling array of treasures. She picked up one of Isabella's dresses and tried it on in front of the mirror. The dress suited her perfectly. Next came makeup and lipstick, which she had to try as much as possible. After that, she turned to the hair accessories, tiaras, and other cool trinkets. One of them caught her eye, something she had never seen on her sister before. It was a lock of fake hair held by a hook. The girl was fascinated by the metal tip, which looked very unique. And just like that, the lock of hair looked gorgeous on Arabella. She loved the new look it gave her. Just then, she heard a servant calling for her sister. She had to quickly stuff everything back into the box, so her sister wouldn't know she had been snooping. Just then, she overheard the servant telling her sister that the mask she had ordered had been delivered. Arabella rushed out of Isabella's room and headed to Ariadne's to check out the new purchase. She burst into her sister's room, begging Ariadne to let her try on the mask. But something was clearly wrong. Her sister and her servant were standing there, looking dejected. She walked over and asked them why they looked so serious, especially since the mask had finally arrived. Ariadne, wearing the mask, turned to look at her sister. Arabella froze on the spot, her voice filled with fear, saying the mask was just too scary. Ariadne tried to speak with the mask on, but her little sister couldn't understand a word. Looking at the two sisters, Sancha stated the obvious. That mask didn't suit Ariadne at all. The girl finally took off the mask, explaining that it was impossible to talk while wearing it. To keep the mask from falling off, you had to bite down on a pin inside. That's why it was called the Silent Servant. Ariadne hadn't known this detail in her past life, and now it was too late to order a new mask. So this meant she wouldn't be able to say a single word during the entire ball. Just then, Cesare's messenger appeared at the door again, carrying a box and a bouquet of roses. Ariadne announced that she would open the package as usual and then send it right back. She told him to leave the roses in front of the house, but the gift had to be taken back. As she spoke, she opened the box. Inside was a masquerade mask from the Coliseum clothing store. The man said the gift was priceless, and if he took it back, the Count would kill him with his own hands. Ariadne thought to herself that it was no coincidence Cesare sent a mask before the ball, and if she accepted it, her mask problem would be solved. Arabella and Sancha were thrilled with the mask, but they already guessed it would be returned to the sender. The girls thought that such a gift couldn't be refused, and they told the heroine so. Ariadne asked if she had the right to accept a gift from someone who was nothing to her. Sancha approached Ariadne and began to lecture her mistress in a confident tone. Sancha grabbed the heroine's shoulders and declared that she absolutely could not refuse this mask so that she could have fun at the ball. Ariadne didn't expect this attitude and lecture from Sancha, but it helped her make a decision. Ariadne thought that since Alfonso would be with someone else at the ball anyway, and she had already accepted Cesare's saddle once, she could accept this mask as well. On the day of the masquerade ball, a carriage was supposed to take Ariadne to the royal palace. Sancha and Arabella were by the carriage, wishing their sister a good time. Ariadne looked stunning today, and dressed up as she was, almost no one would recognize her. The heroine hoped to have a great time tonight, even without Alfonso by her side. She was about to get into the carriage, but a few seconds later, she encountered something unexpected. Ariadne had completely forgotten about it, so she froze for a few seconds. Isabella had been sitting in the carriage for a while. She was also going to the ball. For some reason, the fact that Ariadne had to ride in the same carriage to the ball with her sister made her feel very uncomfortable. Arabella, oblivious to the tension in the carriage, asked her sisters to bring back a bunch of interesting stories. Ariadne waved goodbye to her little sister, letting her know she would. Isabella, on the other hand, decided to ignore the request and just waited for the carriage to leave. The sisters hadn't said a word to each other since they left, which was fine by me. Ariadne was sizing up her sister. She noticed that Isabella's mask was years ahead of its time in design. The girl had good taste. Still, it didn't completely cover her face, so anyone could tell it was Isabella de Mere. Ariadne, on the other hand, wore a full-face mask, so no one could recognize her. The only way to figure out her identity would be when she got out of the carriage with Isabella. The mask also meant she could hide any emotion on her face. Ariadne thought that thinking this way meant she was running away from something. Before the ball, the princess from Caligo was chatting with the prince, saying she had heard a lot about him. The girl, who introduced herself as Lariessa de Beloa, was certainly easy on the eyes. The prince stated his full name and said it was a pleasure to finally meet her. He suggested they could switch to Caligoan if Etruscan was too difficult for her. The girl smiled and said she would try to speak Etruscan. She added that her father was very particular about raising his two daughters, especially Susanna. As a result, she knew a little about literature, music, and art. The girl pointed out that Susanna was second to none in poetry and painting. Alfonso was rather surprised that she kept talking about her sister's achievements. The girl continued to praise Susanna, now talking about how charming her sister was. She said she had pale, almost translucent skin, the likes of which he had never seen. At some point in her speech, the prince interrupted her and decided to ask her a question. He asked, "Why do you always talk about Susanna? You yourself are beautiful." She was completely unprepared for this and was speechless for a moment. Then Alfonso asked her to talk more about herself, which really touched her. She was used to living in her sister's shadow and secretly hated her for it. But to others, she always praised and flattered Susanna. Everyone only talked about Susanna, and they only liked her when she also touted her sister. The prince was the first person to ask her to talk about herself. This filled Lariessa's heart with warmth, and suddenly, she was filled with all sorts of emotions and desires. She felt her face turn red and just couldn't calm down in front of the prince. Lariessa still couldn't believe that her personal Prince Charming was right there, interested in her life. The girl got ready and sent a silent message to her late sister. She thanked Susanna for dying at such a convenient time. The girl wanted to make the best impression on the prince, so she offered to paint a small still life for him. She thought a little bragging wouldn't hurt and mentioned she had been a contender for the Montpellier Prize a few years ago. Alfonso asked if she meant the Montpellier Prize, and if so, it was strange, because the contestants had always been only men under 30. This information stunned the girl and completely threw her off. She said that couldn't be possible because her sister Susanna had won the Montpellier Prize. Alfonso replied that it must have been after the rules were changed, but the girl didn't understand why the rules would have been changed. In that moment, Lariessa suspected that Prince Alfonso was looking down on her. She asked if he really thought she was lying and how he could think that when they were about to be married. Alfonso was caught off guard by these strange accusations and didn't even know how to respond. Lariessa, with tears in her eyes, kept yelling at Alfonso, saying they were supposed to be in love. She felt she had been trying so hard to be good and handle everything that came her way. Lariessa concluded that the prince thought she was a liar, and meanwhile, the prince had run outside to get help. He yelled at the servants to get a doctor immediately, but the girl had already run off, in who knows what direction. Alfonso called out her name, but the Duchess was nowhere to be seen. The prince had to run out of the castle, asking random guests if they had seen the princess. A few of them had seen a strange girl run by and pointed him in the direction she went. So Alfonso asked many people around for Lariessa, but he still couldn't find her. He ended up in the garden, where there was no sign of the girl nor the princess herself. himself. He was hung up on the fact that he was supposed to be her escort, but since the princess had run off, he couldn't fulfill his duty. Then he thought that his men were already looking for her, so he could steal some time for himself. But a little voice in his head told him not to be a jerk. So Alfonso gave up on his plan to act on his own. He told himself he had to take responsibility for losing such an important guest. He remembered the direction pointed out by the last person who saw her, and in that direction, he found a girl in a golden dress. Even without seeing her face, Alfonso immediately knew who it was. The girl noticed him, stopped, and turned to look at the prince. Ariadne looked incredibly beautiful, the dress and mask a perfect combination. Alfonso called out her name hesitantly, afraid he was just seeing what he wanted to see. Without waiting for an answer, the prince ran towards Ariadne, asking again if it was really her. Ariadne recognized Alfonso too, but didn't answer at first, as she was wondering what the prince was doing here. Alfonso said he was just taking a stroll in the garden. He wandered aimlessly and happened to find her. Ariadne wanted to ask where Duchess Larissa had gone right away, but she knew in her heart that the question was too out of line. I mean, her relationship with the prince wasn't close enough to talk about such things. Alfonso said he was planning a trip to Toronto in September and wanted Ariadne to go with him. Isabella hid in the bushes and witnessed the whole thing. She was stunned to see Prince Alfonso and Ariadne on a secret date. Back at the ball, Count Tacoma was strolling around with elegant steps. He knew he was as perfect as ever, even if no one could recognize him behind a mask. It frustrated him a little that no one could admire his handsome face today, but Cesare also saw an undeniable advantage. He could test his charm without relying on his looks. However, despite the mask, someone recognized him and called out. A woman's voice asked if it was Count Cesare hiding behind a mask. Cesare quickened his pace and shouted back that she had the wrong person, but she was certain it was him. This was another benefit of a masquerade ball, pretending to be a stranger in front of friends. This way he could have some fun and also avoid being pestered by the tearful girlfriends he had dumped. Lost in thought, the Count unknowingly came to a garden he hadn't set foot in for years. Memories of often playing here in his childhood flooded his mind. He remembered one time when he had just had another fight with his mother and ran through the garden crying. It was terrible because she was always yelling at him for no reason. Then, suddenly, he saw Queen Margaret, and his mood immediately improved. Every time they met, she would give him candy and never scolded him. He started to wave, but then realized Margaret was not alone in the garden. Cesare heard the king's voice, who was holding a baby and calling him his heir. The little boy froze, watching his own father embrace another child. Just then, the king noticed Cesare standing nearby. The king's face darkened. He handed the baby to the queen and walked straight towards Cesare. His Majesty stood tall before the little boy, raised his hand, and slapped him hard. This was the first time his father had treated Cesare this way. The incident, along with the king's threatening voice, was forever seared into the little boy's memory. The king said Cesare had no right to be in that garden and needed to return to his mother immediately. With tears welling up in his eyes, Cesare stammered that he just wanted to be with his mom and dad. The king leaned down, hatred burning in his eyes, and asked him who his father really was. This was a huge blow to little Cesare. He was completely terrified. The king snapped that Cesare was spoiled and that the child had better never mention mother or father again. His Majesty roared "Get out" at him again, then turned and walked towards his wife and son. Cesare just stood there, secretly glancing at his father's retreating back. He looked towards the queen, but received no comfort from her either. Moreover, the baby in her arms began to cry loudly. To soothe the little prince, she began to stroke him, rocking him gently back and forth. The king walked over to his family and tried to calm the child, asking what on earth he was afraid of. Seeing this, Cesare's heart broke. Now he was sure that no one would ever love him. The count realized with a heavy heart that he didn't have a single fond memory of this place. He put his mask back on and walked towards the sound coming from nearby. After passing through a few rows of bushes, he unexpectedly saw Alfonso and Ariadne talking and laughing. The couple, unaware they were being watched, continued to enjoy each other's company. Cesare thought to himself that he never had a chance to make any good memories in this place from the very beginning. Alfonso was talking to Ariadne about the size of her hands, saying they were too small to pick grapes. He compared her hand to his own, saying her hands were small. Ariadne retorted that it wasn't that her hands were small, but that his were just too big. Just then, someone forcefully knocked their hands apart, catching them both completely off guard. When Ariadne saw the person who had interrupted them, she was both shocked and a little scared. The person who separated them was wearing a mask, so it was hard to tell who he was. Alfonso yelled at the masked man, telling him to let go of the girl's hand. Then, the prince grabbed his arm, forcing him to release Ariadne, whose bracelet slipped off without anyone noticing. The stranger said that even if he took off his mask on the day of the masquerade, no one could force him to be polite to the royal family. Taking off his mask, Cesare declared that today he could forget his manners. Seeing Count Tacoma standing there, both Ariadne and Alfonso were stunned. Cesare snapped that the prince's demand for him to let go of Ariadne's hand was not funny at all, because frankly, Alfonso had no right to hold this girl's hand. Cesare wondered where Duchess d'Alba had disappeared to. How could Alfonso even think of flirting with an innocent girl under these circumstances? Cesare told the prince that he had already messed with the girls hard enough and that he should go find his foreign duchess. The count held out his hand, asking Ariadne to go with him. Cesare said it would be best for her to leave the prince now. Ariadne didn't understand why Cesare was being so aggressive. Ariadne asked Alfonso if their distinguished guest was Larissa d'Alba's. Cesare questioned the prince, asking if he hadn't told Ariadne who he was supposed to be escorting today. Alfonso hesitated, unsure how his girl would take the news. Seeing the prince falter, Ariadne decided to take control of the situation. The girl said that if it was the distinguished guest, she would not hesitate to join the search party. This was not the reaction Cesare expected, and it annoyed him greatly. He asked Ariadne if it didn't sting that the prince couldn't be by her side. Cesare said that they were negotiating Alfonso's marriage to the daughter of the Grand Duchess of the Kingdom of Caligo. So the prince had played with her feelings and was now going to marry someone else, and then abandon her forever. After these words were spoken, there was dead silence. Both men were waiting for Ariadne to explode. Then Ariadne answered Cesare, saying he seemed to have misunderstood, because there was nothing romantic between her and his highness. Alfonso was stunned. He didn't want to believe what she was saying. Ariadne continued, saying the prince had never made any promises to her, and their meetings had never been private. Listening to Ariadne's words, Alfonso began to question his own actions. It stung him to know that she was still oblivious to his true feelings, or that he hadn't told her about Larissa. Ariadne finished by saying that Cesare was the last person who should meddle in her private life. Now was the count's turn to feel slighted, as if he were being treated like dirt. He chuckled and admitted that yes, he indeed did not have that right at the moment. To change that, he told her that she should consider him her suitor. It seemed tonight was a night full of surprises, as Ariadne didn't know how to react. The same went for Alfonso, who just stood there, completely stunned by the count's words. Cesare went on to say that unlike the prince, he could propose to her on the spot. This meant that first thing tomorrow morning, Count Tacoma would ask for Ariadne's hand in marriage. This time, the count's attitude was completely sincere, with no mockery or hypocrisy. Cesare simply stated that for this very reason, he would not allow the prince to treat his fiancée that way. It seemed Ariadne was back at the starting point of her previous life, her destiny entangled with Count Cesare. If the situation weren't so damn awkward, it would have made Ariadne laugh. She desperately needed to break the tension, so she burst out laughing, a laugh that was loud and infectious. Neither Alfonso nor Cesare understood why she was acting so strangely. The reason she laughed was that Ariadne had waited a lifetime for this proposal in her past life, only to hear it when she was trying to escape from Cesare. She felt like this was all a performance. When she calmed down, she called the count by his name. She told him that there was no point in saying things he didn't mean. Ariadne knew very well how fickle Cesare was, and how many times he had promised marriage to others. She told Cesare to stop pestering her and go live his own damn life. Shocked at being called immoral, Cesare said she clearly didn't know him at all. The Count continued to propose that Ariadne become his fiancée, as she was perfect for him. Alfonso stepped in front of Ariadne and ordered the Count to shut his filthy mouth. The prince said that someone like Cesare had no right to demand such an answer from her. Even if it was a joke, Alfonso asked if Cesare had dealt with that married woman, as rumors of his affair had reached the royal palace. Cesare replied that it was all in the past, and Alfonso's words were meaningless. Now Alfonso wouldn't let it go, believing the Count had never taken responsibility for his actions. According to Alfonso, this was precisely why the king did not acknowledge Cesare as his son. Because if his father acknowledged him as a son, he would immediately attract a whole host of troubles. This insult ignited Cesare's fury, and he prepared to prove the prince wrong with his fists. Sensing things were getting out of hand, Ariadne yelled at them both to stop. This calmed them both down, helping to defuse the tension and avoid a brawl. Maintaining a friendly demeanor, she reminded Alfonso that they had to go find his guest. She added that she would help with the search, but they really needed to hurry. She turned away from Cesare, and Alfonso followed closely behind Ariadne. Cesare was furious. He wasn't going to let Alfonso's insult slide just like that. And so, the Count had no choice but to walk away in the opposite direction, cursing under his breath. Thus, the Count and the prince went their separate ways, without resolving the issue of who Ariadne should be with. Isabella witnessed the entire conversation from beginning to end, and she still couldn't believe what had just happened. The girl finally crawled out of the bushes, horrified by her sister's schemes. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, but it remained a mystery how Ariadne had managed to seduce two men so quickly. Just then, Isabella spotted a bracelet lying on the grass. She recognized it immediately. It was the very bracelet she had been dreaming of for a long time. As she turned the piece of jewelry over, a gem fell out. Isabella figured it was no big deal. She could carefully glue the ruby back on. She realized that even though the bracelet was broken, she was actually happy to have found it. How low had she sunk? She was stunned by the situation, and now her detestable sister had also stolen her chance at marriage. Cesare was supposed to be Isabella's, especially since the Count had already spoken to her father about marriage. She was struck again by how interested she was in the Count, which shouldn't have happened at all. She seriously considered whether Cesare would be a good husband, the only drawback being that he had no claim to the throne. Cesare had no other flaws, so Isabella felt he might be a good match for her. Isabella decided that she would take back what was once hers. At any cost, Ariadne and Alfonso had been walking in silence for some time, which created serious tension between them that they needed to resolve. Alfonso knew he had to speak up, but he just couldn't muster the courage. At one point, he caught up to her and called her name. He told her that the distinguished guest was indeed in San Carlo to negotiate a political marriage. Ariadne stopped walking, but still wouldn't look at the prince, which made Alfonso very nervous. Meanwhile, she was lost in thought about what had just happened, trying to sort out her feelings. She kept telling herself that feelings were a luxury and that Alfonso was just a tool for her to achieve her goals. This basically meant that our heroine would never fall in love with anyone again. Ariadne mentioned that the woman he was engaged to was an excellent lady, which would help him build a connection with the Grand Duchess, Isabella. So as his good friend, Ariadne wanted to congratulate him on his upcoming engagement. The heroine turned away from the prince again, saying there must be an exit to the garden around here, somewhere. Alfonso was hurt by Ariadne's words, as she completely disregarded his feelings for her. The prince wanted to stop her and tell her he didn't want to marry the Duchess. Alfonso began to speculate about the heroine's feelings for him, desperately hoping they were mutual. But Ariadne couldn't hear his thoughts, so she just kept walking, getting farther and farther away from him. This made Alfonso start to think that maybe it was all in his imagination and Ariadne had no feelings for him at all. Isabella, still in shock from what she had seen, was completely lost in her own thoughts on the way back to the palace. She just couldn't understand why both Count Cesare and Alfonso liked Ariadne. Isabella thought Ariadne was ugly, so she didn't get why men flocked to her. The girl thought to herself that Ariadne must be using her chest to attract them, as that was the only good thing she had going for her. Isabella was fuming. She wasn't going to let things go on like this. How could men prefer that trash Ariadne over the sweet and pretty Isabella? Honestly, a strange rustling in the nearby bushes startled her out of her anger. She immediately fell silent and slowly crept towards where the sound came from. What she saw next stunned her, but she couldn't look away. A man and a woman were at it in broad daylight, right in the middle of the royal garden. She recognized the man as Marquis Campa, a notorious character. It was said that he had contracted syphilis at some brothel and then passed it on to his two wives, both of whom died shortly after. In addition, the Marquis had a dark history of abusing women. Women from all walks of life had fallen victim to him. The guy was a walking disaster, so he had long been blacklisted from high society parties. Isabella guessed the Count might be forcing the girl, so she considered shouting to draw attention. But the longer Isabella watched, the more she realized that wasn't the case at all. It looked like the girl was completely into it, although her face was still covered by a mask. But then, with another sensual sigh, the mask slipped from the young, wild woman's face. It was truly an eye-opening night for Isabella, as she knew exactly who that girl was. She was Ottavio's sister, known among the nobility for her purity and chastity. In the heat of passion, this countess was nothing like what people imagined. It seemed Isabella wasn't the only one who saw them. Another couple passed by and stumbled upon the countess and the Marquis's amorous scene. It was then that Countess de Bartolini realized they had been discovered and she wasn't wearing her mask. She immediately pushed the Marquis away, put on her mask, and fled to a secluded spot. The Countess ran straight towards where Isabella was hiding, nearly crashing into the eldest daughter of the de Mere family. Isabella didn't know how to react, so she just stood there silently, staring at the girl. As it turned out, the Countess just brushed past the frozen-in-place Isabella. After the initial shock, Isabella immediately thought of several ideas to use this situation to her advantage. While no one was looking, Isabella threw the bracelet she had found near where the Marquis was lying. Ariadne and Alfonso decided to split up to cover more ground in their search for Larissa. The heroine noticed a group of people and a loud noise, so she decided to see what was happening. She guessed the commotion might be related to one of the invited guests. As she got closer, Ariadne overheard them talking about Marquis Campa hooking up with some woman. Someone in the crowd pointed at Ariadne, telling everyone to take a closer look at her. Whispers began to spread that the lady was wearing a dress of the same color. One of the people present noticed that Ariadne's mask and necklace were made from the same collection, which meant the necklace should be part of the set. So it looked like Ariadne was the mistress. The ladies who had come to watch were all staring at Ariadne, who didn't understand why they were so interested in her. One of the women held up a bracelet to Ariadne and asked if it was hers. Ariadne recognized it as her own jewelry, but couldn't remember when she had lost it. The girl had no idea how her bracelet ended up here, but she knew what everyone was thinking of her now. She saw Marquis Campa collapsed on the ground, and being associated with him was a huge scandal for any woman. She knew she didn't have to explain herself to these people, but one thing bothered her. She needed to figure out how her bracelet got there, so she had to find out the truth. Ariadne said it seemed to be a misunderstanding, because if she were his mistress, she would have already fled into the garden. The onlookers agreed that her words made sense. Isabella stood in the back, hoping someone would expose her sister. Finally, one of the women demanded that Ariadne prove she had nothing to do with it. Now people were saying Ariadne looked suspicious and was hiding something, which Isabella was happy to see. Ariadne didn't know how to respond, because what kind of proof could she offer in this situation? It seemed these onlookers just needed a toy to tear apart. Since no one knew who was behind the mask, Ariadne turned to flee into the woods. But as she turned, Ariadne spotted a familiar face in the crowd, which made her freeze on the spot. Isabella was no longer hiding and stood before all the onlookers, showing there was no escape. Now Ariadne understood who was behind the rumors of her having an affair. It also meant it was her sister who had planted the bracelet to ruin her reputation. Isabella whispered something to the masked girl, who was standing right next to her. Ariadne realized Isabella was whispering to Viscount Letitia's daughter. No one knew what they were talking about, but Letitia laughed and clapped her hands. Then she turned to Ariadne and said what a surprise it was to run into her here. Isabella stepped back a little, a triumphant smile on her face. Letitia finally finished laughing and went on to say that she was glad to see the other daughter of Cardinal de Mere here.